It's my first time streaming art. Welcome. Thanks for joining me. Today I'm going to be doing a portrait, semi-realistic portrait of Chris Chan. I love Chris Chan. He's my favorite lolcow. I haven't dusted up on the lore in some years though, so while I'm drawing, we're actually going to be listening to Gino Samuel's documentary series. We're just going to start from part one, the beginning of Chris Chan history. Let me know if you have any comments if you're watching this as a VOD. If you're in the future checking this out, let me know if you have any tips for me. I know this isn't the best camera angle I have right here. This is just what I have so far. I'm not joking, Cyberglock. This is all real. It's happening. How are you? The mic is crackling? Why is that? Oh. That's so funny. You know what? The Razer Keo was working as the mic. Is it better now? I think this is normal now. This is good, right? Damn. The Razer Keo is just out to get me, I swear to God. Because the Keo has a mic installed on it. And I guess somehow I didn't notice that the normal mic was muted. That's so funny. All right. Well, hopefully what I was saying could be understood. Because hopefully people in the future will check out this VOD and they'll give me tips, criticism, and comments on how I can improve for next time, which I know I need a better setup for my cameras. This is just the best I could do for today. It sounded like recordings from World War II, where it crackles every time the audio changes level. Yeah, I'm so pissed about the Razer Keo. I had to get a different camera. It's like watching the Mona Lisa being painted. Oh, it's the perks of living in the modern age. Well, I think I'm just gonna press play on this and then we're gonna get straight into it. So let me see if this is gonna be a little bit too loud. Or what's the deal?
Girls and boys, and dudes of all teenagers,
I can't hear anything.
as well as the gals. My name is Christian Chandler. I am here,
headphones
and y'all are there.
I think they might
Chris
have.
Chan.
This can't be happening.
Arguably
What the
one of
heck?
the most documented people in
This
history.
is a war crime? Oh, I might draw his mom next. You're giving me
His antics have been
ideas, bro.
witnessed by millions,
Oh, there you go.
with many always keeping a close eye on
Everything
him.
reminds me of him. I'm sorry, I wasn't able to hear this. You guys were probably able to hear it since I was recording desktop audio. But I'm gonna have to start this over from the beginning. I'm kind of nervous. I haven't drawn stuff on paper in a long time. I used to do it like every day.
Hello, ladies
but...
and gentlemen, girls and boys, and dudes of all teenagers,
Let
as
me
well
know
as
if something
the
gets fucked
gals.
up with the stream. I keep looking.
My
to that
name is
camera.
Christian Chandler. I am here, and y'all are there.
Hold on a sec. Let me say something before I start this. Actually, let me know if something gets fucked up because everything is like just weirdly balanced right now, and this might just come out of frame and I don't realize it. The setup is very scuffed right now. How's it going though? I keep looking to that camera. Manuel and Noah. What's poppin', guys? What's going on today? What are we doing? Owen, thank you for joining us. We got 2 mods in the chat. We got the full staff of mods in the chat for this video. I'm drinking cold brew, like the stock cold brew. It's slightly sweetened. It's so good. Put this shit on ice. Recommend to everyone. Just got home from trabajo. You were I don't know how to say the current tense of like the action of working. Trabajando? I don't know. Nah, I never said that. I never said that, bro. Yes, Dingaling. That's Owen. That's my youngest brother. Okay, so before I actually play this, I'm going to do a little walkthrough of the process of this drawing. So I guess the whole process I use for any kind of drawings, this paper's dirty and fucked up, is you have to get like the shapes first. You have to get all the big shapes first. I'm not going to measure it exactly. Cyberglock slash Warren. Bro, he's also a mod. And he just increased his mod privileges the other day because he subscribed. Okay. So what I'm going to do first is like a very light sketch of the main shape, which is going to be obviously like Chris Chan himself is going to be here in the middle, and then I want to do all the shit in the background too. I want to make this super detailed. I love detail. The first part of any drawing is always the most annoying to me. Because you get the shapes in, you do this thing that takes like hours, and then as you're going, you might realize that it's like slightly off, and you have to redo everything. It's just a lot of back and forth. Draw H.P. Lovecraft and his cat. Alright, bro, we're gonna have to make a suggestions box. Chris Chan will probably take more than one stream. Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna just get right into it. I gotta go a little bit like Spurgy mode here. So I'm gonna use the bottom points of the image as the reference points to start with. So I don't know. You gotta start somewhere. It doesn't really matter. I mean, drawing processes are so weird. There's probably a much more scholarly way that I can do this, but this is just the way that I've been drawing and have done it, like realism, just through trial and error. So it's hard to say. I usually have my reference like right next to the drawing, but I'm kind of like looking up for it. You don't want me to draw H.P. Lovecraft, bro? Yeah, this beginning part, I might end up erasing all this shit, but I kind of just have to get started. You know, you just have to start doing it, even though it's probably not going to be good at first. I like to do this. I think this is like kind of a... It's not known as a good technique to like do this, you know, when you're striking through. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know if you guys ever draw, but usually artists that are more professional would just do a straight line instead of like shading it in like I just did, but you know what? Old habits die hard. I'm never going to let go of that one. Let me actually just mark kind of where I think his pants should end, which is maybe like right here. And then I think his whole body, I'm just lightly going to mark like, it has to stay around this boundary, I think. And then his head is going to come all the way. Okay, so I got to kind of, this is going to be the top of the drawing, like right here-ish. Yes, his cat is cursed. I've heard this tales. Hey, commissions are open. No, I'm just kidding. Commissions are not open. Commissions are not open. Unless you really want to commission something, but I'm so slow at drawing that I just do not have the time of day to do any extra shit besides like this for the stream. And I mean, I just always have something going on, you know? People think streaming is fun. It's not. It's hard fucking work. So this is going to be very inaccurate at first, but I just kind of block out approximately where things are going to be. But like I said, most likely it's going to be pretty off. I always have to redo shapes, you know? The process of drawing is just so boring. I don't know why I chose this life, man. Why did I choose this life? It's just... Maybe it's something I'll get better at over the years, but after drawing realism for the past, like, 6 years or something, it's just so much going back and forth when you're trying to get something, you know, accurate. Okay, this will come over here. I love this picture. I love the expression in his eyes. I can tell this is gonna be Kafka-esque. That's funny, bro. That's funny. Yeah, this is gonna be my masterpiece right here. This one's gonna be framed. This one's gonna be at my first gallery. At my first gallery showing, bruh. How's everybody's day going so far? I mean, I just have to get right into it with this freaking shapes. There's no way around it. I can't do anything more accurate. I feel like I have to just keep bullshitting until I get it right. So his hand is kind of down here, I feel like. I try to stay super light with the first pass, just like shading in it a little bit. That's the way I found is easiest for me to work. Otherwise, I'll spend way too long doing one perfect line and just have to erase it again anyways, you know? I don't know if you guys are into drawing at all. It's weird to not have any sound in my headphones. But I feel like I'm going to be talking over the podcast if I put it on right now. I love old Chris Chan. He's so funny. I was just looking into this picture before I started the stream. I guess this was used for a dating profile of his. So awesome. Imagine going on like OkCupid or like Plenty of Fish or some shit, and you see this guy. Man. How is the World Cup hype in LA? It's been cool. Everybody's so excited. You know, everybody has flags on their car. It's really brought people's spirits up around here to have the World Cup going on. And I don't really care about it at all. I don't know. Even if I wanted to, like, it's the sport I feel like I care the least about. I don't know. I just couldn't get into it. I'm already going off and doing smaller shapes just because I'm excited to get to the medallion. But it's honestly going a little too big for what it's supposed to be here. I shouldn't be doing the medallion already, but sometimes when you're drawing, you just lose control, you know? You just gotta go with the flow. I can't just follow the steps accurately. Same thing with tattooing. I can't just like... You can have one thing you're supposed to be doing, but then you'll be like, oh, I want to work on this now, you know? I think that makes it more fun if I don't just stick to one thing and force myself to have more discipline with a drawing. Yeah. The hike has been super fun. I like to see everybody excited about something, you know? People have been outside, you know, lots of tourists I feel like have been here too. It's good when people start going outside, like buying shit, boosting the economy. Let's see. Soccer is gay. That's a W take, bro. That's a W take. I like that. I think that's funny. I just could never get into it. I don't know. I don't mind watching sports. It's fun to cheer for a team, or like if things get serious and people are doing like awesome shows of skills. It can be very entertaining, but just watching soccer is draining to me for some reason. I don't know. Don't know what that's all about. Here we're getting a basic shape in here. It's coming along nicely. Hopefully I don't have to make changes that are too drastic. Starting a drawing is always the hardest part. Ashley says she's glad to have met you and worked with you. Aww, that's so cute. Yes, she was amazing. I can't wait to finish her tattoo. What a cool lady. And she was very funny too. I just like from the get-go, from the first conversation we had, I knew it was going to be a great session, and it truly was. It truly was a great session. I feel so bad I couldn't finish it all in the first session though. I hate when that happens because I totally thought I would be able to, but also we did it way bigger than I thought we were going to. But honestly, it was better that way. IMO. You haven't met or worked with Ashley, but we can gaslight her into thinking that she did work with you. I like that. Okay, so I think I have my first problem here already. The hand is a little too long, maybe. The arm, I mean. So what I'm going to do is extend his torso to be a bit bigger. And that might give it a little more balance. I feel like this arm is definitely a little too long right now. You feel me? If anything, if this... I don't know if I'm going to get all the proportions right with all the shit in the background, so I might just... fade it off into nothingness. Or, like, not use the entire boundary here. You feel me? Okay, so this is a C here. You know what? This can actually work. I think this can actually work. It doesn't look that bad. He just looks large. What's everybody up to today? What's going on out there? I finally started going back to the gym. Started going to EOS because it's closest to my house. I discovered I really like using the sauna. It feels awesome afterwards. And I like that they have a pool and a sauna at that location. Back to crap. I just said that so wrong. About to crack open a LaCroix, bro. LaCroix. LaCroix? Actually, let me look this up before we continue. How to pronounce LaCroix. Crow. You're gonna play frisbee golf? It is LaCroix. LaCroix. Okay. I'll remember from now on. Frisbee golf, huh? Oh, hold on. I couldn't actually see what that was. Was that a follow? I couldn't see what happened. I think so, right? Sorry, my whole screen was blocked for a sec. Hello, Yummy Rocks. How's it going? Thanks for joining me today. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. We are only 15 minutes or so into this drawing. I barely got anything done so far. Very loose astral, like, phantom of what's to come. Bro, frisbee golf rocks. No, I never played that. Sounds awesome, though. I need to move this, I think, so I can see what's going on the screen. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. This is my first time streaming drawing, so pardon my dust, as I know the camera setup is not ideal. But this is the best I have for now, and hopefully next time I stream art, it'll have a little better setup. Okay, I think I need to change the orientation of this hand a little bit before we continue. 95 degrees? God damn. In a forest? Inhumane, bro. Inhumane. So I think I can keep this tucked in about where it was right here. But then it has to kind of go out to match this chair arm. And then I'm not going to make this accurate in any way, shape, or form for right now. I think this can be a little more. The beginning of the drawing is the hardest part. Now, this actually might be a little too low. My process is really slow and really back and forth, but I swear I can't do it any other way. That's just how it is, you know? Look at my disgusting kneaded eraser. Can you see that? Thing's nasty. Hey, it's had a good life. It's just nasty. They're so cool when you first start them off. They're just like gray putty, you know? I do prefer this because these Blackwing pencils, the erasers on these are way too smudgy and they fuck up the paper for some reason. You know what I'm saying? Don't know what that's all about. Oh, so the proportions of this arm are going to bother me a little bit until we finish it up, but I guess I just have to keep going through the motions with this drawing here. So let me get a loose idea of how the background's gonna look, and then I'll start blocking off the shapes a little bit more accurately. You got a new sketchbook the other day, and your first drawing is a sloth? Aw, that's cute. You want to do something different? What are you thinking, Elo? Are you gonna draw some more animals? The war scars on the eraser, yeah! I probably had this damn thing for like 3 years. And I haven't been drawing very much since I started like tattooing full time. Lord forgive me. Lord forgive me. But it has seen some real bullshit. Let me show you guys some of the things in my portfolio real fast. I have some of my drawings here before we continue. This is a portrait drawing I did of Turkey Tom. This was just you can't really see it with the glare, but you guys know who Turkey Tom is? He's a YouTuber. I love doing realism most. So this is him doing the Poggers face. I love this drawing. I tagged him in this. He reposted it at one point. Realism, so fun. I really got the texture of the shadows in this one. That's before I fell off. And then I have some of my older drawings in here too. Just some real fucked up drawings. This is a drawing of Sam Hyde. I actually tattooed this on myself also at one point. Ripped Sam Hyde. And all of these drawings started with the same kind of process, you know. Making little fucked up shapes until something happens. Maybe you'll draw something you want to add to your base in Minecraft? That's genius. Heck yeah, bro. I actually love this drawing I did of Turkey Tom. I'm sleeping on myself. Such a sick drawing. I love doing portraits. It's my favorite thing. Alright, I have to lock the fuck in. No more joking around in the chat, guys. No more joking around. Okay. I'm just like trying to mentally lock myself into this. So this is gonna be the backing of his chair. It has to be kind of close to his sweater. Funny time is fucking over. No smiling and no laughing allowed. No happy emojis allowed in the chat. I think his shoulder has to be a little bit lower. I think I have to bring his shoulders down like all together to match, to just get the proportions correct. Yeah, I'm gonna clean this up later, but just really have to focus on sculpting out the right proportions of this beginning part of the drawing. Okay. Little cleaning up here. You know, it really is like sculpting sometimes. People often compare tattooing to sculpting. Well, I guess only like one guy I met compared tattooing to sculpting. I thought that was kind of cool. Kind of autistic of him to draw such an analogy. Okay. And then this shoulder's like a little bit higher than this one. That's correct. Correct. But this does not flare out as much from there. I don't know if art is something that I'm gonna be consistently streaming, but you know, I got the idea to do it. I like Chris Chan, and you know, we're just gonna try it and see how it goes. If this ends up being something that's fun to stream, fun to watch, then maybe I'll do it every once in a while. But if it's just gonna be tedious or annoying, then this will be a one-off kind of thing. Scratch that. With Toy Story 5, you're gonna draw Woody? Oh, that's cool. I forgot that there's a new Toy Story movie coming out. I don't even know if I watched the fourth one, but I was never really into that series. Although I went to Disneyland recently and it was drawn to my attention that people really fuck with that movie. Like a lot of adult people, which is cool. I guess when did the first one even come out? I just decided to redraw this entire head. That's cute. Well, I wish you the best of luck. So, dude, 1995? Are you serious? It's that old? That's insane. I didn't realize that. Okay, I think I might. This is. I can't make the shape too accurate yet. I'm not gonna do one of those freaking fancy little circles with the lines going through it. I used to do that, but I'm like, at this point, that's just to show off. 1995 is crazy. I didn't realize it was that old. That's so cool. And nuts. I didn't realize how popular this series really was until I went to Disneyland recently and saw everybody rocking the swag from it. It's really cool. Well, that sounds like it's going to be a fun drawing. So how long have you been drawing, Yummy Rocks? You've been an artist your whole life? Yummy Rocks. Great username. You eat rocks? I've never streamed to R and I don't know what this side of Twitch is like. I've only ever done gaming content. This is going to be an experiment. You were 8 months old when it was released. Ah, so you are like 30 this year then? Yeah, no, this is going to be fucked up. It's going to look fucked up for a while, okay? You just have to trust the process. You have to trust the process on this shit. But when we start getting into the details, ooh, it becomes so fun. You've been drawing on and off for a few years? Nice. So it's something you kind of picked up not too long ago then? Oh man, this cold brew is so fire. I'm gonna hit play on this Chris Chan lore right here.
Chris Chan.
I'm probably just gonna talk over it for every once in a while.
Arguably one of the most documented people in history.
I've actually listened to this whole series before, but like,
his antics have been witnessed by millions.
Hey, it's a great series. I
with
recommend
many
it.
always keeping a close eye on him.
Highly.
Waiting to see what he does next.
Okay.
All you do is make me feel sad and depressed.
I just don't like the shape of his head. This is like...
He should love his mother. She misses him.
I know it's gonna be fixed later, but like the cartoonish, simple shape of his head is gonna bother me until I get
We're live on
around
the
to
internet.
it.
What do you want? Hey,
Very
Mom. Hello.
OCD about
I
that.
love the women outside.
He loves the women.
Do not hate. Hate is not so good.
Christian is so funny. For sure and for true. There's so many LOL moments from Christian.
I want everything about my house
Off the internet!
Don't call anybody.
Classic moment.
What are you gonna do about it?
Well, thank you for joining me today.
You're gonna put this entire
I
timeline in
just got the
chaos.
idea to draw Chris Chan last week. I've been thinking a lot about Chris Chan. I'm just gonna like kind of
What made
get
him
his
this
hairline a
way?
little bit better, so I'm less like afraid of it turning out
What is the
fucked.
attraction?
It's been many years since I had a drawing
What
that
keeps
started
us
that I
fascinated?
just stopped doing because I hated it so much.
This is the story
So
of
it's a
Chris
sign that
Chan.
I'm getting better. I think if I just lock in and just accept my fate, then I could finish this and make a good drawing. I don't know why I'm such a tortured artist sometimes, bro. Okay.
Christopher Weston Chandler was born
I have
at
to do the
approximately
background.
5:30 a.m. on February 24th, 1982, in
so I
Charlottesville,
was doing
Virginia,
share.
to parents Bob, age 54, and Barbara, 40. Robert Franklin Chandler Jr. had served in the United States Army Signal Corps
North
from
Carolina.
1946 to 1948
What is
and
it?
was stationed in Korea to help install infrastructure. For his service, he was awarded with a World War II Victory Medal. Afterwards, Bob worked in the engineering field for Western Electric and later General Electric. The family held Bob's life accomplishments very proudly, as he had at least 7 patents to his name, including mechanisms used in the production of Kleenex and molding of plastic water containers. Bob was very world-conscious and was an avid collector of stamps since a very young age. Later in life, he developed a love for music, especially foreign music. He eventually amassed a collection of over 10,000 vinyl records. He had a son and daughter, David and Carol, respectively, from a previous marriage to one Patricia, with whom he divorced in 1980. The relationships with his first family appeared to have been strained, as he could seldom contact his children from around the time that he met his second wife-to-be. Barbara
I
Ann
forgot
Weston
that Christian
Chandler,
has
too, had a previous,
half-siblings.
albeit more complex, relationship history. She first married one Rang Coleman Yates in 1961, with whom she divorced 2 years later, by which time she was pregnant with her first child. Her first son, Joseph Cole Smithy, was born
yeah,
in
he was like a
1963 and was
geriatric,
initially raised by Barbara
pregnancy
and her
type
new
of
partner,
situation, I
Jack
think.
Dale Smithy, who was presented at
Yeah,
the
his
time
mom
as the
was,
boy's
like,
biological
50
father,
or something
though
when
in
she
later
got
life,
pregnant with him,
Cole had
or-
his doubts, believing his father was
Or
Barbara's
like in her late
first
40s
husband.
or something. I can't
Barbara
remember.
and Jack's marriage legitimacy remains uncertain. They stayed together until she married Jerry
Okay, I
Harmon
messed
in
up something here.
1968. Harmon,
I
among
messed up
other
something.
things, worked as part of the Mental Health Association in
His
Richmond,
legs are too
Virginia,
wide,
and
but
was
I
a
don't know
professional
where.
magician. He led a traveling magic
is-
act
okay, I think
accompanied
this
by
ends,
his
like,
wife
right here.
Barbara and his stepson Cole, titling themselves King Karnak, Barbie,
Okay.
and Cole, and provided magic entertainment for most of the mental hospitals throughout Virginia, including Western State Hospital in Staunton, Virginia. On one occasion, as Jerry was allegedly out of the house committing adultery, a burglar attempted to enter their home, and so Barbara took Jerry's pistol to fire a warning shot at the steel front door. The bullet allegedly ricocheted and implanted itself into the wall a mere foot from Cole's head. When he was 17, due to apparent abuse at the hands of his mother and stepfather, Cole sought independence and moved to California. Barbara divorced Jerry around the
Man,
same
listening
time
to
in
this shit
1980.
takes me back.
By this point, she had established a career as a
I don't know
secretary
why I
with
love,
Virginia Power.
learning about Chris
She also
Chandler so
developed
much.
a habit of hoarding her belongings, in addition to reported and alleged emotionally abusive
Oh my
qualities.
gosh, we should have
When
body
Bob
cam
met
footage
Barb
night
and
in
soon
the
produced
Discord.
Chris, the two seemingly got a chance to start anew. The new family started their life in a new split-level house owned by Bob in the small town of Ruckersville, Virginia. Chris later claimed
It's kind
that
of
at
annoying
around
to have
2 months
my
of age, he
reference
uttered
like
his
up
first
there,
word,
'cause I usually have
monkey,
it right on the
though
side.
this is acknowledged to have
This
been
is a challenge
impossible.
for me. This is
It was soon seen by his parents that Chris was not quite like most other babies. The first signs of his autism could be witnessed in 1983. Despite his condition being congenital,
this is
he
gonna be
later
fucked
stated
up
that his
looking,
autism
okay?
was brought about by one particularly traumatic
It also
event
looks
when he was
different from there
18
'cause
months
it's at an
old.
angle
A
a little bit.
babysitter, surnamed Roach, or alternatively Roach, would look after baby Christopher whenever his parents would go out in the evenings. On one of these nights, Chris inadvertently infuriated her, and she locked him in a room filled with toys, in the dark, alone. This would prove so traumatic that he refused to speak for the next
The
6
drawings
years.
always start off
In
by
more
looking
recent
fucked
times,
up.
Chris negated this event as the source of his troubles, and upon educating himself further, acknowledged that the advanced age of his parents was a likely factor in him developing autism. Despite living out his childhood as a mute, Chris was anything but quiet. He confessed later on in life that he screeched often and was very troublesome to his parents. In 1985, the Hammer household moved into their neighborhood. The Hammers and the Chandlers struck up a cordial relationship, which led to
Hammers?
Chris forming a bond with the Hammers' daughter, Sarah. Looking back,
I
Chris
actually don't
considered her
remember
to be
this
his closest
part of
childhood
the
friend, and that she greatly helped
lore.
him with his autism. However, from what is known of their relationship, it is also likely that she took advantage of Chris's innocence and trust. and may be seen more as a bully than a
There's
friend.
something at the
For
bottom of my
example,
glass.
based on Chris's own recountings,
Ew,
she
what the
once
frick
told
is
him
that?
that the character Casper the Friendly Ghost was
Nasty.
hiding under her house. Chris then crawled into the hammer's
gotta do
crawl
you
space
right,
to
Christian.
find
I
him,
cannot do you
only to
wrong right
find
now.
spiderwebs,
I have to do you
bugs,
justice.
and dirt instead, where Sarah
I have
allegedly
to
locked him
capture
in.
the raw
After
power
about
of
half
this
an hour,
image.
her dad came to his rescue. On another occasion, she told Chris that if he were to eat the upper thing of a
BRB,
honeysuckle,
thank you
it
for
would
joining
taste
me.
like honey.
Good luck with your
This is a
drawing.
reference to the berries of a honeysuckle, which can be slightly
Hope you have a
harmful
wonderful
if
evening. I
ingested
don't know
in
what time
large
it is where
doses.
you're at, but
Fortunately, their parents
about
told them of the dangers
5:38
of
over
doing
here
so
in LA.
before Christopher could fulfill Sarah's wish. At the age of 5,
So this
Chris began
crack is,
studying
like,
at
right
Green
in the
County
middle of
Primary
that
School together with Sarah.
right here.
In 1987, in a lengthy letter addressed to Chris, dated December 26th, Bob offered his outlook on life and presented some life advice for his son. There are many sides to a mountain and many ways to climb it. If you get stopped, back off, regroup, and try another way. If you are still not successful, maybe it is not meant to
The
be.
Chris Chan lore is
If it is meant to
crazy
be,
nostalgic
having
for
it on
me.
the back burner simmering for a while is not
I
bad.
love this shit.
It will
I
pop
need to
up
get more
again,
into it.
and the way to attain it will be there.
I love
Everything
early
in its
Chris
time.
Chan lore.
Your
'cause
mother
don't
and
really
I
care
have
for
done
the
our
more
best for
modern
you,
stuff,
and
definitely.
in return, we expect at least that from you, for yourself and your children. He also expressed wishes for his son to inherit and hold dearly his vast collection of music, movies, stamps, and art prints. He highlighted the significance of attaching
Chris
possessions
Chan, oh my
sentimental
gosh.
value by reminiscing about the straight
Oh.
razor he had inherited from his grandfather, which he carelessly broke while using it as a screwdriver. Bob recalled he still held on to that broken razor for
that
his
I need
entire
to
life because his grandfather wanted him to have it
change
and
this
hoped that
entire
Chris would
thing, in
share his
fact.
sentiment.
I think this
I
needs to
hope
be
that you will not
longer.
carelessly misuse, waste, or destroy the value of the many things I have collected for you. First,
to make this
learn
one
all
a
about
little
them,
longer.
how to
Maybe
use
that'll
them,
fix
and
it.
enjoy them,
Looks like
their
it's supposed to
value,
go
and how you can
little bit
thoughtlessly
past
waste their
his
value,
head.
then enjoy them as I have. For example, my very good stamp collection, or all the recorded popular music on cassette tape, VCR tapes, and records, my books on popular music, movies, entertainers,
Alright, everybody,
musical
get you guys
theater,
pushed out. We're
ship
drawing
models,
today.
my daylilies, gazebo,
It probably is actually
and
fun.
dreams.
Like, whenever I used to have to get a drawing done, I don't do like big pieces anymore these days since I just do like designs on my iPad. Whenever I used to draw for like pieces that took like 30 hours or some shit, I would just listen to stuff like this, or I'd put on like Turkey Tom or YouTube drama shit on the TV. Man, those were the vibes, guys. But now that I think of it, it probably would be fun to find somebody who's drawing something by hand on Twitch and draw at the same time as them. I never thought of doing that. That sounds awesome. But I was going through the art category on Twitch, and there's like probably one traditional artist out of like 1,000 digital artists. Which is what I mainly do now. I just like Photoshop shit. You got a chill channel? Thank you. Appreciate that, bro. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm trying not to make it too crazy around here. But I'm just starting up streaming again, you know. I think I just picked it up again like last month after not streaming for years. Obviously, I never really got any kind of traction on here, but it's been really fun the past 2 months. Usually stream like Fallout New Vegas once a week, and then just like some random ass other games. Okay, this is like more promising. This is more promising. I can't stress it enough. My drawings always look fucked up at the beginning. Like, you will not expect how it starts coming together after a while. So I work as a tattoo artist full time. If any of my followers are lurking or listening, you guys are aware of that. But anybody new, welcome. Thank you for joining me. This is my return to drawing, because doing tattooing full time really takes away my time to just draw pieces for fun, because I usually just will make designs for tattoos as they come, you know? I don't know. There's a lot of prep work that comes with tattooing, as you can imagine. So I have not drawn like this in a while, sadly. But it's good to be back. It's a little disorienting because I'm so used to like drawing on freaking skin now that I forget the techniques I used to use. I had to like retrain myself how to use a tattoo machine instead of using the pen and pencil techniques I'm so used to for a long time. I don't know if that makes sense. You're trusting the process? Thank you. Appreciate that, bro. I knew you would. I knew you would. You of all people, Manuel. That's my day one right there. You, sir, have just earned mod status. I'm thinking of maybe making the Sonichu medallion a little bit bigger intentionally. Because this is definitely bigger than it actually is in the drawing, I think. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's make it true to life. I can't be doing this shit. I can't be changing the reference all willy-nilly. I have to keep this shit true to life. So, it looks like the bottom of the Sonichu medallion goes to about right here. So it's like significantly smaller than I had it already. Hashtag promoted. Aww. You gonna draw all the Toy Story characters? That's cute. There's some very wholesome characters in that series. What a cute theme. So, Yummy Rocks. What kind of style are your drawings? Do you also do like very detailed or realistic drawings? Or do you have your own style? Illustrative style or some shit. Yup. Okay, let me see if I have my BRB thing on here. Hold on a sec. I gotta change something to OBS real quick before we continue. Oh, there it is. I got my big BRB. Because Mama's gotta go to the bathroom, so. You like detailed drawings? Me too. That's my favorite shit. I get real Asperger's mode off the details, you know what I'm saying? I just have to go pee real fast. I'll be right back, guys. 1 sec, please. Keys. Okay. God forgive me. Lord in heaven, please forgive me. We had one extra freaking Coors Light in the fridge, and like that thing was calling to me, bro. I'm downing the cold brew. Actually, you know what? There was something nasty in the bottom of the glass. You're following a video on how to draw him? Nice! I used to love doing tutorials, drawing tutorials. That's so cute. Oh, when I was younger, I would like obsessively watch drawing tutorials. Hi. Yes. I would watch tutorials on how to draw dragons when I was a kid. And like how to draw anime girls. And I would just copy those like step by step. When I was like around 10 maybe. I used to love drawing dragons. It's such like a funny thing to become fixated on, but they're badass. Cheers. Manuel, we gotta play Phasmophobia again. Bruh. That'd be so fun. That was a fun stream. I think maybe on Saturday we should do that if you're free. If not, I can do it another day. But that'd be so fun. I've been dying to play it again. And my little brother's so funny. I don't know if he's in the chat anymore, but... Yup. I want to go to my favorite bar tonight. Fuck it. It's Thursday. Hope everybody's having an awesome day. Good vibes all around today, guys. Nothing but vibes. I know this is not a very flattering angle. I'm gonna figure out something better. We only got ghetto options right now. Alright, thank you so much for joining me, Yummy Rods. I appreciate the follow, and I wish you the best of luck with your drawing. I hope you have fun. Drawing tutorials are fun. I should actually low-key do some shit like that, like watch some tutorials, expand your mind. Freaking, I did a makeup tutorial the other day. It went terribly. I don't have any makeup experience really. But I'd like to become a legend. Oh, I see what I did wrong. So, on the reference, this arm, this elbow and this elbow, they're like about, this one's a little bit lower, but not that much lower. I think this leg is fucked up in some ways, but it's hard to put my finger on it. I might need to just freaking take a step back with this leg right here. I think this one's gonna go a little bit further down like this. Yeah, it is kind of looking like I need to make it go down like this. Hopefully this little armrest thing I drew still works, even though I just moved everything around. It's okay, you know. I just gotta get over the dread of redoing shit over and over again. I don't know, I'm such a weenie about that. Okay, and then this little tapered part of this sweater can kind of go down a little bit more. Yeah, I just have to like reshape everything as I go, damn it. I'm so impatient with this process, I feel. This is like the armpit, and a little closer to the shoulder. It's gonna be a little bit longer. Is this correct? Yeah, I mean, this is fine. Yes, confirm. I think this shoulder can maybe come down a tiny bit more than it is. This can't be happening! I think I can probably talk while I'm listening to this a little bit.
In 1989, during a weekly trip to the toy store with his mother, Chris picked up a GoBot transforming toy up on display and slowly started to read out the text on the package, ending his 6 years of silence. In addition to taking regular classes at the primary school, he now also received language training at James Madison University, where he developed a friendship with one Joshua Martinez, who as a child had an apparently unintelligible Spanish accent. In addition, Christopher would watch TV for long hours, developing his reading skills by watching programs with closed captions turned on whenever possible. Through watching television, the boy happens to develop an eclectic taste for TV shows and curious knowledge of pop culture references outside of his generation, melding contemporary media such as the cartoon series My Little Pony with the likes of the 1950s sitcom I Love Lucy and other older programs that were being enjoyed by his parents. It was possibly during this time that Chris watched the 1986 animated film The Adventures of the American Rabbit, which seemingly had a profound impact on his worldview, American patriotism, and later forays into storytelling. Do you even know what you're gonna do
with all that money?
It was also at around this time that Christopher joined the Wolf Cub Scouts, likely pack number 174, located in Standardsville, Virginia, as part of the Scouts program, which taught children practical, mostly outdoor skills, while community and character building, likely inspired by
Dang,
Bob's
I don't
own
think I've
experience
ever
as a Boy
bet on
Scout
sports
who had
before. That
reached
sounds
the
fun,
highest
though.
rank of Eagle
You're
Scout.
probably gonna be
Chris
sitting
was
at the edge
allegedly
of your
kicked out of
seat
the
watching that
Scouts
game.
after a short time, confessing it may have been due to his
Best of luck to
autism
you. I'm
and
sure you're
bursts
gonna
of
win.
anger. He claimed that his
your
parents had
bet.
tried to sue the Boy Scouts of America for the expulsion, but no legal action ultimately took place.
Oh, this is
In
such a
July
crazy
of that
one,
year,
but-
Barbara and Chris flew to San
how we
Francisco,
do it.
California
This is
to
how we
visit
do
Cole for his
it.
26th birthday.
Putting a lot
This
of
was the
trust in their
first and only
attacks.
recorded time the Chandlers visited Cole.
Betting
Also in
sounds
1989,
fun.
Bob and Chris converted
I
their
need to become
backyard
addicted
shed
to
into a
gambling.
workshop,
That's next for
christening
me.
it the Dreaming Studio. Bob had hoped that he and his son would build things
That's my
together
next
there,
move.
extending to his progeny his fondness for engineering. He even commemorated the space with a plaque, which read, Dreaming
Okay, this is
Studio
looking better.
of
I like
Mr.
the shape
C
of this
and
arm
Little
better.
C,
This
where dreams
side
do
is looking
come
better,
true.
yes.
1989.
That's accurate right here. I'm gonna go
However,
off of this.
when
This is
asked
true.
about it later,
For
Chris
sure
could
and
not
for
recall
true.
what, if anything, had been built there.
I love Chris
It was soon instead mostly used by Barbara for storage. For Christmas of that year, he got a Nintendo Game Boy portable game console. This was also the year that the family got Patty Chandler, a
Your
Beagle
first time
Spitz mix,
gambling was
which
when
they
you were
picked up
10?
as a pup from their
Stardom
aunt
young.
Karina. Chris grew very
Whoever
attached to
helped
the
you gamble,
dog,
like, it was
displaying
your
a
parents or
fondness and
something?
arguably a love rarely
They were
shown
real
for
for that.
anything
Or
or
if you
anyone
just
else
did it on
in
your
his
own
life.
accord, you were born to gamble.
In 1990, Bob
Take it as a
co-hosted a
sign.
jazz marathon on WTJU radio in
Oh, you lived
Charlottesville,
in Mexico
Virginia.
back then.
During the program, he
got a
displayed his
profit.
keen
You were
knowledge
hooked
of
ever
1920s and 30s jazz music.
You were
Okay,
born
now
to
we go
win,
on
my
to
friend.
performance number 2, which is Tight Like That. This is November the 9th, 1928,
Oh my
with
God.
Chicago personnel,
Chris
Tampa
Chan's
Red
dad.
Hokum Jug Band. It's a
Something
great group of
weird
Chicago
about hearing
musicians
him talk.
featuring kazoo, guitar, and jug by Hudson Whitaker. Tampa Red's guitar, Thomas
my
A. Dorsey
God.
is on the piano
I
and
love Chris
washboard.
Channing, so funny.
Frankie Half-Pint Jackson
zany.
vocals interact to make this a great session. Listen for some
Alright, this
very
shape
good
is coming
kazoo
around
and jugs,
accurately over here.
and notice how Half-Pint Jackson laughs like scat singing. Very unusual.
1990
It's gonna be a
also
little more
marked the
steep,
last
I
year
believe.
of Chris's stay at Greene County Primary School. At around this time, he met
love this
Tiffany
picture, it's
Robinson,
so funny.
one of his earliest female friends.
I'm gonna
He
do a
recalled that she
drawing
was
of,
his first
Voice
crush
Critical
and that they
after
would
this
hang
and
out
listen
together
to
a
some of
lot.
his videos.
However, after some time, she left Chris in favor
Hermione
of
is
some
from
other
Mexico
boy.
City, yes.
For his 4th grade studies,
Yes,
he transferred
indeed.
to Nathaniel Green Elementary School. It was here where he
Oh,
allegedly had very
he's probably
distressing
gonna lose his
experiences.
shit tonight.
He
We're definitely
asserted
gonna
that
go
the
to the
staff at the
bar
school did not know how to handle
to watch
autistic
Mexico
children
play. That's
and
gonna be
treated
so
him
fun.
cruelly. Chris
What time were
contended
they
that
playing?
5 members of staff abused
If you
him
know.
by pinning him
Hopefully
down
it's
to the
not
ground,
soon.
holding his wrists and
Oh, it's
ankles,
555!
and audio taping his
English.
cries. Furthermore, he claimed that the principal forced him to
Okay.
sit on his lap and said offensive things to
playing
him.
right
but
now?
little Christopher resisted, and the
Shit.
advances never went further than that.
Well,
Chris also
if they
claimed
win-
that the
I mean,
principal was
when
gay,
they win,
which contributed to his homophobic
eh,
outlook in
when
adult
they
life.
win,
He recalled,
there's gonna
I was
be
abused by
parties
one, a
everywhere,
homosexual
I'm
principal
sure.
at
It's
my
gonna be fun
elementary
going out
school,
afterwards anyway.
slapped me on his lap, said some offensive things to me, and I felt uncomfortable.
Alright!
Even though Chris's accounts of the events could not be verified, it is also not unlikely that an event like this could have taken place. Though Chris never specified the reasoning behind their attacks, nor did he state whether him being restrained and being assaulted by the principal were separate or related events. It is possible that he
I
may have
have
been
to change
restrained
this a
and
little
verbally
bit.
abused as a
This arm
form
has
of
been a problem for
disciplinary
me.
action, and even placed in a
This
screen
arm
room,
can
which
go
was
a
a
little
fairly
lower,
common school
TBH.
installation for dealing with
Well, no,
autistic
actually, I wanna leave
children
it as
up until the
is. Okay.
mid-1990s. Whatever event
Here
transpired,
to
it
here.
forced Chris's parents to take him away from Nathaniel
Forward.
Green Elementary School. To further things, they took the case to Greene County Court. After the school board threatened to take Chris out of mainstream education and instate him into a special
you
needs
guys are
school,
gonna
the
make a
Chandlers
trip to
dropped
Mexico
the case.
City? That's so
Chris later
fun.
recounted, Back in my Greene
Sorry.
County days, the principal of Nathaniel
Oh.
Green Elementary School was a homo, and when I was sent to his office, he picked me up, set me on his lap.
Chris has
Then
the
I would
most
always get off
unhinged
his lap,
shit. So
because I
funny.
always hated that. I felt bad vibes back then. Fortunately, it has never gone beyond that, and my father caught his intentions on that, and the court battle started. He likely exaggerates, but my
I love
father
the way
knew
that
that there was a
Chris
bunch of
Channing
homos
yells, so
within that
funny.
school board,
Homo!
and that was why
Oh
they
my
hated me and my
goodness.
family, in addition to those people
No,
not
like-
understanding autism.
The way he says
Anyway,
it.
from those past memories, That is why I
things
have
that
grown up to
Christian
rarely
says is so
associate
funny.
with men, and why I despise
getting
the
the-
homos the worst. Bob moved with Chris to
Um,
Chesterfield County to
you're getting
retain
the itch to
custody
take a
and
vacation
homeschooled
in
the boy for the
Mexico?
remainder of the
Oh,
school year,
that's so
while Barbara
cool.
continued to live in their house in Ruckersville, taking care of Patty the dog. His parents feared the mistreatment
gosh, that
Christopher might have
sounds so
received in the special
fun.
school, and were determined to keep him in mainstream education, instilling in him
Ooh, I
the
wanna go to
ideal
the
that his
beaches
autism
in
made him
Mexico.
special,
I
but
need a
which did
beach
not prevent
vacation
him from living
ASAP.
among everyone else.
ASAP Rocky.
It was around this tumultuous time that young Christopher had an uplifting experience that would change his life. During a shopping trip in the Regency Square shopping mall in Richmond, Virginia,
I lowered
most
his
likely in December
shoulder a little bit
1992, but in other accounts he stated it was
Gotta be
1989, he
very
came across
specific with
the
this
Leonard
shit.
Bernstein
Cancun
Symphony Orchestra,
beaches,
a show
oh.
comprised of an
I wonder
animatronic
how much it
orchestra
is
of
in total
characters
to take
that
a
is
trip
held
to one of
around
those
Christmas
beaches.
time. The conductor, Leonard Bernstein, was made to be fully interactive with his
Is
audience
it like
with the
kind
help of a human
reasonably
controller
priced? 'Cause
behind the
everybody says
scenes.
things in Mexico are
On this
cheaper,
day,
but, like,
the turnout for the show was
how
weak,
about,
so Chris
like
got
the
extra
touristy
attention
areas?
from
Is
the
it cheaper
bear.
there too?
During their conversation, Leonard asked him his name, and the person controlling the animatronic misheard it, calling him back Christian. The boy took this as a profound sign and felt that he should
So
be called
funny.
Christian.
Oops. There goes that little damn.
In 1993, Christian enrolled in Providence Middle School in Richmond. He looked back fondly over his time here, giving special credit to his teacher, Virginia Sanford. She was the most influential teacher in my life. During my years at Providence Middle School,
Not too sure
she
about
taught me better
pricing?
social skills, how to better cope with other people,
I would love
bullies,
to have
and
a
life.
vacation.
With a positive and fun
Usually when I
tomboyish
travel,
attitude,
it's always
she was a
involves, like,
teacher
at least
any
a little
child
bit of
would be most
tattooing.
proud to look up to and be taught by.
Which
She
is
also
so
forged a
cool.
friendship
I love
with one
being able to
Natasha
do that.
Turner, a girl a
It'd also
few
be
years
cool
older
to
than
just be
him,
able to
whose
take a
family
trip
were
where I don't
neighbors with
have
Bob
to
and Chris
do
in their new
anything.
Chesterfield
Just
County
be a fucking
apartment,
bum.
and so would often hang out together at the bus stop,
thinking.
coming
That's
to
what I'm
and
thinking.
from school. He initially had a crush on her, but lost romantic
Yeah, you
interest
saw
when
him
he
try to go
first
to
saw her
Stockholm?
smoking. He would also sometimes give her money on
Yeah.
behalf of his
There's an
father for
artist
her
who was like, "You
quote-unquote
gotta come!"
friendship and attention.
Invited me to the
Chris would
studio.
later realize that
Like, you know
Natasha
what?
was, in a sense,
Hell
a
yeah.
friend with benefits,
I
as in
definitely
she
wanna
would stay
go.
with him and be friendly and watchful in exchange for a monetary reward from Bob. Bob knew that his son had little hope in forming true friendships otherwise.
Yes, I do
The
want to
Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, the
I don't know if it's
Colours
gonna happen
TV show
this year. It's
is on
been
the air.
so
In the fall of
wild.
1993,
Amazing.
Sega, the video
like,
game
very
developer,
unpredictable, you know,
held a
nothing's
watch
for
and win
sure.
sweepstakes contest
As far as
in
my travel
conjunction
plans
with
go.
their Adventures of Sonic
wanna
the
go to
Hedgehog
Scandinavia?
cartoon, starring the Blue Hedgehog
Ah.
character from their popular video
I don't
game
really
series.
know too much
100
about it,
lucky
but I
winners
just
would get a
feel
$1,000
like
shopping
cool stuff
spree
comes out
at
of there.
KB Toys Toy
Minecraft
Store,
came from there.
and one of them was Chris.
Lady and
Christian
Dragon
is one of
Gang
only about
came from
100
there.
winners
Like,
nationally to
something
receive
good's gotta be going on,
$1,000
right?
worth of Sega games and equipment. For his parents, it's just another example of how well he's doing. Christian is a high-functioning autistic child. This past fall, on his own initiative, he entered a contest based on a favorite cartoon character.
I had to do was exactly what Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon, and I'd listen to what Sonic says at the end of it, and write it down for a
That's
whole
young
week,
Christian's
and then I had to
voice.
mail it
He's
in, and
so
I had to
funny.
be drawn out of a hat, and I just won.
And Christian's father says it only takes a few hours for him to master an electronic game and then move on to another. I can't master any of them. That's it for now, and it's just...
On December 29th, 1993, the Richmond Times-Dispatch published an article
I remember
about
this shit
Christian's
was
magical
sucked up at
encounter
first, but-
with Leonard Bernstein, titled, "It Took a Talking Bear to Give the Name a Young Boy Loves." The boy's father recounts the events of the day. Since this was early in the Christmas season on a Thursday afternoon, the crowd was light. The conversation between Leonard and Christopher lasted about an hour. Christopher
No
was spellbound.
way.
Something unusual happened during that conversation. When Leonard Bernstein,
That's
in a decidedly
badass.
British accent, asked Christopher his name, the bear must have misunderstood what the boy replied. Leonard started calling our son Christian. What better name for the Christmas season? And the name stuck like glue. Bob also offered up some insight into the family situation. Christopher is a high-functioning
awesome.
autistic child. While intellectually his age level is 12 or 13, socially he is around age 7 or 8. He has some behavior problems
I
with his
used to
peers
use it.
and relates better with children a few years younger than him. The Greene County school system was not equipped to teach an
I'm just,
autistic
like,
child,
half-assed
Mr.
doing it
Chandler
now.
said. The Chesterfield County school
okay.
system has accepted him with open
We'll figure it out
arms.
once I get down to more.
The article also
details,
mentions
it'll
that
be
Bob
okay.
had originally wanted to name his son Christian, but had quote-unquote chickened out. It is unclear what scared him off from naming his child Christian. In any case, the following year, the boy had his name legally changed to Christian Weston
Cyberclock.
Chandler.
Dude, that's a badass
In the spring of
emoji
1996,
if you use, bro.
Barbara retired from her secretarial position at Virginia Power, while Bob and Christian moved to a 3-bedroom condominium in
You're
the Newbury
sick?
Town community in Chesterfield.
Bro, get
In
out
that
of this
spring,
chat.
Chris graduated
Healthy
from
people
Providence
only.
Middle School. As a parting gift, Mrs. Sanford wrote a personal and prophetic letter to
The
Chris.
final thing is gonna come out
Well,
as Chris
it's been 3
Chad?
years now at Providence, and it's all over.
Wait, what
Where
do you
has
mean,
the time
bro?
gone to? The most important
Elaborate.
parting words I can leave you with, well, are to always
you had
remember
the
this.
flu and you're on a
You show people
Z-pack,
where your
but
weak
you're
points
still
are located.
nauseous? That
Then
sucks.
they will know how to push your button. If you never
nothing
show them,
worse than
they
being
will never
sick.
know. I hope
just
you have an
waiting for that
enjoyable
shit to go
summer
away.
and
It's
come
so
back to
annoying.
visit. Do your
Sorry you're
very
dealing
best
with
at
that, but I
Manchester.
hope you start
Put your
feeling
best
better
foot
soon.
forward and treat others as you wish to be treated. Love, Mrs. Sanford. The Manchester in
When I
question happened to be
finish the
Manchester High
drawing,
School of Midlothian,
come out
Virginia,
as
where,
Chris Chad?
according to Christian, he
I don't
spent
get
the
it.
happiest years of his life. In Manchester, Chris had a sizable group of female friends, which he dubbed gal pals. Among the first that he met was Molly Quarles, a cheerleader. He later fondly remembered them being paired up during a matchup event for Valentine's Day. Laura Beth Dorazio was another cheerleader Chris met and fell for,
I know
but
this
after he
looks
confessed that
ridiculous
he had
right
a
now,
crush on her,
guys.
she told him that she would like them to
Hashtag
remain
trust.
just as friends. Chris seemed to develop a special endearing fondness
I
for
always
gal
feel
pal
like I want to
Tiffany
finish
Gowan,
the face
who he
first, 'cause that's what
described
really
as a
makes
bit of
the
a
whole
tomboy
drawing.
and a peppermint patty
But I
type
have
to
to
his
resist
Charlie
the
Brown,
urge. I have to
referencing the
resist the
Peanuts
urge,
comic
we
strip
have
and
to.
cartoon characters. Kelly Andes, though,
Oh,
was
no!
his biggest crush.
Your drawing
Christian
doesn't
later
look
said that they
anything
were
like
high
the
school
video so
sweethearts,
far.
even though they were
It's
never
okay,
in an
you know what?
actual relationship together.
Sometimes with those videos,
Sarah Bevel was in the same camp.
you have to start over. Like, you have to start over and try it again. If they have like a totally different process than what you're used to, it's gonna suck and take forever to like actually get their techniques down. But if you force yourself to, like, kind of force yourself to take their way of doing it, you might learn something and step out of your comfort zone and like learn a new process that you can add to your own. But sometimes it's just a shitty tutorial. It could just be straight up a shitty tutorial. As long as you have fun. Exactly. Life advice. Yeah, honestly. Like, my process for drawing is definitely not correct in a lot of ways. Same with tattooing, the way that I do shit. But if you find what works for you and you keep trying to optimize, like, the way that other people do it is not always gonna work, you know? You can take little bits and pieces from other people's knowledge, but you can't always just repeat their processes. I'm jealous of people who can, because people are such, like, good learners, they can just replicate others' steps, but I definitely feel like I always have to do things my own way for some reason. It just doesn't work unless I do it my way. Might just be part of being a stubborn person. Yeah, I like how this little... I love the planes of his chubby, round face. You hear a cat collar jingle? Yep, we got a kitty over here. I'll give you one free cat reveal. Hello. Hi, Crazy. How are you, tiny boy? Aw, he's so tiny. This is Oreo. Yes, they're very playful, and I have them trapped in this room right now. Oh, they always go straight to this eraser. I know it probably stinks. Oreo, so cute. He's a good kitty. Oh, now he's chewing on the pencil. Yes, that emoji is him. He dances like that sometimes too. What do you think, kitty? You want to attack everything in the world? Oh, you're tiny. He's so cute. You're ridiculous, kitty. Holy cow. He's so crazy. He's so crazy. He's so chill, too. This cat is not afraid of anything, which is so cool. Like, ever since we adopted him, he's been very brave, which is a rare trait in cats, I feel like. Hey! I feel like he's gonna poison himself with whatever disgusting chemicals are on this nasty eraser. Kitty, how are you? Let's get some audio on this cat stomach right here. Can you hear that? It looks like it's slightly audible. You're so cute, kitty. Get the microphone right in front of him. Meow. We're having a whole segment for this guy. He has a brother. He has a brother somewhere. Okay, you stay here. Stay here. I feel like he knows he's on camera. Oh, you know what? I'll let his brother sleep. He's over there doing his own thing. What? Whoa. You're psycho, kitty. Oh, he's your kitty pie. Well, I'm gonna have to put him down now so he can focus back on the objective of the stream. Look at him, though. He's the chillest kitty in the world. Because he's okay to just be thrown around. He's just always relaxed. Meow. He's a good boy. Okay, thank you, kitty. Thank you, sweetheart. Alright, back to the grind. Monster Cat IRL. That is him. Let me kind of readjust the setup here, make sure everything's straight. Okay. I have to refocus on fixing the background of this drawing.
Street class, along with
Okay.
Kelly and Chris. Sarah had a boyfriend at the time, and Chris watched them interact, hoping to experience that kind of relationship one day. Writing, "It was fun to just watch them flirt with each other. I could have learned from that, but my autism and normal social phobias held me back then." Miranda Mitchell
love
was said to be the
Christian,
big
he's so
brain
funny.
in his circle of friends, with whom he shared computer graphics class. His group of gal pals were possibly not genuinely
kinda
interested
sad,
in a
too,
friendship
that
with
Chris
Chris,
Chan
but
couldn't
rather
live a
stayed
normal
with him
life.
out of
I'm pretty
pity
sure it's
and
because
as protection.
his
A later
parents, like,
comment
no one
made
was
by
there to
Chris
help him, really.
suggests that the group had made an arrangement with Bob and or the principal of the high
'Cause
school
I feel
for
like
the
when he
female
was in-
students to keep a watchful eye on him
Aww.
in exchange for some reward,
You hope your
academic
kitty's as
or
chill as
otherwise.
Oreo. I'm sure your kitty will be the best kitty in the
When
world.
riding on the school bus,
There's no
he
way
used to
it
sit
won't be,
right
you
in
know?
front of the bus
Just-
door,
I'm just
so he could
picturing
always get off
you
the
having
fastest.
a kitty. It's gonna be
However,
so awesome.
during his freshman year, he got into an altercation with a black boy who supposedly wanted to be off the bus first.
Oreo
He
is a
punched
good boy.
Christian in the
He's
face,
so cute.
knocking his glasses off. In order to resolve the issue, Chris was forced to take the special ed bus to
He's
school
pretty smart,
from then on,
too.
which deeply affected
His
him.
brother is not smart.
He always felt very uncomfortable associating with others
But
whom
he's
he
great.
called slow in the minds. Chris later recalled,
Slow in the mind.
"I ended up with this really worse off, mentally challenged person who could hardly ever speak other than That boy bopped me on the back of the head for his own laughs. The special ed teacher who rode on the bus
Ew,
talked with his
Christian.
brother about it, and he kept
I was
him
gonna
from
say, I
bopping
think
me.
Chris Chan
But
could
having
have
to
lived
put
a
up with his
more
nonsensical
normal
slur
life
talk was
if-
still just as
Because
cringy
he was like
and
not
horrifying.
that bad. He's
Ugh.
very autistic in high school and community college, but
On November 13th, 1996,
If he got the
Christian
proper
claimed that he
help
was
or
standing
some
in
kind
the
of
middle of the
freaking
school
social
hallway
services-
next to the basketball court,
I don't know.
daydreaming about Sonic
home
the
life was
Hedgehog.
better and he didn't live
was
with a
then
freaking
allegedly
hoarder.
hit in the head by a stray basketball,
Probably would've
which
been
inspired
okay.
him to create
Not,
the
like-
character Bionic the Hedgehog, conceived as Sonic's basketball-playing
so
brother.
psychotic.
He proceeded to depict Bionic
Oh,
symbolically
is there a kitty
defeating
meowing at me?
autism.
Hello.
Concerning schoolwork, there was a
Kitty.
wealth of information that had been attained long after Chris had completed his studies. Looking back
He has a
over his
really
years
cute
at
meow.
Manchester High School, he maintained that he held an honor roll streak, meaning he consistently acquired high grades throughout his time there. though uncovered school reports and assignments
Oh, I
helped
think
to
this has to
refute
be
his
higher.
claims, as he had regularly failed to turn in
Kitty, that
assignments
is not a
and
toy.
received mediocre scores.
Crazy
He
boy.
further protested
to sit
that
on
he
top of the
received
computer.
mainstream education, though his found schoolwork indicated he was often given
wanna sit
simplified
here?
projects designed for special needs students.
Ooh,
Over the
you're
course
so
of 4
funny,
semesters,
Kitty.
he studied
I'm
Spanish,
sorry, you can't
about
sit on my
which he
drawing
felt
right now,
very
crazy
impassioned.
boy.
For class assignments, he adopted a Spanish
Meow.
name, Ricardo, a common practice for students in
Ricardo.
order to better get into character and culture of the language.
Christian's Spanish
However,
name.
Christian often used Ricardo in
Okay,
class
you just have to
assignments
stay here,
outside
or
of
else I have to
Spanish,
kick you
and
out,
even
okay?
considered it as part of his
Okay,
real
Tiny?
name. For one of his assignments, he had to
I know
conduct
he's
an
gonna wanna get
interview
on
with
the
his
drawing.
parents, offering some more information about their life experiences.
see.
For the question, "Why did you choose to have children?" they answered, "It's nice to have kids."
It's nice
Or,
to have
"What
kids,
adjustments
they
did you
said.
have to make after your first child arrived?" They answered, "Laughter from 4 kids and 3 situations," likely referring to their troubled past marriages and estranged children.
Oh, seeing me do a
Interestingly,
baby
when
voice
asked about
is
what had been the
jarring.
hardest part about parenting, the answer was
I know, I was just
dealing
thinking
with
about
the
that
school
earlier
system.
today too.
In another
I do like
assignment
a code
concerning
switch
families, Chris inserted mathematical
from, like, the
equations
bro
into his
voice and a
definitions,
normal voice.
likely utilizing knowledge
That's funny.
recently attained from math class. For example, he defined a nuclear family as
Oh.
a mother, father,
Hey, that is
and
not for
X
you.
is more than or equal to one child sharing the same
I think he
household.
wants to help.
He also
This
described
stream is not
adoption
gonna get
as
done with this
a
guy
right to
around.
raise a child who is biologically
Aw,
their own.
crazy kitty.
Another time, Christian took part in a parenting exercise in which he wore an empathy belly to simulate the feeling of being a
Yes.
pregnant woman. He wrote a
Imagine
report
Chris
describing
Chan
his experience.
wearing an empathy
Having
belly.
a belly like a pregnant woman was really an awkward experience.
I love that
When I
idea.
tried to get my pencil bag
Kitty,
out of my
you're
backpack,
in the
the belly
way,
held me back
chubby
by
kitty.
putting pressure on my left leg. Luckily, my arms were long, but if they
He
were
is a
any
little bit
shorter,
chubby.
I would have had a real problem to
Even though
reach
he's,
the
he's
pencil
only
bag.
2 months old.
While I was sitting in my chair,
possible
the
to
belly
be a
made it
chubby kitten.
uncomfortable for me to cross my legs, and while my legs
So
were
funny.
separated, it put pressure on my
Meow.
private part, which
Okay.
gave me a strange, weird feeling. So, it was quite an experience while I had a belly like a
Podcast
pregnant
rocks.
woman. Chris got full marks for his report. One time, he wrote an essay about Japan's involvement in
focus.
World War II. For the report, he wrote his name as Ricardo
Okay.
W. Chandler, with Christian placed in parentheses, and wrote English
This
in
is
Spanish.
correct. The
teacher
elbow is a
justly
little bit
corrected
higher
this.
now.
According to Chris, the war was a very tragic event with guns,
Yeah, I think this is
insults,
okay.
and
This works. This
yuck.
works.
He
Yeah.
continues. The Japanese and Americans had Dean glowering at each other like boxers from opposite corners of a 5,000-mile
kitty
ring,
meowing down
waiting
there.
for their bout to begin. So,
Yay.
the US and Japan really wanted
Do you
to get
hear
it
him?
on. He also wrote of US President Woodrow Wilson's involvement at the end of the war, even though his term had ended 20 years before Japan got involved in
Aw,
World War
he's
II.
so cute.
On
I'm
assessing
sorry,
Chris's
kitty.
essay, the teacher commented, "Restate thesis." There is also a page titled Warm Fuzzies for Christian W. Chandler, which most
what was
likely
I?
was a class activity in which the students wrote nice things
He
for each
can't
other
get enough
in
of the
order to promote
spotlight. He
acceptance.
loves being
The
on the
messages
camera.
left for Chris were generally
So
generic
cute.
and bland, such as,
I'm sorry,
"I like your
kitty. I wish I
clothes.
could have you up
Is
here
a very
somehow.
funny and nice
I just
person.
won't be able to focus.
Okay, funny. You are a
No,
nice person.
he's crying.
Nice watch. You tell great jokes. And you tell fun jokes." Finally, Christian composed his 13 lucky writing tips, an assignment for English
You're
class,
cute.
in which he switched
You
4
can jump
tips
up here
in
if
to
you
what
want
most
to.
closely resembles Spanish. Use standard written
Aw,
English.
tiny.
Do not use contractions in formal writing. You must have a
There's
thesis
a guest
statement
staying
in
with
each
me right
essay.
now.
The thesis
friend from
statement es
Sacramento,
el
somebody-
finale estan
another
de
tattoo artist.
introductory paragrafe.
So hopefully she
Tu
gets home
escribes
soon so
el
she can
literatore.
entertain.
El thesis incluye el llama de
Oh
author y llama de
no,
work.
my light just
Los
went out.
paragraphs soporte
Oh, it's
y
right
relate
here.
que el
I just
thesis.
peeked in when I stood up.
Los
Yeah.
paragraphs tienes el topic estancias hablan el
What?
unifying
This one?
concepto de el
God damn it.
paragraph. Los details
That's gonna be so
soporte y
annoying.
relate a el topic estance de paragraph. Necesitas los adecuate soporte details. Escribe el literatore en presente tense.
Oh, there goes my
Necesitas tres muchacho mirar de pointe. Necesitas creas muy bien tu escribes cree sense y es muy logical. Cheques tu escribir muy carefully. From his school report, it can be seen that he
overhead
failed
lighting on.
all but 2 of his 14 assignments. earning a D+
Yeah,
for
that
the
does
year.
not look very good.
Among his other activities, he
Damn,
served as
okay,
a
I'll probably
water
just
boy
let
for the
this
school basketball
camera
team,
charge
the
for like
Manchester
30 minutes.
Lancers,
Not camera.
along with Joseph
I'm gonna
Herring,
let that
one
light
of
charge for like
Christian's
30
only
minutes
male
and I'm gonna
friends.
turn it back on.
Chris also declared
This
that he
overhead
was the
lighting is
supposed
awful.
manager for the Lancers as well.
But I don't know, I don't really got another option at this point. It's okay.
On May 14th, 1998, at age 16, Chris wrote a poem entitled
Okay.
Song of Christian for his class, loosely
That was
based on
very
Walt
cool. We're
Whitman's
good.
Song of Myself. He decided to record his creation for posterity in video form the following day. Beyond just reciting the poem, he portrays himself as the enthusiastic host of The Christian Chandler Show.
The Christian Chandler Show.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Christian Chandler Show.
Fuck, I love the old Christian shit.
Where there are lots of laughs and all that neat old stuff. And now here he is, the host with the most, Christian
The
Chandler.
host with the most. It's so funny. The crowd goes wild.
Good evening, friends, and welcome to the Christian Chandler Show. I am your host, Christian Chandler. Anyway, I'm going to do my poem now. So. I hear America
Anyway,
singing as I sing it myself.
I'm gonna do my
and you
poem
experience
now.
as I experience. The problems of yourself are my problems. These are the young singing cries of happiness. The children's song, the song of laughter.
I love his poem.
At age 6
A
weeks,
song
I
of
sang the
laughter.
song of laughter. At 1.5 years of age, the Lord clicked the mute button on me. The rudeness of the teenager song, the despicable mention of rude words, and D-R-U-G-S. I'm not afraid to speak despite the hazardous flukes in America's song. My song that I sing, although I talk well,
I'm
my
doing too
pure
much
relationship
guitar
is
here. I
low
need to
and
stop
my loneliness is
hyper-focusing
off the
on that.
scale. Anyway, that's my poem.
He then explains his inspiration for each line of the poem, and then reflects on his fascination with the Sonic the Hedgehog universe, showcasing
Sonic
a handmade
universe.
hypothetical issue of video
Okay,
game
let me do a
news
little. I gotta do a side note here. I have tattooed the Joestar birthmark from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure twice. You know the star that goes like right here from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? And both of the people I tattooed it on, if you're watching this right now, you guys are awesome. I love you. I hope you come back. But also, they were like very autistic and they both loved the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise. Like deeply. That is such a marker of like high levels of autism. But they were also really smart and very like creative and fun to talk to. I low-key love when my clients are super autistic. I have like the best sessions with them. Oh, you're gonna add color? Nice. Oh, that's so fun. And you use color too. Color's a whole different world of illustration. That's something I'm trying to also improve on myself. This whole drawing is gonna be just black and white, but I do want to learn how to do color better, how to draw with colored pencils, and also tattoo with color, since I do tattoos by trade, they say. Sammy Sonic is a throwback. Sammy Sonic? What do you mean, brother? Wait, I don't get it. Oh, it's so fun. That's great. You already finished the whole part of your sketchbook. It takes me forever to get through a sketchbook. To do just one drawing, it takes me so long. Sammy Sonic? I haven't heard of that person. Well, you know, I guess when you finish the black and white portion of the drawing, then you can decide if it's gonna need the color or not. Eyes don't have to be very big. Love this picture. It's kind of scary, honestly. It's kind of a haunting picture. And it's very funny, but it's also very, I don't know. It's weird. Oh, this kitty's going crazy down there. It's my art. I can do whatever I want. True that. Follow your heart. A kid who would make videos talking about Sonic and would be raging? That sounds dope. I can't believe I haven't heard of that before. That sounds right up my alley. Sonic fans.
Strategy
I loved
magazine
Sonic when I was a
Nintendo
kid.
Power, which pertained to the video game producing company Nintendo. Christian's cover envisions Sonic, originally made by rivaling company Sega, traveling to the Nintendo brand.
Here it is, my homemade Nintendo Power magazine. Actually, that's just a cover. I'm working on it on the insides, like a regular Nintendo Power magazine. When I'm done, it should have 108 pages including the front cover and the back cover. Anyway, you
The
know,
person
I had
who
this,
I did
dream a long
the
time ago about Sonic on Game
the
Boy.
JoJo tattoo
So
on
that's why I based my
recently
magazine
has
on cookie
somebody
cutter
who's
cover
mutuals
Sega
with
to
Chris
Nintendo.
Chan.
So I started
A
off by
friend
making
who
my own Nintendo
knows Chris
64
Chan on a
game,
personal
Sonic
level.
64.
I'm so
Isn't that cool
jealous.
picture of what?
He then brings up Bionic the Hedgehog, Sonic's brother,
Oh, your
who was a
hand started
basketball
hurting
player
after
and
drawing?
mechanic.
And Bionic.
Oh my gosh, that
Well,
just started
you heard
happening to me
rumors about
yesterday.
Bionic. He's
No, I
that
guess 2
fine
days ago.
brother I made myself,
Or
who's
was it
that
3
very
days
good
ago?
basketball player and mechanic.
2
I
or 3
can
days
tell you the
ago,
background story on him.
I started getting
Bionic
crazy,
was
like
Sonic's
tendinitis
older brother.
symptoms in my hand
He's
from
not old.
tattooing.
Anyway, I'm just usually lonely
But
at
I'm
home,
feeling
don't
better
have
now.
a second player to play with.
It wasn't that bad. I just started
I
using
even have a
a
little bird. I'm still hoping
a
for
brace
one.
like right away, and it got better.
I see about God. That's about time I
What do you
sign
do for
off,
work,
but,
Yummy Rocks?
Before I go, I just
I
want
pretty
to
much
say
do
to,
know Chris
the
Chan on a
teacher.
personal level. We're
And
pretty much
up in
friends
English
because
class, you have gotta be
I know him through my
kidding me.
personal network
I
now.
mean an F. I do not even know when was the last time I got an F. I mean, who knows? It could have been back in old Greene County. That stupid place. Yeesh. That Greene County primary. Actually, it was a nice school, but then it came the Fannie Green Elementary. That's why I got the F.
I know this shit looks
Anyway,
crazy. It
the
always
years
looks
go
fucked
by.
up at
And you
first.
came along
Whoa.
and gave
Okay.
me an F. I mean,
I gotta lock in.
a night, and you just lowered it. I'm getting sick and tired of this lower thing. What do you have against the handicapped children anyway? I mean, I know my handicap is autism, and I'm not afraid
Wait.
to admit it. And you, Mrs. Bird, I think that F
This is not
very
right.
disrespectful. I mean, I am very emotional about it.
This is not right.
Anyway, it's time I sign off. Well, this has been the Christian Chandler Show, and we hope you all enjoyed it. And as they say,
I have to
in the
redo this
line,
entire
good night,
section right
good night,
here.
folks.
It's okay. This happens sometimes. This happens.
Around the same time, he made a series of stop-motion videos of races set in his Lego-made town called Quickville, a name based on his own initials.
Quickville.
They were made with a Game Boy camera, which produced grainy, low-resolution grayscale photos, or alternatively, low-quality stop-motion video.
Maybe we'll just kind
All
of
the
repeat
racers
what I
featured in
did.
the videos were named either
down
after
there.
pop culture characters
You're
that
very
Christian
listening to
idolized,
this.
or people he knew in real life.
How about that? Now that's a technique right there. That's an old drawing technique.
On September
Forbidden
4th, 1998,
knowledge.
as a personal project, Christian audio recorded a mock radio show where he portrayed himself as the radio host of his hypothetical KCWC radio station, playing a selection of music tracks.
Station KCWC, and here is your host with the most, Christian Chandler.
Hey, your host.
Good morning, guys, gals, and dudes of all ages. This is your host, Christian Chandler, here on Everything KCWC. Well, this morning we're going to start us off with a little ditty from old Frankie Sinatra. The song entitled, I've Got the World on a String. So take it away, Frankie, and get that string wrapped around your finger, or else we're going to have some rain.
The music selection Chris plays is an eclectic mix of popular songs from the 1930s, 40s, and 50s,
1930s,
and contemporary video game music. He also acts as supposed callers calling into the show, and special guests, such as character
So
Alvin
funny.
of Alvin and the Chipmunks, and his own pre-name change childhood self, Christopher.
And before we announce the next song, we're going to give you our joke of the day. And this joke comes
Ooh,
from
I want to go watch that movie Obsession.
Christopher Chandler
Have
from
you guys seen it
Ruckersville,
yet?
Virginia. And the joke goes like
I'm sure
this.
you guys have all seen it. It's been out for a minute and everybody keeps talking about it.
Afraid
I still haven't seen it though.
to 7,
Did you guys
8,
like it?
9. Now that's a pretty funny one. Thank you, Christopher Chandler.
He also invited his mother, Barbara, to roleplay as a caller.
And we're going to bring. Uh-oh, got a call on line 1. Bleep. Hello, it's your dime. What's your rhyme?
Hello, my name is Barbara Chandler, and I'm calling to request a
Barbara
song from
Chandler.
my husband for his birthday.
No kidding.
His name is Bob Chandler, and he's 71 years old today.
No kidding.
And the song
No
I would like
kidding.
to request is A Bushel and a Peck.
Push on the back and hug around the neck for a 71-year-old
You haven't seen
man.
Obsession yet?
I think so. Thank you very much.
You know, everybody keeps
Okay, bye.
Bye.
sucking it off so much.
You heard it right here, folks.
But I'm like, I'm probably gonna be disappointed when I watch it. But honestly, it might be fun to go to the movies today. I might go do that.
And we will play A Bushel and a
Sounds
Peck
awesome.
from Guys and Dolls.
Have you heard about that movie, Manuel?
Biggest trend in kids' toy history. It's multi-billion.
Are you gonna go watch it?
Throughout the late 1990s, the Pokemon game franchise
You and
was
Chris
spreading
Chan
across
have a
North
similar
America, with
childhood?
Chris keeping a keen eye on it. He began playing
Bro,
the
are
trading
you the
card game
Mexican
and
Chris
included
Chan?
illustrations of Pokemon characters
just
in his
kidding.
Spanish homework. He also wrote a lengthy English essay detailing how the
What if Chris
Pokemon
Chan
came
was
into
Mexican?
their Pokeballs, with which his teacher was very pleased. The year 1999 marked the birth of his Wall
You'll
of
watch it
Originals,
eventually?
a designated portion of the wall which
Yeah, I gotta
displayed
see what all the
Pokemon trading
hoopla
cards
is
that
about,
Chris
you know?
made himself. It featured original Pokemon which he created, such as a female version of the popular Pokemon Pikachu called Chikachu, and Plautistic, a plant which is autistic. Various iterations of Chris himself also appeared
An
several
autistic
times.
plant.
His fascination grew to a point that he would dress up as the Pokemon cartoon series character Ash Ketchum out in public. Around
Seeing
mid-1999,
him
Christian
dress
launched
up
his
as
first
Ash Ketchum
website,
in
a simple
public.
Pokemon-themed effort called Quick's Pokesite,
So funny.
cementing the moniker CWC. It was soon replaced by Quick's Pokesite 2, with a new logo designed by Galpal Miranda. He updated it with personal
Okay, yeah,
and
this is looking better.
Pokemon-related news
It's not
semi-regularly
perfect, but
over
it
the
is
next
much
year
better.
and
I
a
think
half.
this
He would
proportions
also
are a little
visit
bit
the
better.
guest book of other websites at the time, advertising his own sites and asking for others to visit it. This year also marked Christian's first visits to the Game Place, a game and hobby store which allowed returning
Game
customers to play video
Place.
games,
Oh my
board
goodness.
games, or trading card games. It quickly became his weekly haunt. The Pokemon craze was captured on film for Richmond's NBC affiliate's WWBT News for a special report aired
he
on
was on
October
TV
16,
again?
1999. The report featured excited young kids playing the game and trying to explain the phenomenon.
How do you play the game?
I can't explain it, it's too long.
Their bewildered parents standing witness,
I'm watching and I still have no clue.
and the 17-year-old Chris in action.
I'll put out my
Oh
Dragonair.
my
even
gosh,
though
they
it
put
has
him on
50
TV
eyes.
too many times. They're saying that
And I have Spin
made
Figgy
him
on it.
love being on
Slam
camera.
attack.
That's what they're
So if you
saying.
had the time to tell
I don't know if it's true.
To commemorate Valentine's Day
His
of the
early,
year 2000,
presence
Christian wrote
on,
Valentine's Day Hymn,
like,
a
local
free
news
verse
in
poem in
Richmond
which
and
he
shit.
reveals that he holds very
Richmond,
traditional
Virginia-
views
wait,
on
Richmond?
courtship and the predetermined
he was
rules
from-
of etiquette for men and women.
Oh, he's from Virginia?
On a date, the man could not pay the bill, so his date slammed her door in
I
his
gotta
face.
go out to Richmond. I
The
gotta go
man's
see what
coat
it's all
over
about
a
out
puddle.
there.
The maiden walks. Then the man trips and pays the laundry bill. Under the moonlight, the couples of the world kiss. But unfortunately for few,
Okay, yeah, this is
they
actually
are
looking
interrupted
better.
by their parents.
A little bit. Well,
He uploaded it onto his Quick's
honestly,
Pokesite
this one
2
can go a little
website.
bit further in.
10 days later, Chris celebrated his 18th birthday, a date which he held in the highest regard. Among the guests in attendance were most of Christian's gal pals and his half-brother Cole. Nearly 3
Wow,
years
so his
after the
half-brother
fact,
was still in
he
his
reminisced
life.
about the event. I will never forget my 18th birthday party. It was the best of the rest. The weekend before my real birthday, my mother and I prepared for the party I was going to host that day. We hung balloons and streamers,
ever
and
paint?
we
I
laid
used
refreshments
to.
on the table. At the door
I would like
was
to get
4
back
of my
into
high
it.
school amigas, and one of them brought a friend.
But I have
we
not
ate
in
pepperoni
many
pizza
years.
and drank Pepsi.
It was just too
It was great.
frustrating.
As mother lit the candles, I was filling up with
I think
ecstasy.
I like rage quit
After I
painting
blew the
for a long
candles, I was
time
presented with
after I
a big
tried to do like
Jawbreaker
skin
from Kelly,
tones from
an R.L.
scratch. I
Stein
just got
novel
so
from Sarah,
freaking pissed
a
at it.
planer with stickers from Miranda,
How
and a
about
rabbit
you?
doll with jelly beans
You
from
ever paint?
Tiffany. We watched Good Burger and had fun. After they left, it
Fuck
was done.
painting.
What did I wish for?
I like colored
I'm
pencils,
not telling.
so.
From possibly his parents, he received a Sega Dreamcast game console. He was also photographed wearing a pair of jeans with a suspicious stain on his crotch. Some have speculated that it was dried semen, but it is unlikely.
Nasty ass.
About a month later, Chris
I
was
can't draw
tasked with
for
designing a CD jewel case for his graphic design class. He recounted the process. On the fateful day, on March 17th,
Yeah.
2000, I wanted to
still do
feature on my
arts and
favorite
crafts,
hits
though,
CD
you know, you
cover,
can paint
Lifelong
without having to
Hero,
know how to draw,
Sonic
you
the
just
Hedgehog,
fucking
and cute,
fuck
newer
around with it,
character
you know?
Pikachu, but copyrighted characters were prohibited from the project. So, in my mind, I pondered and pondered when it hit me visually. Sonic and Pikachu combined. In a
The
way to
birth
escape
of
the copyright
Sonichu.
restriction, he combined Sonic the Hedgehog and Pikachu to create Sonichu, the electric hedgehog Pokemon, which Christian considered to be one of his greatest life accomplishments. The Christian's favorite
promise
hit
this is gonna-
CD tracklist itself consisted of Pokemon, Sonic, and Super Mario game-related music, with intermittent
You'd be
appearances
the worst
of
person
antiquated
you want
hits
as
from
a
artists
teammate in
such as Frank
Pictionary. Those are
Sinatra
sometimes
and
the
Bing Crosby,
funniest
and
drawings,
influence
though.
from his father. Another month later, Chris had
The-
to document
whenever
a
I
week of
played
his
that
life
game,
for a school
you know,
project.
There's a game on, I don't know if you ever played Jackbox, called TKO, or, yeah, I think that's the main drawing game they have on there. It's always the people who don't know how to draw who make the best shit in that game. I swear. They always turn out funnier, you know? You don't have, like, you're not trying too hard, you just want to do something funny. Like, when it looks more fucked up, it's better. I'm sorry, boss. Forgive me. Oh, there's a kitty below me. I'm gonna be right back. Give me 1 minute. Sorry for the delay. Bruh. Okay, kitty, you're free. You're free. Holy kitty! There's some crazy kitties in this house. We got a LaCroix in this fridge, bruh. There's a LaCroix in this fridge, bruh. Bruh! Yeah! What is this place? You're telling me? Oh. Guys, vote in the chat. What is your favorite SpongeBob episode? I need to rewatch SpongeBob, bruh. Oh, this is probably gonna be fucked up. imagination's in. You know what I'm talking about, Twin? Bruh. The limoncello LaCroix. Wait. Aw, kitty. What? Why are you meowing at me, Tiny? Hola. You could hear me? Okay, good. You could actually hear me from the kitchen. I wasn't sure if it was going to be loud enough. Imagination. The one where Squidward secretly likes Krabby Patties? That's a good one, bro. That's classic. Also, the episode where... Remember the episode where, Squidward feeds SpongeBob? Like, he gives him a pie, and then he finds out it's explosive, and he thinks that SpongeBob is gonna die the whole day? That was such a good episode. SpongeBob is a masterpiece of a show. I think like the first 3 seasons, right? Or is the 4th season any good? I can't remember. I think 3rd season for sure. Yes, the Bomb Factory. That show is so funny. So classic, bro. Let's see. It hasn't quite been 30 minutes, so I can't turn this light back on yet. Gotta give it a little more time, then we can have proper lighting in here. Lighting's so fucked up. Every time I go back to SpongeBob as an adult, the episodes hold up so perfectly. Like, it's just such silly, simple humor. They'll never get old. What a great show. Truly. Love SpongeBob.
The result
Bubble
was
Buddy.
A Week with Christian Chandler, a self-documentary,
Such a funny
which
show.
detailed the events of his life from
So I
April
just put a
29th to May 5th, 2000. The
I
front
put
cover
a
features a
LaCroix
blurry photo of Chris and Patty,
into
with an
a
unclear
glass
depiction of
with
Sonic the
ice
Hedgehog
and,
below it. Chris wrote the report in the third person,
I'm
as
excited.
if followed by a documentary crew. On April 29th, he visited the Books-A-Million
The
bookstore
movie
to
made me cry
participate in the
too.
Pokemon Trading Card Game League. Afterwards, he entered a costume contest, and since he wore his regular Ash Ketchum outfit, he
It's
won
different
and
when it's
received
not
a
in a
t-shirt
can.
as a prize. For April 30th, he wrote about packing and moving things from
It
their
tastes
home
like
in
sadness.
Richmond to their old
It
house
tastes
in
like
Ruckersville, where
your
Bob and
parents getting
Christian
a
would move
divorce.
to after graduating from
Kind
high
of.
school. The next day, he went to school and used a tripod to help take
I gotta
pictures of
focus.
himself. He elaborated.
I'm sorry, this is probably
During
not good
class,
for me to stream
Mr.
because
Goss
I have a
discussed
trouble
the difference
talking
between
when I'm drawing.
Shakespeare's world and the real world of today. Christian rested his eyes after Mr. Goss's discussion and before the bell rang. Next, he had trigonometry. I'd hate to be Christian when his nerves kicked into action after waking up from a notey snooze cruise, but I was. Next was computer graphics. It was great for him today, because he got to print his own CD cover. Next was Spanish too. He took a quiz today, but I think he feels confident in his work. And finally, after a hard, odd day,
It's turning
he rides
out so
home on a
sick.
bus.
Thanks for
But
popping in,
unfortunately,
Owen.
it had a few slow in the minds on
Appreciate
it.
it.
The
Oh, wait, if
following
you're
day,
listening right now,
he
can you
repeated
play
the routine of
Phasmophobia
taking
on
naps
Saturday?
during class and noted
Like
that
around
on
maybe,
even
like,
days, as opposed to
5?
odd days, he ate lunch with Tiffany
If that's
and
too
Sarah.
early for everybody, we
For
can
the
do
next
it around
day,
like 8
he
or something.
described his daily activities at home, which mostly consisted
just
of
got
playing
back from the
video
Gorchie
games
store?
and managing his website. The
Bro,
following
you better
day,
post
he
a
talked about
grocery
working
haul
in
in the
computer
Discord,
graphics
bro.
class and
Bro,
making
we
a
should
Mother
do
of the Year award for
channel in the
Barbara,
Discord
which he
that is
plans to give to
grocery
her on
hauls.
Mother's
Let me
Day.
actually make that real
For the
fast.
final day's report, Chris stated that it was a difficult Friday. One of his
Discord's
duties
taking
included
forever to
taking
load.
part in a senior group photo. After the
We're gonna
long
make
wait for the
grocery
pictures to be
haul
taken,
a
being
channel.
crowded like a sardine surrounded by immature teenage boys, and having the hot, hot sun shining down on him and everyone else, he went back
Oh,
to the
you're
shady
watching
entrance.
Lila!
After the photo
I'm
shoot,
surprised that
Chris was
Lila
picked
still
up by
lives
his
at
dad.
Mom's house. I thought
And that
Mom was gonna
concludes
like
our
strangle
week-long
her or
documentary
something.
of A Week
Or, like,
with
feed her
Christian
some
W.
grapes and
Chandler,
chocolate.
the autistic boy that has made it this far. : close parentheses. Later in May, Chris attended the senior prom, bringing his mother along as a date. Even though Christian had labeled
Bro,
this set of photos as the senior
post
prom, it is
your
possible that it
grocery
was some
haul,
other
bro. I
social
made a
gathering
channel
due to
for
the
it.
fact that
It's
the
gonna go
event was
right
held
under
during the
general.
daytime, which is typically organized for evenings. Looking back on the prom, he claimed that he was naive about dating, unlike the other
Wait, I don't
students,
get it.
which had resulted in him failing to acquire a girlfriend during his time in high school. Out of pity,
But what's the
or out of
Aztec
genuine
tomb,
compassion, Tiffany asked Christian to dance. He reported, "I hesitated at first, but she grabbed my hand and pulled me onto the dance floor. We danced for what felt like hours.
part of his
It was the
arm
most
here.
pleasant experience of that night, and I thank her for dancing with me then." He stated that he felt her willingness to dance with him meant that she was attracted to him, and wrote that if they were to meet
She
again,
was
they would
attracted to
soon
Christian.
start
I
a
love Christian.
relationship.
He's so funny. That would be lit.
Graduation,
Yes, bro.
the end of high school,
What the
the
hell
end
is
of
an
his
Aztec
interactions
tomb?
with his gal pals. Most importantly, it was the day Christian felt he had to be recognized for his achievements. Unfortunately, this wasn't the case. "I only got recognized for my grades with a star pin, yet they had more fancier awards for more important qualities. I should have been highly
way he
recognized
yells.
for my artistic talents I showed in my many art classes for the award ceremonies before graduation
Oh,
day.
right.
I felt crestfallen greatly from not getting recognized for any
Lila's
of my
new
talents.
panel is an
I excelled
Aztec
in math
tomb.
too, for the love of God. I was so
That's so funny.
jealous. I was a high-functioning autistic boy
Aztec
who came
tomb.
way beyond out of his social shell,
I didn't
only
know
to
you
get
guys were calling it
zilch,
that.
nada, zip, a big fat zero. I felt so devastated and out of sync, open
Bro,
parentheses.
when we do
As a
the
result of
family
his heartbreak,
camping trip,
he only went up on stage to
It's
accept
gonna-
his
it's
diploma
gonna be
without
crazy,
looking at
bro.
anyone's face nor shaking anyone's hand, and brusquely
we're gonna
left
go
the
so
stage.
wild.
After the ceremony was over,
We're gonna
he
lose
found
our
himself at
minds.
an
We're gonna have
unoccupied
so much
table,
fun.
sat at it, and cried. Eventually, his mother and later Tiffany came to console him. His father would look back on this event with shame and anger for years to come.
Wow.
Christian's time at high school
How
is
could
still
you,
thought of fondly
Christian?
by him, recalling his sweet memories of creating artistic projects for class and frequently hanging out with his gal pals, all of which
Gal
were
pals.
abruptly ended with that gloomy, rainy graduation.
You unloaded the
But with the end of high
groceries
school
already?
came the promise of a new world in college, a chance for new friends, new experiences.
We're gonna
and
have to
the
make
first
some
steps
funny
to a
channels in the
brighter
Discord.
future.
We're gonna have a food channel along with the grocery channel. Grocery haul. You'll document the next ones? Okay, thank you. Please do.
If
need
you're struggling to find the
participation.
words to show how much you love someone,
Guys.
there's only one way to do it.
Tell me why Spotify Premium now has ads on some podcasts. How does that work? Explain
Say
that
how
to
you
me.
really feel with tasty, authentically cooked American Chinese cuisine from Panda Express. Because nothing
fuck
says I
with
love
Panda,
you
though.
more than mouth-watering orange chicken,
Damn,
honey
that's
walnut
true. I
shrimp,
love Panda.
kung pao chicken, or black pepper sirloin steak.
This is a new
Panda
thing.
Express. Have you eaten yet? Click the
All right, I
banner to
guess
order
it's
now
new. I
or
don't know
find
if
your
it's been
nearest
happening
Panda
for a while, but
Express.
I didn't realize it until today. Pissing me off. Doing nothing but pissing me off.
He mentions that he likes to keep his surroundings clean by picking weeds.
Oh, we look at this. There's a weed.
Look at this
I
young
pick
man.
Weeds. Keeps my town clean as well as quick see.
He also likes to keep active.
I usually like to run. It keeps me going faster.
He introduces the viewers to his character, Crystal.
Anyway, this is Crystal. She's
Oh, and did you know what?
rose chewed
I
up.
don't. You probably don't
There's a
know.
zap button on the door.
Have you ever like learned about
Rose
Chris
chewed
Chan?
mug right here.
Near the end, Chris proclaims
Because he
that
has
he is
these characters
high-functioning
that he made
autistic.
up. You know, this guy.
Answer to your
Did you
important
know I have a
question.
tattoo of some of the characters that he
What is
made?
the meaning of
I just think autistic
HFA
people are so
with
funny.
the two red eyes? I will tell you.
This is some internet
Got
lore.
that?
Not much.
I'm functionally
I feel like
autistic
it's
because
not
That's why I am. I'm functionally
something like it's
autistic.
something that I sunk so many hours
I mean,
into
I'm
learning
autistic.
about, but I
This
feel
isn't
like
high
I don't
functional.
know if it's something that would
I do
interest
all- I
you,
can
but
do
you
a lot
probably
of
could
things.
know
I
like
mean,
the surface,
otherwise, I
like
wouldn't be
the
able to do the
basic
documentary
details of
I'm
who this
doing
guy
right
is. He's
now.
like a lol cow. You know, kind of like
But
Daniel
anyway,
Larson of World
for
of
the
T-shirts. If you
submission
learned
of
anything about
Nintendo
those guys.
Power, this has been a documentary narrated by Christian Weston Chandler. Thank you very much, and I hope that you. will
You probably
consider
heard
this
of those
for
guys, I'm sure.
publication. Bye now.
I really like that dumbass like internet stuff, like people being weird.
Christian started
on
2004
YouTube.
with a New Year's resolution to find a girlfriend. On
It's very
January
entertaining
3rd,
to
he
me.
drew a Sonichu comic strip, which also featured Rose-Chu and Black Sonichu, the first time he included his
There you go.
characters in an illustrated
See, the
storytelling
eyes are
setting.
what really captures
On the
the
6th,
soul
he
of
went
the
to get an
portrait.
eye exam.
And
The
it's just like the
optometrist
shape
in
of
question
the eyes
happened
I
to be
have
Dr.
here, but,
David Chandler,
I'll
Chris's
probably
half-brother
redo it.
from Bob's
I'm a
first
chud,
marriage,
I
who informed
know.
him for the first
I
time
can't
that
help
he
it,
had an
bro.
8-year-old
I
niece
can't
named
have to stop
Savannah.
denying who I
On January
am.
16th, he wrote an
I love
email
this
to one
shit.
John concerning their
It's so
involvement
interesting
in
to me.
organizing a weekly
Internet
Pokemon Game
culture
League
and how, like,
activity held at the
disabled
Game and
people,
Hobby
mentally
Place in
disabled
Charlottesville,
people
revealing
interact
that the
with that.
aforementioned John was the
Internet
host,
culture is
while
so
Christian
interesting to
co-hosted.
me.
He attached a flyer he made advertising the event.
Did
On
you see my
January
story on
18th,
my
he
personal
wrote
account?
Hard Love Quest, a poem concerning his difficulties.
I posted that story that says, like, the hard-boiled egg challenge is supposed to change my life. And then Schmitty replied and he says, "You're chopped." The hard-boiled egg challenge doesn't exist. I was just joking about, like, how stupid that would be. What the heck is this? I just kind of made it up last night when I was talking to Herman. We were talking about making hard-boiled eggs. This story that I posted, you can't read it, but it was pink in the background. And tomorrow I was thinking of recording a video. It's like a fake challenge. It doesn't exist, but it's like some stupid bullshit that would exist, you know? Schmitty is the funniest. Yeah, he's awesome. He's so cool. So tomorrow I'm gonna post a reel about, like, addressing the controversy about the hard-boiled egg challenge. Because the creator of the hard-boiled egg challenge, the June hard-boiled egg challenge he was talking to minors. No, I'm just kidding. I just made that all up, but I thought it'd be funny. Just to make lying is funny inherently, right? Okay, no, I can't make these too dark because it's gonna look like he has, like, eyeliner. But I just wanted to make the shape of his eyes so people could visualize how the drawing is going so far, you know? No, I better not add the pupils yet. It's gonna look too fucked up. The one that said that some people are too focused on the cheese that they don't see the trap. Yeah. Some of y'all so focused on the cheese that you forget about the trap. Yes. Yes. I love posting those dumbass things on my tattoo story. Always loved memes. Memes and reels. I was born in the right era. So much good shit going on, you know? So much comedy. I just can't wait to get to the face. But I have to focus on the structure. I can't rush to the face. Okay. Keep working. I gotta focus. Okay. It's because I want to do the whole background, so I gotta get the basic shapes here. So I have this armrest. Let me turn this back on.
Finding a
Focus.
boyfriend-free girl. Without girlfriend love, he feels an older age, as he is still stuck as a virgin with rage. He searched
Virgin
low and
with
high to the
rage.
end. The only delay is the
classic
fear
Christian.
of being already beaten by a boyfriend. On January 31st, Christian
Wait,
wrote
guys, we have to check the grocery haul in the Discord. Yeah. Yeah. You got Panda? No. Owen, are you watching the game right now? Mexico's playing, bro. Lamau. I'm gonna comment Lamau. That's awesome. Say you sweara? I don't get it. Panda slop? I fucking love Panda, dude. It does not love me back these days. It really upsets my stomach like the moment that I eat it. But I still love
His diary. Well, it's the end of another month, and I still don't have a girlfriend. Maybe my latest idea, the Sonichu's News Dash newsletter, will make the ladies take notice of me.
The ladies!
The newsletter in question was a revamp of his previous website-only effort, now serving as an outlet for Christian's creative ideas concerning Sonichu, his poetry, and his romantic pursuits. Issue 1 featured a couple of skits starring Sonichu, the poem Saddest Heart in the World, and a personal ad for himself,
You
which
wanna
was
get
not
a
unlike his
tattoo of
attraction
that
sign.
broccoli, bro?
Christian is a very shy and
You
very
should.
thoughtful
That would be
person,
so
and will only
funny.
accept person-to-person encounters. When getting his attention,
You gotta let me
approach
do
and
that.
say hi to him. Do not
Bro,
flirt
like,
from a
maybe,
distance.
after
He will
the
not be
camping
able to
trip, we
notice.
should tattoo
To find
that
Christian,
shit.
he'll be wearing
should
the
do,
Sonichu medallion.
I should do
In addition to posting
Salt
a
Lake
digital
guest spot
copy onto
after
his
the camping
website,
trip, I'm
he
thinking.
distributed printed copies
think
of the
that's gonna be the
newsletter
move.
around PVCC campus as an alternative to his attraction sign. This must have caught the attention of Mary Lee Walsh, who issued a cease and desist order. In an email dated February 1st,
I'm sorry, I have
Chris
to,
tried
like,
to settle
reshape
the
his head
dispute
before I can
while
continue
also
with the rest of
addressing
the
one
background.
Susan Hannafin, the PVCC guidance counselor.
Your
Mary,
friend
I've
looks
slept on
like
it,
that
and
broccoli.
I have realized that note hanging is not the way to get attention. And I don't really
wanna
want
get
to
a
meet with
tattoo
either you
during the
nor
camping
Susan.
trip?
No offense.
That's
I'll tell you
content.
what. Let's forget the meeting.
Oh, you're so
and if
right,
you
bro.
will
I didn't
allow
know
my
you had an
newsletter
eye
to
for
stay in
content, bro.
distribution, I will do all of the following.
You have an
I
eye
will
for
never hang
content.
notes
That's
on
so
the wall
funny.
again. I'll consider stopping my silent treatment on Susan. I'll consider knocking you and Susan up my scale of respect each by 2 points. 0 equals no respect. 10 equals respect. Walsh replied,
Okay, I have to,
ignoring
like,
his
edit
plea
this a little
bargaining,
bit. This is
and
gonna bother
insisted
me.
that they meet the following week. On February 9th, Christian recounted the events of the meeting. Mary Lee Walsh made it illegal to distribute the news dash. I am very angry at that XXXXX. In response, I plan to incite the masses and hope they demand the return of the news dash so my chances on getting a
broccoli.
girlfriend can be restored. I have also declared
I just
war
forgot about
on them
that
as well.
badass broccoli.
It was
Tough.
allegedly during this meeting where he
Yes,
performed
bro.
his Kamehameha attack, which
Let's
consisted
do
of
that.
Chris mimicking the hand motion of the Kamehameha attack move from the anime series Dragon
Funny
Ball, and
tattoos
cursing
are
people
really
into
good.
experiencing bad luck by shouting Kamehameha. However,
Curse
it is not certain whether he
Kamehameha.
was inspired by the original occurrence of the Kamehameha or its parody featured in another anime, Excel Saga, to which Chris has definitely
Oh my
been
gosh.
exposed.
You know
the
what?
victim of this performative attack in this
Let me
case
pause
was
this.
Mary Lee Walsh.
He rocking that afro. Yes, bro. The broccoli in the hot tub is so funny. Yeah. It is so tough. We have to do that, bro. I'm taking that as a promise. Fuck, I was gonna say something, I totally forgot. Damn. It totally slipped my mind. That's crazy. It's gonna come back to me. I just gotta keep watching this.
Walsh. In addition, he sent her an
Panda
email which
fucks me
purportedly
up, and
communicated
it's so
his
sad
dislike
'cause
for
it
her and
tastes
came
so
attached with a supposed
good.
drawing depicting his intimidating glare, which likely
Tango with the
encouraged
colon
Walsh to
glands,
initiate
bro.
disciplinary actions.
Exactly.
In March,
That shit-
Chris
maybe
claimed
it's
that the
actually good
kerfuffle
'cause it
concerning
cleans you
Walsh
out.
got his parents upset too. That XXXXX, Mary Lee Walsh, got on my and my parents' nerves. All I'd been doing was trying to get a girlfriend. Is that too much to ask? I am very devastated
Chris Chan
due to my
yells.
shattered heart that XXXXX caused unto me. My life sucks.
My
Completely
life
disregarding her
sucks.
demands, he published issue 3 of Sonichu's News Dash, with most of the content themes remaining unaltered. However, his requirements for a boyfriend-free girl were slightly
Nepali
tweaked.
food?
He was now looking for 18
What
to
the F
22-year-olds,
was that like,
since he
bro?
had just turned 22 himself.
You're
Aside
getting
from the
too-
News Dash,
you're getting too
Christian developed
exotic.
numerous other means of enticing potential mates,
Shattered
such as
my
paper-made cards,
backboard.
labels,
That's so
pamphlets,
funny, bro.
and Cupid arrows. In May 2004, Nintendo Power Magazine
this
published
music
an
that's playing in the
article
background?
highlighting Christian's
That's
Animal
royalty
Crossing video,
free.
referring to Chris only as
That's Kevin
Sonichu.
MacLeod, bro.
Simply amazing. There's no other
He
way
makes
to describe what we
royalty-free
received from
music.
Sonichu of Quickville,
Part of the
a full
YouTube
video
library.
documentary that walked us through his daily life. His opulent manor
Damn,
contained
you know what? I
every
wanna
manner
play
of furniture.
Terraria.
Quickville's landscape was filled
sounds
to the
fun.
bursting point with all the animals who'd moved to his well-tended town.
How much do you
and
know about
Sonichu has
Terraria,
customized
Owen?
everything about his town. Even many villagers have followed his
You're
bold
outta here.
trends,
Thank you for joining
wearing
me.
the patterns he has created.
Always good to see you
This
in the
apparently
chat,
got the
Lil
attention
bro.
of PBCC's
Have a
newspaper,
good
The
night.
Forum, which featured Christian
I'm so
and
excited for the
Sonichu
camping
in an
trip. We're
exclusive
gonna have
report.
such a good time.
PBCC student Christian Chandler
Peace.
has dedicated many hours to his
Cosmos
pastime.
Pokemon Saturday.
He's the
Put it in your
creator of
calendar, bro.
Sonichu, the electric hedgehog Pokemon. Like Sonic, Sonichu can run at high speeds. During Supersonic's battle against the perfect Chaos Monster,
Yeah, that
Sonic
shit
Adventure
sounds too
DX
good.
for GameCube, Supersonic was spat out by the monster
Okay.
and collided with a bystanding Pikachu,
gotta focus on the background.
Chandler explained. According to his story, the power from the Chaos Emeralds transformed Pikachu into Sonichu. Chandler and the world he created for
Sonichu.
Sonichu were featured in the May 2004 issue of Nintendo Power. The
Was
place is
Sonichu
called
actually
Quickville. The
featured
quick
in there?
prefix are his initials. Christian Weston Chandler.
Why would they feature
Nintendo
him?
Power was apparently impressed with Chandler's work. During all
That's
this
so
rigmarole,
funny.
he continued to publish his news dash, but he updated his personal contact information to include a link to his profile on the online dating site Match.com, which he created
was on
to aid in his love quest.
Match.com.
It was also
Oh,
at
that's what
around
this
this
picture's
time
probably
that he
from.
opened an account
Yeah.
on social media site MySpace.
Have a
He
good night, Owen.
introduced
Thank you so
himself.
much. Love you, bro.
I enjoy drawing, listening to music, playing video games,
I
and
love Chris Jones,
TCG.
so funny.
I also like anime, Legos, and I love my parents. I also enjoy
Aw,
web design.
He loves his parents.
He proceeds to list all the gaming consoles in his possession, finishing with the Pokemon catchphrase, "Gotta catch 'em all." Interestingly, he listed his occupation as student/cartoonist.
The drawing
He
process
explores
is
his most desperate
very back and
desires
forth
in
for
his
me.
blurb. I am a bit shy, but I would
Yeah.
enjoy the company of a beautiful girl who likes some of the things I do. I also like to have fun when I can, and I don't really like to be alone. I
I wonder
graduated
if
from high school
there
on
was
the honor
ever
roll,
a
and I'm doing very
soulmate
well
out there
at
for Chris
PVCC.
Chan.
A
If
lot
he
of
ever-
men make false promises to
There was
their
probably a
girlfriends,
woman out there
but
that
I am
would have been
totally
right for
different.
him.
When it comes to what I can offer, I
It's
can
sad.
seriously promise
I feel like he
care,
never found
respect,
somebody, you know? He
empathy,
just kind
and
of-
love.
he,
I
like,
think that
married,
most girls deserve the world,
Oh.
and I would do my best to give it to them.
You'd use your little channel
On May
points, thank
29th,
you. I
2004,
just added that
he
channel
attended
points
the
option.
Anime Mid-Atlantic
This is the water
Convention for the
bottle.
first time,
We
staying
got
there for
the-
only the first day of the
Mr.
3-day
Beast
convention,
sticker.
where he met noted voice actress Monica Rial. She also sings opera very nicely, and she is a very nice, fun, and sweet person to hang around with.
Ooh.
She sure made my day
Big
a
brain
sweet one.
freeze.
;8, close parentheses. In Sonichu's News
Thank you,
Dash
bro.
issue 5,
You're the
he
first
introduced
person who's
3
used
new
that. I
Sonichu
just added it
characters.
yesterday.
Christian Sonichu, based on
Beast
himself.
Nation.
Wesley
I
Sonichu,
love
his
Mr.
quote-unquote
Beast, so
rival, who is
funny.
based on Sarah Hammer's
Dude.
boyfriend, Wes Isley, and Sarahama Rosechu,
guy is
evidently
insane.
named after Sarah herself.
Mr.
On May
Beast.
30th, to celebrate the
It's like,
24-year wedding anniversary of his parents, Chris
Kinda
made them
scary,
a present,
you know,
a dramatic
the soulless
retelling
look
of
in
the
the
family's
eyes,
life via
his
Animal
smile
Crossing.
looks so
Through this
depressed and
videographic
tired
endeavor,
and
he delves deep
inhuman.
into the family's history.
Hi, Mom and Dad.
Thanks for using your cookie points.
Another present for y'all.
Guys, I added some really fun options to the cookie points. I'm trying to brainstorm some more. I want to have lots of like interactive things on the stream.
About how y'all
It's
were,
all a work in
and how
progress.
you are now, and so forth. So take a trip back in time with me, won't you? As we explore how each of you were. Of course, first we'll travel back in time to the time of good old
Okay.
Robert Franklin Chandler
Next
Jr.
to this thing.
He was a hip youngster back in his day. Let's take a look inside his chateau and see what describes him as him. He collects records, and he's got lots of them. He's got so many shelves. You might call him a record case. Yeah.
Chris reveals that Bob has Cherokee ancestry.
He was born in Cherokee in Texas.
Oh, he's from
Actually, he
Texas.
was like
His
1/16
dad.
Cherokee. But that's why we have this totem pole here. This Chinese lion here. That's he was.
Oh, is this Animal Crossing sounds that he's playing?
For war in World War II, I believe it was. And he got Conduct Medal of Honor, which that's what this is right here.
He performs the same type of tour for Barbara.
But she went to school, and she worked hard. And see these shirt here, that's her school colors, blue and white, because back in high school,
I think that's old Animal Crossing, right?
She was a cheerleader. Bum, bum, sis, boom, ba,
I like the sound
la,
effects
la,
of this
la.
old games.
Yeah, yeah, she likes the old stuff as well, so she's got a little tea set here. And we got a kitchen, fridge, and a stove. Here's a little fan to keep cool.
Trust.
Keep food in this little.
All the Legos are gonna be annoying to draw, but
And she keeps her brooms and
I'm
mops
up for
in
the
little
challenge.
closet here. Although somebody brought them out.
that Sonic model in the back.
You put your garbage in the garbage
When you
can.
draw Buzz, you may draw a cartoon
this is
version of
that
him instead
part.
of a realistic version.
In the kitchen, in some places now.
Buy
in,
a scratcher?
Nowadays, look, not just in the old days. The
Alright.
bathroom was in the same room
Bet.
as the kitchen.
Saturday, we're doing a scratch-off ticket,
But
bro.
luckily, we always remember to wash our hands and stuff.
I don't know how many points you have.
Anyway, that's just in the days of old.
Oh my god. I have to write that down on my calendar because, I think I specified...
Chris explains how his parents
Yeah, in
first
the,
met.
They met over at
in the
Maggie's
description, I don't know... I'm pretty sure I specified I'm gonna have to buy it for the next stream. So that's gonna be on Saturday's stream. I'll start it off with, scratching off, like, one of those lottery tickets. I need to write it in my calendar so I don't forget.
As he passed by, change the thermostat. Yeah. Anyway, she chases down
Okay.
the hallway. It cornered him.
Yes. So on Saturday,
And, after that, they just
when I
talk-
start
they
the stream,
just, talk things out and
I'll
they
have
just
a
talk
scratch-off
to each other.
ticket. That's how we're gonna start the stream. Probably gonna be like a $5 one or something.
Wife, to love and hold and cherish and to honor.
You gotta make sure you're early for it. I'll probably just wait for you to come into the chat, actually.
Husband, to love and cherish and to honor forever.
I guess it depends on when you are available. Or if you can play Phasmophobia
After
that day,
reenacting
that'd
the
be
wedding,
awesome.
Christian
But I'm gonna see
introduces
if we can do
himself
that on
into
Saturday.
the picture.
But anyway, when first comes love,
I'm not sure if I need to make that more or less expensive, because I don't know exactly how the channel points are gonna
He
rack
gives
up.
himself a
but-
tour of his own room
So anyway, this is my
Bro,
bedroom.
the scratch-off
and
ticket's
then
gonna be
returns
so
to Bob's
fire.
room.
As a little retribution for
Okay.
how things were, we're gonna play a little number on the.
I gotta lock back in.
But since we don't have side by side on recording, we're gonna play Sitting Under the Apple Tree.
He proceeds to let the 1942 song Don't Sit Under the
Scratch
Apple
off
Tree
ticket.
play in full.
This is gonna be so fun. Watch me win like a ton of money from it, bro.
That's a little something special for this video.
Imagine.
This is my way of saying happy anniversary to y'all. Coming up next.
The video cuts to a drawing made with Mario Paint, which says, "To Mom and Dad, happy anniversary.
Aw,
Thank
the
you
music
both
from
for
these
my
old
birth.
Nintendo
Love,
games are so
Christian
cute.
C."
It's so cute, I mean.
In July, Chris began going to Charlottesville Fashion Square, attraction sign in hand, to seek out
Yes.
fellow mates.
This is a good era of
Evidently,
Chris
his
Chan.
current practice did
When
not
he was going to
yield
the
promising
mall.
results, as in a diary entry
You're not
dated
sure what
August
you're
1st,
doing
he
Saturday.
announced,
Some friends are
"Well,
peer pressuring
it's
you to
another
go
month.
to a music
Still
festival.
no girlfriend.
Oh,
But I have
well,
a
maybe you
new
should go. Why
idea
don't
that
you
I'm
wanna
sure
go?
will reel in a girlfriend on a fateful red string." The
What's
idea
stopping you?
concerning
You
red
just
string
don't really feel
consisted
like
of
going that
Christian
much?
tying a red string to a paper heart on which "Pick me up and bring me to my owner" was written. The significance of using a red string was most likely a reference to its appearance in the anime Excel Saga and is a well-known symbol in many Asian cultures. At the mall, Chris would throw the heart at prospective partners in the hopes that they would pick up the heart, which would prompt Chris to pull the string in along with the heart and woman attached to it, as if you were fishing.
right!
It cannot be
You're getting a
determined how
tattoo on
successful the
Sunday.
strategy
That's
would
so
have been, because
cool.
just 4 days after he employed the red
trying to
string
save
of
your money
fate, a mall
beforehand.
security guard, which Chris referred to as a jerk cop, put an end
Oh,
to
thanks,
it.
Yummy Rocks. I
In
appreciate
August,
that.
Chris shifted focus away from Pokemon and centered his attention on
I only
Yu-Gi-Oh!,
have 2
a
mods
similarly
right now. They
themed
only-
card game.
Well, they
He
usually
began making
come,
his
like,
own
every
custom
stream or every
cards
other
and
stream.
attended his first Yu-Gi-Oh!
But
tournament
if I
at
ever
the
need a
Game
mod, like
Place,
whenever
where
the
he
chat
met
picks up,
Megan
whenever the
Schroeder.
stream picks up more.
Over the months of
I'll
getting to
definitely
know
keep you in
Megan,
mind. Thank you
I
very
grew
much.
fond of her. Although
Appreciate
at that
that.
time, and up to now, she wasn't interested in a lovely relationship.
Seems like it can be a lot
I've
of
bided to her
responsibility,
wishes
like
and
once
requests. I am truly fond of
Once
her.
the chat gets kind of out of control.
Since he and Megan had Yu-Gi-Oh as a common interest,
When things
Christian
start
only
picking up.
intensified his obsession with the game,
Nothing said at the
creating
moment.
more and more
Hey,
custom
YOLO.
Yu-Gi-Oh cards, with one
YOLO,
depicting
bro. You
Crystal,
work a lot. You
Christian's
work a lot.
make-believe female twin.
should live.
He also designed a girlfriend's
No, if it's
gift
something you
card,
really wanna
on
do,
which
you
the
should do it, you know?
illustrated girlfriend looks suspiciously like the sister.
Also, saving
On
money is
September
smart.
4th, Christian reflected on his love quest so far. While I was at the mall for the 8th week today, I realized something. Since I have been using a sign to state my being single and lonesome towards an 18 to 22-year-old boyfriend-free woman, I, in the event, was trying to sell myself like a new car. I may be able to put that idea to good use. 2 days later, Chris's love quest was interrupted by a jerk-op. I told that
Jerk-op.
jerk-op off when I pulled some of my fun cards and told my lonesome virgin story,
Ooh, I wanna go to the
intimidated him,
movies
and
tonight.
shouted
I'm
no
craving
into his
popcorn.
face. In short,
Movie theater
today was
popcorn.
my Independence Day, but I'm
Sounds
still
yummy.
alone. On September 11th, his search for love took a
You
turn
weren't
for the
planning on
worse.
going?
I was not
don't
bothering
care for the
anyone at the mall
artists?
today
But going
while
out
I
would
was
be
trying
good.
to sell myself when I got
It
arrested
is good for the soul,
trying.
especially if
I
hanging out with
fortunately did not
people-
go to jail.
If hanging out with people charges you up and going to a concert like inspires you, then it's worth the money. But if you're going and you're just some artist and you're like, then it's not really worth it. You know, you might as well just have a chill night at home. Oh, your birthday's next month. Yeah, okay. That makes sense then. Maybe you don't ball out this month, you just kind of wait until next month so you go out for your birthday. That would make sense. You know what? I'm gonna see if this light's gonna be charged up now, because it's annoying not to have proper lighting in here. 75% charge, that's good. Okay, it's good enough. Be a little easier to see. Oh yeah, that light makes a big difference. Oh my gosh, your birthday's next month. That's so exciting. So sorry, I know it's only been 30 minutes, but I'm gonna be right back, everybody. But a moment, my friends, but a moment. Can I grab one of these pastries from out here?
Hi, Sleepy Katie.
Pastries in this house. I can't live like this. It's over. Churro butter cookie. I bet. Whoa. Okay. Fuck. This is so good. Hello. I'm eating this cookie from Porto's. Churro butter cookie. It's very yummy. Oh. It's just kind of messy. You share your birthday with Arnold and Christopher Nolan? You are the chosen one. That's sick. Hello, everybody. We're back. Hope everybody's having a lovely evening. It's Thursday, guys. I fuck with Thursday. That's a good ass day.
But I have been stripped of my right to go to the mall by myself.
For no particular
I would be
reason.
required to bring my mom or dad with me. My independence and my soul were practically murdered. Open parentheses,
That's so good.
8, open parentheses. Chris's run of misfortune climaxed when only 5 days later, the school board of PVCC suspended him for 1 year. My dad is bloodthirsty for revenge as well. He's going to write to US President George W. Bush Jr. and Laura Bush to help
You
me
need
get
Mexico
allowed
to
back to
score one more
PVCC.
goal?
We all curse death upon that
It's gonna happen.
XXXXX Mary Lee Walsh. Greater than 8,
I bet
open
it's gonna happen.
parentheses.
I'm sure it's
In
gonna happen.
conjunction with
They
his
have
suspension,
they have to
he was
clutch up.
required to take anger
they
management
will.
classes, get a psychological
I feel it.
evaluation, and receive social skills counseling. 10 days after the event, he lamented over his inability to go to PVCC or the mall, and confessed that he would be asking Santa Claus for a girlfriend this Christmas. Despite his bans from the college and the fashion square, he decided to continue with his search for a boyfriend-free girl, but relocated to the University of Virginia's campus to do so. However, this move wasn't for long, as Christian was allowed back to the fashion square in November. Regardless, he went back to UVA for a different
girl.
kind of engagement, in the form of a mandatory psychiatric evaluation. There are apparently more
Okay.
of such documented
I'm done eating
examinations
now. I don't
in
wanna do
existence,
ASMR.
but this is the
More
only
chat.
one so far which has been made public. The physician wrote, Mr. Chandler says that since finishing high school and starting at PVCC in the year
It's only a little bit
2000,
visible.
he has had an increasing interest in a female companion. His attempts at this ultimately led to his suspension from college. His attempt took the form of a sign, which he placed
The
next to
background is
himself
very
while sitting in
chaotic
the
in this
lobby at
picture, but,
Piedmont. The sign
it's
was a
gonna
list
take
of
a lot of time
qualifications
to
that
draw
a
all this
potential
detail, but I
girlfriend would
love
have. He said that he has been very
capturing all the
frustrated by his
detail.
inability to find a
gonna be fun.
girlfriend, and he suffers from noviophobia. This refers to his
Would I
frustration
ever
that
start a
females often
podcast
tell
or
him
be a
that they
guest?
already have a boyfriend.
Yeah, I thought
While he
about that
does have
before.
physical attraction towards females,
Great question. Thank you for being an active chatter, by the way. It's always nice to talk to you. I don't picture myself like it's not an active interest or goal of mine currently to start a podcast. I feel like I would get very nervous and I wouldn't know what to say. I always thought of like somebody had me on a podcast, even if it's just to talk about something that I love or like talk about tattooing or something. I would always just like continue to second guess what I was gonna say. I would stutter a lot. Sometimes I get crazy social anxiety. I'd probably seem like the last person who would get that, but I get it so bad sometimes. I don't know. At this point in my life, I don't think I would. Maybe I would try it, but I think it would go kind of bad. I think I would get so nervous. Because when I go on things that I know I'm going to have to talk, even if it's something I'm prepared for, something I know a lot about, I just start getting nervous and then my brain spaces. Which I'm trying to get over. So if that stops being a problem eventually, then definitely. You and your first, and it went not as expected? What do you mean by that? Did it go, like, bad? Is that what you mean, or? Can't leave me hanging, bro. Your first? You and your first? That's so funny. What was the podcast about, and how did it go? It's like from his shoulder. Is that podcast somewhere on Spotify? Can I listen to that shit? I love listening to podcasts. But I would definitely need to find the right person to do it with. I don't know anybody right now that I could do a podcast with. Because I feel like I always, like... It's hard to find the right rhythm for people to talk to. Sometimes I always accidentally talk over people, or we talk over each other, and then we're like, sorry, you know? But there's some people you can find where you just have the perfect flow of conversation. The back and forth just makes sense. I have to find somebody to do it with. Oh, the podcast is no longer available, sadly. But your song from 10 years ago is on Spotify? F yes, bro. We're gonna have to play that on repeat on this stream. My brother told me I'm a chud. I don't know about that. You need me to play it 300 times so you can make $1? Awesome. Damn, is that really
His
how
primary
the
frustration is
payout
with
shit
his lack
works on
of
Spotify?
companionship.
That's crazy.
The report mentions his medical record and earlier evaluations.
Okay, this is
He
going
has
well.
already
We're getting
undergone
bigger shapes in.
psychological evaluation
It's
by
working
Robin
now.
Hawks at the Center for Learning Potential. The recommendation concerning Mr. Chandler's emotional status is that he seek psychiatric and psychological treatment. The psychologist felt that counseling and medication would possibly address his obsessive thought pattern and assist him with social skills. She also recommended anger management training. The analysis also comments on Christian's appearance and demeanor at the session. The patient is a mildly overweight, white male, wearing blue jeans and a shirt. He was
It's
also
crazy how it
wearing a
works. That
makeshift
is
necklace
crazy.
that had a large plastic medallion in the shape of a Pokemon character's head. He also had a number of Shrinky-Dink decorations attached to this necklace. He had a large backpack that he carried with him, and had a notebook containing a large number of drawings. His speech was somewhat nasal, with frequent, awkward laughing during his sentences. His speech was fluent. His responses were appropriate to the questions posed to him. Overall, the volume of his speech was slightly elevated,
only
although his
Instagram
tone
Reels
was
works
generally
that way.
pleasant and almost jovial. His thought processes were linear and logical. He was somewhat concrete, especially regarding social interactions. He seemed to have good insight into his limitations. The attending physician then attests that Christian's Folstein Mini Mental State Examination score was 30 out of 30, with the required spontaneous written sentence being, "Uncle Spunky is a really funky monkey." Mr. Chandler is a 22-year-old man
Uncle
with a history
Spunky
of
is a really
developmental
funky
delays and
monkey.
autism. Despite these limitations, he seems to have been quite
only he
successful in
stayed in
maximizing his
psychiatric
academic
care.
abilities. He is left, however, with a severe degree of social awkwardness, and seems to have good insight into this. He is left feeling somewhat frustrated, as he has a strong desire for companionship, although his
Aw.
social limitations prevent him from being
So
able to
sad.
realize this in the way which he would like. The patient doesn't seem to pose a significant threat to himself or anyone else. After the evaluation, Chris carried on with his life much like before, with neither him nor his parents making any significant effort to change his ways. But Christmas was soon approaching, and maybe Santa would bring him a girlfriend like
Santa
he wished,
will bring him a
who
girlfriend.
could right all his wrongs and change his life for the better.
I feel like he honestly would have benefited if he had like a girlfriend who was like also autistic and a little crazy, or like on the spectrum somehow. She could have helped him stay in line.
Are you a healthcare professional treating patients
I
with
can
type
see it
1
now in my head.
diabetes? Breakthrough T1D offers free accredited courses and live webinars about emerging advancements in type 1 diabetes care. Sign up today at breakthrough-t1d.org/HCPED and you'll hear from experts in the field about type 1 diabetes screening and monitoring, clinical trials, and new treatments and therapies. Go
You
to
and Chris Chan are
breakthrough-t1d.org/HCPED and register today.
As I embark upon my
studies at Western University of Health Sciences,
I will
seek the knowledge,
We get
skills,
two
and
as a
attitudes
row,
of
huh?
a compassionate healthcare provider.
improve my communication skills and understanding of people's differences.
Develop qualities that will earn the respect of my patients, colleagues, and family.
Value healthcare professionals who have gone before me. And contribute to the humanistic tradition.
LaCroix in ice. Nasty. Wait, I totally lost what I was
What
doing
made
here.
him this way? What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan.
The ice waters down the flavor. It definitely does. Yeah, the flavor is the only thing that holds it together, really. Watering it down just makes it like twice as nasty.
My name is Christian
for some
Chandler.
reason. I thought it wouldn't
Age
be like as
22
bad. I
at
thought it'd
this
just be
time.
like a little bit,
I will be 23 on February 24th,
I don't know, like more subtle, but it's
2005.
just straight up like gross.
Anyway, for over a year now, I've been trying to attract an 18 to 22-year-old boyfriend.
You don't like
girl,
unflavored sparkling
18,
water? Me
21
neither.
before February 24th,
Anybody who does is a
2004,
freak and you
which
can't
is this
trust
year.
him.
Anywho, been trying for over a year to attract a girl, boyfriend-free girl, and I have failed. And you know, when you have so many failures at this time, you can't help but feel sad, you know, and depressed. And yet here it is about Christmas time, and well, all I want for Christmas is a boyfriend-free girl.
Chris prepares for Christmas of 2004 by singing two of the songs for the camera. He performs So Need a Cute Girl,
Tell me why I so need a cute girl my age.
followed by All I Want for Christmas is a Pretty Girlfriend.
All I want for Christmas is a girlfriend. Oh, she has to be.
It is like
18
TV
to
static.
22.
Worse, bro, worse.
Well, at this time of year, all I
It
can say
tastes
right
like,
now is that I hope Santa will comply with my request and bring me a pretty girlfriend. And so,
I feel like TV
happy
static would taste
holidays
better.
From me, Christian Chandler. By the way, you can call me Chris in public.
I feel like it tastes like
and thank you.
being buried alive. It
Christian
tastes like
whipped
the
out his
feeling
camera
of
for
being
Christmas
forgotten.
Day too, and documented to the state of the house at that time.
'Twas Christmas
It's
Day,
just sad and it's
all
bitter,
through the house,
you know?
the creatures that were stirring were my family and me and our two cats. And we wander upon our wondrous Christmas tree. With the stardust made
I'm just
so
trying to think of
delicately,
a feeling that
delicately
would be
and
similar to it, bro.
creatively.
The star on top
It's
of the
not
tree,
quite
in
like
fact,
drowning, it's
depicted
more like
Sonichu
being
and Christian
under
himself.
the earth, you know?
Chris
It's not
reveals
quite
that his
as
dreams were dashed
instantaneous
that
as
day.
drowning.
And a
You're
Christmas
just sitting
present
down there
that was
probably
supposed
hoping to
for
be
the
rescued, you
girlfriend
know?
that Santa brought. But unfortunately,
No. It's
she didn't
sour,
show.
it's sad.
Chris introduces his
Unpleasant.
audience to his parents.
And now we wander in on my family. Say hello, Father.
Like defeat, yep.
Making our Christmas movie.
It's like the process of accepting your defeat.
Well, I'm gonna play on to
There's not the
VHS
exact
anyway.
moment of defeat or like being ultimately defeated and knowing it.
Smaller
It's like
Christmas tree down here.
the feeling of coming to terms with being defeated.
And our mothers sleep here in the dark area. Would you care to share a Merry Christmas with the world, Father?
Oh, I better not
The
move
tour
this.
puts a spotlight on the extent of the hoarding situation in the
Acceptance.
house, as Chris visibly has trouble
You're
navigating
not happy
through the
about it,
hoard.
but you got no
Say something
choice
to the
but to
entire
accept
world?
it.
Merry Christmas. Yep.
Aw.
There's Mrs. Lucy in the window.
I fucking love Christmas.
Hey, Dad. Look what I got.
Christmas is awesome.
Looks like Snoopy.
Yeah. Here. What's
One of my
this,
favorite
Father?
things ever.
his head out. He plays music.
Oh shit.
Give me a little gift.
Yeah.
After the tour, Chris documents the gift exchange, revealing the interpersonal dynamics of the family.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it's recording. So, here we are around the Christmas tree. We're gonna open presents.
Oh, I wish I had the video right now.
Christian presents Bob with a card.
Hi, Daddy.
Supposed to read it?
Yes, read it.
Am I supposed to read it out loud?
Yeah.
What's a core Christmas present that I
I want
remember?
to thank you all for your support and
That's a great
love
question.
throughout my fantastic love quest, Pooey. And if Santa doesn't bring me one, no Thomas.
Probably. I gotta dig deep for this one. Well, do you have an answer straight off the bat? Is there one that comes to mind? Comes to the top of your mind for you? What do you think? I feel like there's a few options, but I'm just like trying to remember if there's something that really stands out. I think I received an iPod for Christmas one year when I was a kid. Yo! Oh, but mine was like the iPod Touch though. So that was probably when I was like 11 years old. Yeah. Dude, the iPod was game changing for sure. Oh, I played the shit out of that until its very last moment of existence. Ooh, memories. Memories. Playing the light version of Minecraft, because for some reason I didn't have like the $6 that Minecraft costed. As a kid, I just never got money. I was not entrepreneurial as a kid. And I wasn't really given money, so I just played Minecraft Lite for a long time. You remember that? Hashtag Unk. It's the iPod Classic. Oh, the square one. I think I know what you're talking about, yeah. Methinks. I don't think I ever had one of those. Ooh. Original new technology. That was really fun when that shit started coming out. It was so novel. It was so unprecedented, you know? Like, this is the most fun thing ever! Yes, I just think Christmas is so cute. You wanted an iPod Touch, but you never got it? Bro, that's probably where all your rage stems from. That's so funny. You know, I don't know why, but me and my brothers, we can't really remember a lot of our childhood memories very well. I think it's because we were moving around so much when my parents got divorced, so much shit happened that like a lot of memories got erased for some reason. The thing that happens. But there's a lot I do. I just like, I know I had a 3DS, like I was given a 3DS at some point, but I just can't remember like when or how, which is weird because I know I was like older than 10 when that happened, but I still can't remember shit. You never made it to the cool kids club. Wow. You would have succeeded in life probably in many ways that we never could have imagined if you did make it to the cool kids club. Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. Sometimes you have moments where you just like start racing back through old memories and like replaying them as much detail as you can. Interesting when that happens. I started feeling that like last night before I went to sleep. I was just playing through the last 3 years, just trying to remember what it was like life. I've moved around so much. I probably lived in like 10 different places in the last 3 years. It's very annoying, honestly, to not have just one place to stay. Okay, I think I did this incorrectly. I sure did. Yeah, it's annoying. That's just kind of how life is right now, though. A lot of things change, you know? Oh, I think somebody just got home. Have you always lived kind of like in the same town or in the same place, Manuel, or have you moved around a ton in your own life as well? Look at this guy. He's so funny.
Going to need some support finding a Fort Fenton Creek. It'll come, Christian. Hope you all like mine.
You moved around between your grandparents in many different apartments.
Today
I see.
Thinking of Christmas and remembering you all.
I feel like it's not good for kids to move around too much.
Christian gives Bob the option of receiving the Puppets TV show Fraggle Rock on DVD or on VHS.
I feel like kids need
After Christian
stability,
discreetly
you know?
implies that he wants to keep the DVD for himself, Bob caves in and chooses to take the VHS.
So you want the VHS?
Yeah.
Here you go.
I'm not much for the other.
DVD. Why do we have it on both? I gave him a choice. I gave him a choice, remember? You remember he originally wanted DVD?
So funny.
Yeah, it's Fraggle Rock, Father. That's what's on there.
I see.
Everything that's on DVD.
It looks
is on that
different
VHS.
from the camera, because it's like
Chris presents
at an
Barbara with
angle
a
a
Lego
little bit,
set.
instead of being straight on.
He gives her a
Throwing me off
plush
every
doll
time I
of the
look up at the
Japanese
camera.
character
Every time I look
Hamtaro.
up at OBS.
Hamtaro. That's cute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me refocus.
It's a Hamtaro. It's a little hamster.
It's a Hamtaro.
He's a little bitty hamster.
The family discuss the possibility of a surprise visit from Sarah.
Oh, that's my present for Sarah. Because, you know, she might come over. Well, she did last year, remember?
Chris attempts at an embrace with his mother, but ends up accidentally hitting her.
Here, oops, I'm sorry. Don't work my head. I'm sorry.
He does it again.
Bye. Get her here. I'm sorry.
Chris gives Barbara another present, a snow globe with him in it.
Snow globe. With me in it. Merry Christmas.
I'm just badass
It
that all
also
this
got-
shit
it also
is
got Sancho
recorded
in it,
on
look.
YouTube.
See, you know, one side, Sancho on the other.
Posted on
That's
YouTube.
Cool. I got it over at Walmart, the snow globe.
How about that?
And it's cool? Yeah. That's neat. Merry Christmas. Yep, Merry Christmas.
Damn, I wonder if Barbara is still alive.
Snappy New Year.
Yeah. Snappy New Year, huh?
Not on the couch.
Will I
After the
transition if
gift
someone
unwrapping,
says
Christian
my
went back
drawing
to his
skills
room to
when Bree's
record a video
47%?
recapping the events.
Well, now this ends
I gotta
our
say no.
family
I gotta
Christmas
say
of
no.
2004. I did get some nice gifts, but it does not compare to having a boyfriend-free girl that I can make it to a girlfriend.
I love being a woman too
But
much.
unfortunately, I was hoping for her to come, but she didn't. My
Stability
lifelong
would have been
friend,
good as a
Sarah
kid, to
Hammer.
be honest. Yes. I think it's good for every child.
You know, she
I
had
feel
nothing
sad
paired up with that
when I see
jerk
kids
Wes
put in that
Isley.
situation, bro.
I can have.
But all we can
finish
do
with
is
the-
hope for a better future, that they
I
take
wish
it
she
into
was
their
here
own
so that I could
hands
talk to her
to better
so that she
themselves
could help
later
me
on.
my quest to get a boyfriend-free 18 to 22-year-old girl. 1823 as of February 24th, 2005.
47% is a lot,
well,
but
anyway, that pretty
it's not
much
worth it to me.
sums up my
Even
Christmas
100%
season for this year. So, as they say in showbiz, goodbye, folks.
Like your goat, John Cena
As he
said.
entered 2005,
What did John
Christian
Cena
continued
say,
his
bro?
tried and true tradition of pacing around Charlottesville's Fashion Square, hoping to attract a boyfriend-free girl. His activities quickly caught the eye of Anna McLaren, an employee of clothing retailer PacSun at the mall, who described her encounter with him in a personal blog post titled "The Tale of the Crazy Pacer." There was a guy who paced in front of
Control
Abercrombie
the
and Fitch.
controllable.
He'd come and do it for hours on
Did he
end,
really say
just
that?
walking back and forth. He was an okay-looking guy, not evil-looking like a creepy molester dude. So he would pace for his allotted time, then leave. Sometimes as he paced, he would sing or shout. Nobody
Sounds
really
real
could
as
ever
fuck.
tell what he was saying. Oh yeah,
Nothing
and
to
he
say.
always wore the same shirt. A nice little long-sleeved red and blue number that had a gold crest on the left side, and white collar and cuffs. Then, one day he decided to start pacing on the
You
PacSun
watched an
side,
interview
so he
of
started
John
pacing
Cena?
in front of our store. We were doing floor set, and Lin noticed that crazy pacer kept looking into PacSun as he paced. And this day, he
I
was
didn't know he
acting
was so down
particularly
to earth
crazy.
like that.
He'd pace and pace, then stop and shout something at the wall, then keep pacing. And he also did some singing, even getting into the vibrato falsetto junks. It was hilarious. So anyways, someone, I can't remember who, suggested that the next time he looked in, we wave at him. So they waved, and Christian waved back. After some waving back and forth, Chris took the initiative and entered the store. He came right up to the counter that I was standing behind, and he looks right at me, all fidgety and twitchy,
Oh right,
and he
this
goes,
is the
"You look to be about
story
19 years
from
old,
a
right?"
girl who worked at the
He then
mall that
proceeded
Chris
to
Chan was
introduce
hitting
himself.
on.
"My name is Christian,"
funny.
he said, "but you
I
can
love
call me
his
Chris.
Love Quest
I'm Christian
era.
W. Chandler." "Oh,"
funny.
I said. "Hi, Chris. So," he continued, "do angels have names?" I found out
He's
later
always
that he
saying
meant to
big
say, "Do
brain
angels like you
quotes?
have names?"
Damn.
Poor guy was so nervous, he didn't get it right.
Reads, bro.
Anna then introduces herself, then Chris talks about eyes.
Genius.
My eyes are two different colors. One of them is green, and the other is
Oh, I
blue.
forget that
That's
Chris
because
Chan's
I
eyes
had
are
pink
two
eye
different
a while back, and one of them stayed that way. What color are your eyes? I was pretty grossed out by the pink eye story,
The
but I told
pink
him
eye
anyway.
story.
Sometimes blue, sometimes green, and usually gray. Oh, that's neat. It's funny how that happens, isn't it? Yeah, I said. He attempts to ask her out, but Anna declines. He eventually settled on the internet as a forum for future communication between them. Christian came back and handed me a card
All
with
the
a crudely drawn
Legos.
Sonic the
Ah.
Hedgehog and some
I
other
think
yellow
Lego
Sonic-looking
collections look so
creature on
tacky.
it,
I'm so
along
sorry.
with Christian's name,
Anybody
email
who collects
address, and
Legos
website. It was a
and builds
homemade
them and
business
enjoys
card.
them.
That's my email
I
address,
can't handle it.
and you can just email me sometime.
I can't
okay?
stand the look of it. They
Okay,
just
I
look
said,
so
not intending to email him at
so
all.
tacky.
Little did either of
I
them
know they're
know,
fun to
but
put
this
together,
was
and
the
it's
start
like-
of a friendship. But for the time
I don't
being,
know.
Chris's
I just
contact
don't
with
think they're
Anna was
visually
sparse.
appealing once you actually put them together.
In February, Cartoon Network's Adult Swim blog held a contest which asked viewers to make their own commercial advertising the release of the cartoon series Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law, Volume 1 DVD set. Christian sent in his own unique take, in which he mentions his ongoing feud with Mary Lee Walsh. It was recorded on his 23rd birthday, which he could not fully celebrate since the family house had gotten snowed in.
Hello! I hired Harvey Birdman, the attorney at law, to help me, Christian Weston Chandler, in my case against Mary Walsh, who years ago shared my heart. And he has won the case for me, and you have won for me. And Harvey Birdman 2-disc DVD box set, which comes out April 12, 2005.
He finishes with a brief promotion of his custom cards, depicting himself
Damn,
as
this was a
Sonichu.
minute
It's a
ago.
Christian Chandler Sonichu production. Thank you very much.
Sonichu Productions.
Regrettably, the winning entry did not feature Chris. In response, he vented his frustration
That
at
is
losing on the
regrettable,
Adult
but-
Swim message board.
Indeed.
My entry was very dramatic, and a lot better than that piece of poo, or any of the others that made the top 5 as well. I'm very upset about that. My Quicks Harvey Birdman spot was the best, and I feel sorry for you, Adult Swim, for not noticing that. You all should take another good look at it
I
and
didn't realize
seriously
that the
reconsider.
Adult Swim channel had
On
been
March
along
15th,
or been
Christian
around for so
published
long.
Sonichu Issue 0, his first full-length comic, on his website. The issue is further divided into episodes, much like a television show, with a different story in each one. Episode 1 begins in an open field 5 miles from the city of Station Square, in which a wild Pikachu observes fighting in the distance between Sonic the Hedgehog in his supersonic form and the perfect Chaos Monster. Pikachu gets caught in the scuffle and collides with Sonic, the impact releasing a rainbow which lands on a girl Raichu Pokemon 15 miles away, who then transforms into a hedgehog-like creature and calls herself Rosechu. Meanwhile, the Pikachu inherited Super Sonic's powers, which caused him to change form, and joined Sonic in the battle, defeating the perfect Chaos Monster. He christens himself Sonichu. Christian himself interjects here and there in the story. He draws himself having one blue and one green eye, as he had told Anna. His eyes are in fact different colors, but the difference is not as pronounced as in his illustrations. He proceeds to introduce Quickville and reveals that he is also the mayor of said town. He then goes on to introduce all the main characters of the story, including Mary Lee Walsh. He saves himself for last and devotes a full page to talk about Christian Weston Chandler. The next episode concerns Sonichu and Rosechu meeting and quickly falling in love, sharing a kiss underneath a spray of fireworks. In episode 3, Sonichu confesses that he has a dislike for pickles, as does Christian in real life. This is followed by the introduction of the evil foe Natesurk, whose name is simply Christian backwards. After the battle is won, Mayor Chandler drives off in his car, carrying the Virginia vanity plate Sonichu, identical to the one on his real-life car. Notably, Sonichu refers to Chris as his father, even though his creation has nothing to do with Christian. The comic ends with a so-called sub-episode starring Chris in a story based on his run-in with the mall police, referred to in the comic as Jerk Cops. However, in this version, he clutches his medallion, says Electric Hedgehog Power, and transforms into Christian Sonichu, who largely looks like a blue-colored Sonichu.
Woo!
Meanwhile, the Jerk Cop equips metal armor. Chris defeats him by cursing him into experiencing horrendous bad luck by using his Curse Yehameha attack.
We do the best we can.
Toward the end of March, Hannah, who worked at Starbucks in the Fashion Square, approached Christian during his near-daily pacing and asked him out on a date. He recalled, "After she left, I became very excited and oh my god all over. After calling mom and eating me nuggets, I left it to the chair with such cheer and grace and spun around with it like a dancer. Then I put it back where it was. I felt that my love quest had finally come to an end, and I so elated that my shattered heart had a full, fast recovery. I went to Starbucks, and we talked about basic things. I showed her my Sonichu scrapbook. She was very impressed. I gave her my email and both my phone numbers on a Sonichu site card, and she gave me her email address. I was very attentive as I took notes about her and maintained eye contact. As I left her, I gave a double-take flirt. That was the rise. Now here comes the fall. As I was sitting at my spot, thinking about future steps for later dates, Anna and Dana told me that when they talked to Hannah, she told them that she was setting me up in a prank. I could not believe it, so I found and asked Hannah. Sadly, it was true. Then, in major shock, my heart shattered again by 85%, and I let out a big
85%.
no! His outburst of negation resulted in Chris getting banned from the mall again. He devoted the second sub-episode to this misadventure.
So funny.
On the final day of March, he completed his second Sonichu comic, Sonichu Issue 1. Pokemon's Giovanni teams up with Sonic villain Dr. Robotnik to create their own Sonichu in order to defeat the real thing. Unfortunately, a blunder causes Sonichu's DNA sample to get corrupted with cherry cola, producing an imperfect replica of the hero, called Black Sonichu, also known as Blotchu. Blotchu captures Rosechu, so Sonichu and Sonic team up to rescue her. After combating Blotchu and the new Metal Sonichu, they eventually save Rosechu. The style of the comic became more text-heavy, with some conversations becoming so convoluted that Chris numbered the lines in the order that they should be read. On April 5th, Chris's review for Sprung, a dating simulation game for the handheld gaming console Nintendo DS, was published in Nintendo Power. I originally bought the game because I needed some lessons on what to say to, or do for, a girl. To make a long story short, I developed a fear that all the pretty girls are already paired up with a boyfriend. I've dubbed this social phobia Noiophobia, after the Spanish word for boyfriend.
Noiophobia.
Anyway,
Oh, no,
before sprung,
noviophobia,
I was
that's so
afraid
funny.
to approach most women. FYI, I am 22 years old. I tried to silently
wow, he
attract
was
a
22 at
boyfriend-free
this
girl,
point.
mostly with signs, for over 1 year
Why do
and
they
4
have to
months.
set him up like
Then
that? Oh,
Sprung
I'm sorry, I
provided
totally
me
missed your
with
quote.
general things to say and do, so
But
I
yeah,
felt
they
more
pranked it.
confident.
That was so-
When I tried
that
my
was so
newfound
fucked
expressions
up.
from the dating simulator, I forgot my fear of the
He's just trying
infinitely
to
high
find
boyfriend
love, man.
factor, and I met a couple of lady friends with whom I feel more comfortable. So thank you, Nintendo and Ubisoft, for the dating advice that this frustrated virgin needed.
Frustrated virgin. So
On April
funny.
13th, a University of Virginia student wrote a blog post that included her observations of Christian, whom she renamed Sonichu, hanging around the Alderman Library. So Sonichu returned to Alderman today.
expression
I am
is
not
so
sure what to make of
funny.
him. He sits in his chair and draws his Sonichu comics. Harmless, I ask me. Yet, I feel like he knows he's different. He knows that the world rushing in front of him is not his own,
He knows
surrounded
he's
by the
different.
brightest students in America, whatever that means. He sits in his chair and draws. 23 years old. I'm not sure he even graduated high school.
Wow, this is when
in
he
front
was
of him,
23?
texts of Plato, Faulkner,
This is
God,
when he was my
and
age. This
Kleist
is the
swirl. Does he have the
origin
capacity
of
to
Chris
understand
Chan.
these works? Whether he can or not, I am not sure. But there is something in his eyes that realizes that there is a level of
Frustrated
understanding
virgin
and
on a
thought that
shirt.
he is unable to partake in. As he slumps lower
Yes,
and lower in
bro.
his chair, with each student he eyes reading or holding a book, he falls into himself,
I
into
just
the
can't
markers and
resist it. I
colors
just
on
wanted
the
for him to
page
do
in
the
front
face,
of him.
you know?
He seems intelligent
But
enough to
I have
understand
to
that he
resist
does
it.
not understand. And that is the hardest part of all.
I have to keep doing the structure, and then I can focus on doing details.
On May 3rd, Chris released
Hard
Sonichu
to hold
issue
myself
2.
down. It's
This
so
marked a
fun to
turning point in the
finally
comic
do the
as the
face.
story began to focus on Christian rather than Sonichu. Episode 7 concerns the ancient prophecy, a pun on Sonichu. When Sonichu explains the mysterious prophecy to Christian, Chris
I also feel
reaffirms
like it
that he
gives
is the
people more
creator
of an
and
idea of
father
what
of
it's gonna look
Sonichu.
like when it's
They
done,
then
'cause
enter
it
the
looks kinda,
Destiny
like,
Cave
insane
and
without
unknowingly
shading.
release an ancient evil power. Chris also meets an ancient leader of the Cherokee clan, who reveals that Chris is his reincarnation. He is told that he has to unleash
Chris
ancient
is a
powers to defeat the
reincarnation of a
evil by
leader
using
of
his
the
Sonichu
Cherokee
medallion to
clan?
transform into Christian Sonichu.
Wow.
The story ends in a cliffhanger,
Shit, I
with
wouldn't be
Sarah
surprised,
Hammer
bro.
and Wes Isley getting possessed by mysterious forces. Between episodes 7 and 8, Chris inserts an
all
advertisement
gonna
for
have to
Axe
get
body
redone
spray,
later on.
in which, ignorant of the societal norms of hygiene, unknowingly confesses that he believes bathing makes people smell exceptionally nice to the point that people would compliment you, and that using Axe body spray is just as effective as bathing. Episode 8 continues with Wes meeting his past
Using
self,
Axe
who is a
body
member of
spray
the
is just
Wasabi
as
clan
effective
and
as
turns into
bathing.
Wesley Sonichu and
That's
vows
so
to kill
funny.
Chris. Sarah also sees a vision and meets the queen of the Cherokee clan and transforms into Sarah Ma Rosechu. Meanwhile, Chris Chan Sonichu accidentally transforms back into his human self, leaving him vulnerable to attack from Wesley Sonichu, who turns himself into a ball and goes for a flying attack, prompting this exchange from the protagonists. What the? Sonichu, run! You don't have to tell me twice, but during the Stone Age, Chris figures out that his attacker is Wes Isley and confesses how jealous he is of him for being with Sarah, who is eavesdropping nearby. Wesley reveals that he only wants to steal the Cherokean crown. Chris changes into Chris Chan and fights Wesley Sonichu, who eventually knocks Chris out and steals the crown, which inexplicably just came into being. Before Wesley can finish him off, Sarama intervenes and fires a lightning bolt arrow at Wesley, pinning him to an unsacred tree, a reference to the anime series Inuyasha. In the final episode, Sarah breaks up with Wes, who cries out "no" while shrugging. They learn that Quickville, which is described in the comic as a vibrant community with happy people, cool chicks, business, and a frustrated
Cool
male,
chicks.
is under attack from
And
a
a
giant stone
frustrated
golem, which is
male.
under the control of Mary Lee Walsh and a mysterious talking orb. So Christian, Sarama, and Wesley fly over there to fight them. The orb reveals itself as the ancient evil and announces that he is Count Graduan, who is a personification symbolizing the pain and sadness of Christian graduating from high school. The three heroes beat them off for a little while, but Walsh and Graduan escape, vowing to fight another day. In the epilogue,
Graduan.
Christian and Sarah chat on the couch, and unfortunately for Chris, she reveals that she has found herself another boyfriend named William, and thanks Chris for being
Wow.
a great friend. Christian dedicates an entire page to Sarah Hammer, his lifelong friend, and offers some highlights of their time together.
I think
Currently,
somebody like
I don't get
was
to
able
see
do an
He as much
interview
as I
with
did
Sarah
because she found herself a boyfriend while I was in Richmond,
years.
but I often wonder how she
Kinda
is
vaguely
and if she
remember
is
that.
happy with him. I share my troubles with her in my illustrations, letters, and over the phone. I always appreciate the little moments I have with her. The final page is a call to action for all Sonichu fans, in which Chris expresses his wish to have Sonichu produced into a bona fide franchise by Nintendo America, which was inspired by a letter Chris had actually received from Nintendo, possibly in response to a query regarding getting a game produced starring Sonichu and Christian himself. The comic concludes with Sub-Episode 3, which is a dramatic reimagining of Chris's conflict with Mary Lee Walsh, who is the head of the private villa of corrupted citizens, the base of operations for the villains in the Sonichu universe, the name of which is derived from the
Sonichu
acronym
universe.
of Piedmont, Virginia Community College. With Sonichu Issue 2, Christian comes closer to blurring the line between real life and his comic book world,
okay, I gotta freaking
creating
focus
his
on
own
doing-
reality.
Doing the shape.
In
I cannot
Sonichu's
lock
News
into the
Dash
details
Issue
of the
9,
face right now.
Chris announced that he will attend the Anime Mid-Atlantic Convention
distracted.
in Richmond, Virginia on all 3 days.
Oh, but no,
Since he has
looks
put
like he's
himself
cross-eyed,
into
so I can't
Sonichu's
let that
world,
happen.
he will cosplay as himself. Talk about self-respect, huh? Also, he will be watching some of the good anime, getting some souvenirs, and participating in some of the events, and just having a good time. Also, he will have some printed copies of the Sonichu Premiere Issue 0 on hand, but if you want a collectible copy, you will have to find him and ask for
I
one.
want a copy of the
He stayed at the
Sonichu
convention
comic.
from June 17th to the 19th, and during the event, he handed out copies of Sonichu Issue 0 to unsuspecting attendees. 5 years after the fact, one Tasakeru828 on the site Topless Robot wrote an account of his encounter with Chris at Anime Mid-Atlantic. A friend and I were hosting a Sonic the Hedgehog panel and trying to prove that not all Sonic fans are as
Okay.
batshit insane as they're made out to be. That noble goal was shot to hell when the one and only Christian Weston Chandler arrived in all his clown-shirted Sonichu medallion wearing glory and started handing out free copies of his first issue. He asked us a completely unintelligible question, thinking mistakenly that we actually had some influence on the series as a whole, and afterwards he babbled at us personally while we smiled and nodded, trying to look interested. We obviously knew he was mentally ill. On June 22nd, Christian recounted the events of the past 2 days. I had set up at the McDonald's at Walmart, and apparently complaints were made. The two manajerks, or manager jerks, a Sano comic,
Manajerks.
and a black, fat jerk, who looked a lot like the leader of the jerk-ops at the mall, whom I refer to now as the jerk-heaf, approached me and took me for a fall with my trying to find a boyfriend-free girl, like I have been doing for the past over 1 year and 10 months. We argued and disputed, until the two of them left to call the police. While they were gone, I had taken off the sign from my Nintendo DS and hidden it on the back cover of my diary. When the jerk-ops came, they were all like, "What seems to be the problem?" And the married Sanor comic was like, "Where's the sign?" And I was, "What sign?" And another argument was had between the four of us, in which I never gave any of those jerks eye contact, because none of them deserved it. So, I got kicked out from the McDonald's, not the Walmart, for the rest of the day. Now for what happened today. I was starting to set up my things, and the B manager
Just
was getting
causing
in my
problems.
face. I feel that he really hates me, and he was like, "Don't set up your stuff, don't push me."
So
I was not
silly.
going to use the Nintendo DS sign today anyway, but he did not want my pixel block sculptures at all. I stood up against that manajerk. I continued to build, and I dictated my situation into his face, with a song and dance. He went up to the Walmart manajerk, and he was like, "Hey, let's talk." But I sat silent for a minute, then I said to him, "I do not speak to any man other than myself, because they all have taken all the pretty girls, leaving me
I
with
do not
none."
speak to
Verbal
any
combat
men
had
other than
started, and
myself.
during the fight, I ran off, still
Because they've
giving
all
verbal
taken the
punishment,
pretty
as
girls.
well as the finger, and many curse-ye hamehas.
funny.
I nearly backed up
Curse-ye
onto him with
hameha.
my car, and I
That's some
gave him
good shit.
another finger. Then I dashed off. Now, I feel sad, because I have nowhere else to go to attract a boyfriend-free girl, and I feel very furious with those
Trying to find one
managers
at
and all men
McDonald's.
other than myself and my father.
Manajerks.
Chris began believing that there was a conspiracy involving
Can't
all the
stop
men
working on
in
the
his
face.
town.
God forgive me.
They all are against me in finding a girlfriend of my own, but I will not give up on my long and tedious love quest. I'll find a new attraction spot somewhere in Charlottesville, Virginia. There has to be at least one 18 to 23-year-old, boyfriend-free, caring, smoke-free, non-alcoholic white girl out there somewhere. Chris dramatized this entire ordeal in sub-episodes 4 and 5, but his adaptation also featured the manifestation of his dream sibling, Crystal, his twin sister, who helped him defeat the Jerkops.
Crystal is his
A mere month later, he caused more trouble, but this time at the retailer Target, where he sat waiting to encounter a boyfriend-free girl for hours, taking gross advantage of the free refills at his disposal. I was at the new Target store, just hanging around, not bothering anyone. And, from out of the blue, these two managerks asked me to leave because they said that I was loitering. I was not! I was there hoping to find an 18 to 23-year-old boyfriend-free girl like I usually do. Then, from out of the blue, after I told them off, they came back with two Jerkops. I was slightly intimidated, but mostly annoyed and ready to strike back on them. They asked me to leave and never return. I did not want to leave. I would have left peacefully. In fact, I was ready to go, but I had a prepared speech to say to them stupid Jerkops.
No
and
win?
During the middle of my speech, they chased me,
You lost
pulled my
your bet?
pants, and pinned me to the floor. 5 Jerkops dogpiled on me as I struggled to get free.
What happened?
1,000 pounds of sausages on my 180-pound body was seriously a cutoff for my breathing flow. They handcuffed my wrists and legs, and they hogtied me. Not only did I feel humiliated from being the victim, but I was angry at them. Not only for handcuffing me, but once again thwarting my efforts in trying to find a boyfriend-free girl.
They couldn't
They
get
drove
another
me to
girl
county
in?
jail, but fortunately,
That sucks so
they did
bad.
not keep me there. I was released to my family.
What the heck?
Chris was charged with trespassing and disorderly conduct. It was terrible, but my mother and I are going to get back at them in court. In fact, I learned
Sorry
that the
about that, bro.
jerkop who
Hopefully you
arrested
didn't
me
lose
was
so much
called
money.
Baggett. That was the only thing about the situation that was hilarious. Replace the B with an F, and you can see how funny it was. However, after attending 2 court hearings, the charges were dropped. This event was recreated in Sonichu sub-episodes 7 and 8, but in Chris's reality, he endured much greater torment and came out victorious in the end. Less than a week later, Chris had another run-in with the law, this time a minor fender bender when he rear-ended the car in front of him. He was
Yeah, I
fined
forgot he was allowed to
$30 and also
drive.
paid $56 in court costs. In August, Christian returned to PVCC after the end of his 1-year suspension. It was around this time that Anna announced she was moving to Utah. Her announcement also somewhat coincided with her 20th birthday, so Christian and her friends organized a birthday/farewell party for her, with Chris claiming that he picked out and bought the cake himself.
Yeah, that's it.
On August
New
9th,
Vegas
Christian began
reference.
instant messaging one Jelena, a female
That was very
student,
funny,
over
bro.
MySpace. He reached out to her after
That
she
gave me
seemingly
a
had joined his
sensible
MySpace
laugh.
group, presumably calling for
Sensible
potential
chuckle.
sweethearts in his general area. He asked Jelena if she would be interested in a guy like him, asking her to reply either yes or no, with a detailed explanation for her answer in the case of no. Not getting a response for 2 days, he wrote to her and possibly others a quote-unquote bulletin, calling for responses, especially for those who were 18
That
to
was a very
23-year-old
funny
ladies
quest
living
yesterday.
around the Charlottesville or
The
Ruckersville area,
Fistotions?
who are
Okay.
positive,
I
very
can't believe he
pretty,
gave you
with
the
an
option
average
to test
income,
it out. So
smoke-free and
silly.
non-alcoholic, dateable, not more man, white,
Not
and
more
boyfriend-free.
man.
2 days later, Jelena replied, suggesting that perhaps they could become friends first. Chris disagreed, suggesting she read his profile again and
Fuck,
give him a
dude, I
serious
wanna go to the
answer,
bar and get a
hoping she
pickle
was not
beer.
to prank him.
Guys.
Jelena said she was
Public
serious
service
and not
announcement. Let me
pranking
give you
him,
public
and
service
asked him how
announcement.
he
Hold on.
found her profile.
If you love pickles, and love beer equally as much, you have to try pickle beer. It will change your life. Let me pull it up real fast. I'll show you exactly what one. AI viewers at streamboo.com. Hey. Hi. You brought beer?
From the shop, you want one?
Oh, yes. Can I trade you my glass? Thank
I
you.
just got one though, so.
Thank you.
One of yours.
Guys, it's not pickle beer, but it's Coors, another Coors. Let's go. This is fire.
Door kind of open so he can poop if he wants to.
Yeah. Whoa. It just exploded everywhere.
Sorry. It's
Beer.
my fault.
What?
I probably should get on the way.
That's
here.
okay. You know what? Somebody just gifted me Golf with Your Friends. Which I know it was popular like 5 years ago or something. Or started getting popular back there. Back then. I thought I already owned it. I guess not. I have to thank that person. But also, this is what the pickle beer looks like. Okay. Maybe you can see it. Okay, maybe on this one. Because the brightness is just too high. No, it's not going to show like that. There you go. Donna's Pickle Beer. They sell it at liquor stores. You can't just get it at a freaking Target or Walmart or some shit. You have to go to a liquor store that has like some niche stuff. It's popular here in LA, so it's like a lot of the liquor stores here. I don't know about other states, if it's popular there. I think it's from Wisconsin or some stupid bullshit state. I'm just kidding. I want to go to Wisconsin. Damn, dude, my light died again. What's happening? It's dying super fast. That's a bad sign. It was at 75%, but I think that was a lie. I don't know what's going on. Oh, you know what? It's because it's at 100% brightness. Damn it. That's so annoying. So it only lasts like 30 minutes. Now we gotta sit in this terrible lighting. I mean, you can see this better, but that light, I was depending on it so much. Because now my face cam looks stupid. You live in the state with the highest breweries per capita? I need to live there. That's badass, bro. That's truly badass. I'm sorry, I can't resist the urge to keep shading this. I just want people to see the vision. I'm not even doing a good job of shading, I'm just like half-assing it. Yeah, so if you go to your local liquor store, you'll for sure find Donna's Pickle Beer. So yummy. It's my obsession right now. I can't get enough. That's all this world needs is one more alcoholic streamer. Bro, and now I have to get a scratch-off ticket too because Manuel redeemed the cookie points for a scratch-off ticket. And I'm sure a lot of my other viewers probably have enough to get like the shotgun beer one, and also you guys probably have enough for the lottery ticket one. So I'll have to do more than one lottery tickets next stream. Dude, that's gonna be badass though. I want to make it clear that he's looking up, so I think I have to like shade this part a little bit better. Kirsten is so awesome. Scratch it off with a pickle beer. I'll use the little like tab part of the beer to scratch off the ticket. I swear I'm gonna win $100,000 if I do that. When your stream is too big to fail, you can expand to kick and have subs for shots. Fuck that, bro. I can't, because if people are gonna exploit that shit, I'm gonna get way too fucked up. I'm gonna like throw up on my camera and all over my keyboard and shit, you know? There's no way I could include shots in this shit. I added like a shotgun a beer option. But I made a limitation so it could only be redeemed like once a stream, I think. If I didn't, then I need to because I cannot physically shotgun more than one beer. I'm going to throw up and I'm probably going to choke to death. And it's going to be embarrassing. I want to get a Chris Chan shirt. I want to get the... You're saving it for the right time? I'm sure US already has enough points for that, too. Yeah. Just let me know in advance, bro, so I can make sure I got beers on hand. Fuck. Thank you, bro. You're using your power wisely. It's too quiet in here.
File. Christian D. Taylor wrote that he quote-unquote browsed for 18 to 23-year-old quote-unquote single women within 20 miles of his zip code. He added that he had been in the market for a boyfriend-free girl to make into a girlfriend from the ground up for over 2 years, and that he admired her as a person from reading her profile verbatim. He suggested that they could go meet for a soda, preferably meeting at the McDonald's in Charlottesville. On August 21st, Jelena finally replied,
So did you guys
writing that she
also
only
play
joined
Club
his group
Penguin
because she felt
back in
bad
the
for
day?
him. After spending the rest of the day in distress, Christian wrote on the 22nd about
was
his
my
family's
shit when I was,
heritage,
like,
hoping to
8.
entice her, claiming that his mother Barbara was a direct descendant of Anne Boleyn, wife of England's King Henry VIII, and House Weston, who allegedly were part of the Pilgrims who traveled aboard the Mayflower to America in 1620. He also added that he was 1/16th Cherokee, heritage he inherited from his father Bob's side. On August 25th, Jelena declined his offer of soda because she thought he was desperate. On that same day, since Jelena rejected him, a female friend of Chris, presumably Anna McLaren, sent a MySpace friend request to one Lindsay through his
Aw, that
account
little
on his
Sonic
behalf.
character isn't gonna
They
be
pleasantly exchanged some
visible.
details of their respectively tumultuous
Damn
lives,
it.
and Lindsay revealed that she also attended PVCC.
You're, like, barely
They soon
visible over
expressed
here.
their shared love for art, and excitedly showed interest in meeting in person sometime soon. She apologized for having a busy schedule, which prevented them from meeting.
You were,
After reading
Pop
Christian's
Tropica
blog
kid?
post concerning his run-ins with the mall police and his ongoing court proceedings, Lindsay expressed her
I tried
sympathy
to
for
play
him,
that back
hoping
then,
the
but I
case
was,
would
like,
end in his
confused
favor,
about
and
how-
looked
like, what
forward
to
to
do
meeting him soon.
as a kid.
After failing to meet at a McDonald's, Lindsay went
cool,
on
though.
vacation to Florida for the weekend. After failing to get a response from her for a week, Christian wrote in length of his anxiety and annoyance at her for not telling him that she would be busy and unable to reply. He said he felt he was putting in the most effort in them meeting,
You never
which
got
she
the
did not
Club Penguin
reciprocate.
experience, huh?
A day later, Lindsay replied that she was being kept busy with school activities, in addition to a close friend arriving back home
That's
from
okay,
his
I'm just
combat
gonna drop
service
this
in Iraq
incorrectly,
and
it'll
her
be fine.
boss passing away. Chris expressed
go a
his
little crazy
condolences
about
and
this.
understanding, apologizing for sounding
The
emotional in his
shape and the
previous
proportions
message.
are not correct on
She
this,
did
but
not
it's
send
okay.
another message until October 5th, when she asked him if
Not
he
even
was
sure
at the
about it, just gonna let it
PVCC
be.
library that day, since she thought she saw someone who looked
just want
just
this
like
damn
him.
thing to be
Chris
visible.
denied it was him, feeling it weird that someone could look like him. Neither party contributed further to their correspondence. During this time, Chris finished Sonichu Issue 4, which was merely a compilation of sub-episodes 1 through 8.
You remember the game, but don't really
The front
remember
cover
the
features a
gameplay?
jerky proclaiming that his wooden badge was delicious. Christian
I can't
later
remember what the fuck the
explained that the
gameplay was like
jerky's
for it either. I
badge
just
was made
remember
of wood,
jumping around, like,
imitating
making a
those of
character in
real
that game. I was
police
like, what the
officers.
hell am I supposed
The
to
badges
do?
of his jerk-op underlings were made of graham crackers, which encouraged the jerky to take a bite out of his own badge, as if it were a graham cracker. Christian claimed that his mother did not want
Yeah.
him making any more stories concerning his own life. So
My
he
stream's looking
obeyed and
ghetto as
stopped
fuck
making
right now with this
sub-episodes.
terrible lighting.
On October 19th,
Oh, wait!
a user
This
on a
thing has a
Sega
light
forum
on it. I
began
totally
a discussion
forgot.
thread about Sonichu, in which members
I might
discussed
make it
the
look a little
comic
bit
and
better.
Christian's personal antics.
There you
This
go.
is the earliest known documented online discussion
Yeah, it's,
concerning
like,
Christian
slightly
and
better.
Sonichu. The original poster shared his Sonichu site, which hosted the Sonichu comics thus far, and reveals that he had learned from perusing Chris's MySpace
Cartoon
page
Network had
that he
fun
had been
Flash
arrested for
games?
loitering
Yeah,
while looking
I
for an
remember that a tiny
18 to
bit too.
23-year-old boyfriend-free girl. Others
I
expressed
didn't go
their
too
surprise
crazy
and
on
shock
that
at his
website, but I do
creations and
remember that,
personal
yeah.
antics, calling him a freak
That's so
and
sick.
creepy.
Flash games,
They noted
bro.
that his MySpace account
Ooh,
was
there
a
was some
member of the
good-ass
club
Flash
named
games.
I Just Want Sex, and the
Oh, I
club
was just having
concerning
so much fun
Pokemon
looking over
hentai
some
or
nostalgic
pornographic
games.
depictions of animated
Did you ever hear
characters.
Virtual
On
Villagers?
October
This may have
26th,
been completely
Christian
out
sent
of
an
your
email
realm
to
of what you
Nintendo
were
of
playing.
America, since he claimed he was
But that was
quote-unquote
popular,
an
kinda
avid
back
game
then
player
when, like,
and
Flash
owned
games were
a
a
large
thing.
selection
Oh, that
of
was my
Nintendo games and gaming systems.
That
He
was my
inquired whether he would be
shit.
eligible to be employed as a game tester so he could playtest new games from home. The
I like
following
putting
day,
my
he
arms
received
over
a
the
response
drawing
from a
board.
representative of
So a lot
Nintendo
of it
who
is
told
not
him
gonna
that
be
they had no
visible while I'm
program of
doing it, but-
playtesting from one's home, and that all
Yes,
testing was
Prism,
done
so
by the
good.
research and development teams. In November, Shoujo Beat, a manga anthology magazine,
familiar with that
published
one?
Chris's letter which
I think it
vaguely
might have been, like, a
concerned the
little bit
manga
more niche.
Absolute Boyfriend.
It wasn't like
Riko
super
Izawa
popular.
in Absolute
It was probably
Boyfriend
more
sort
of
of
like a
has the
girl
same
game.
problem I do. She can't get a
It was
guy,
like a
and
strategy
I can't get a
simulation
girl.
thing that was, like,
Here's my
slow.
sitch. All the pretty
I
girls are
loved
already paired up with some
like
jerk,
a
thus leaving me with none
strategy
to
and
choose from.
simulation games so
Also,
much.
nobody can tell, off the
Ooh,
bat, a paired up girl from a
there was a
boyfriend-free
Flash
girl.
game website
At
called
first,
One
it's
More
equally
Level,
hard
I
for
think.
Riko to find a
Do you remember that
girlfriend-free
one?
boy, but then she's
Was it
granted
called
this
One More
wish
Level, or
where
was it
she
called,
gets
like,
a
100
girlfriend-free
Games or some
boy,
shit like
although
that?
he is a robot,
think it was
delivered
One
to
More
her
Level.
doorstep. Lucky girl.
Ooh,
I'm
I
23
wish it
years
still
old.
existed. Does
One would
exist?
think I'd have gotten a
I
girlfriend by now.
genuinely have to look it up. I think it was One More Level. Oh. It does exist! But I wonder if the Flash games work. Oh my gosh, this is such a throwback. This is so cool. Oh. I used to love these games. I like the strategy games. There was one, and also, I mean, there was a lot of different websites for Flash games, but there's one called Congregate. Does that sound familiar? It started with the letter K. Flash games Steam would be hard. Flash games Stream. Are these playable? No. Adobe Flash Player is no longer supported. So none of these games can be played anymore? Why? Why would they do that? That's so sad. That would be really fun. So, how can this be played? Addicting games. There's got to be a way, right? There has to be a way to play these Flash games. You remember the names of the games, but not the websites? Aw, man. This is such good memories. I'm so sorry. I'm going to be right back. I have such an active bladder. This is bad, guys. This is bad. Hold on. Okay, this is going to be my fastest bathroom run, I swear. I'm almost done here. Okay. Hi. I think there has to be a way. They had to, like, save all those games somehow. I'll look it up later. I'm certain there's a way. There's no way they're all just gone.
No, I haven't. I'm stuck in the situation where if my parents
Oh,
should
we
pass
continue
away,
this
I will be a
stupid-ass
very lonely
podcast
virgin.
drawing.
Some months later, a fellow reader sent in a response to Chris. Why is he only looking for pretty girls? There are plenty of girls who are not supermodel gorgeous whom he could date. It's not the outside of the package that counts,
How's
but
it
the
going,
inside.
everybody? Thanks for
A
joining
girl
me
can
today.
be pretty on the outside,
Hope you're having a
but might
lovely
be mean
Thursday.
or
I
self-centered
love Thursday.
or
I
have
think
other
it's my
problems.
favorite day of the week
Whereas
right now.
another girl could be plain or even ugly on the outside, but quite a beautiful, kind, intelligent person on the inside.
It's just such a
If
chill
more
day.
guys would think about what qualities they look for in a girl and make sure those qualities don't
It's
just
not like
focus
as
on her
hype
outer
and
appearance,
as
they
high
might just
energy
find
as
a girl to
Friday
go
or
out with.
Saturday.
Otherwise,
It's not
many
as
girls will
relaxing as a
think,
Sunday,
why bother? He'll
but
just
it's a
leave
nice
me for the next
in-between.
pretty
I
girl
feel
he
like
sees.
Thursdays are pretty special
Chris's
to
friend
me in my
Megan
heart.
Schroeder agreed with her sentiment.
You know what I'm saying?
During this time, Chris's advances towards Megan intensified, as is documented in their emails. She declined giving out her phone number, and later in the same email also
That girl
declined his
Megan, that
invitation
girl
to go
that
out to McDonald's. In an
Ah,
email from
he invited her
December,
to
she stated that she did
McDonald's.
not appreciate Christian trying to kiss her, and admitted that she is not interested in a relationship, but insisted they can remain as friends. She also confessed to accidentally discovering that he bought Megan a Nintendo DS, even though she had recently just gotten one herself. In order to try and become closer to Megan, Chris more strongly embraced his interests in My Little Pony and Sailor Moon, as Megan herself was a fan of the animations. She even gifted him some of her own Sailor Moon fan art. Christian also began making his own custom My Little Pony figures, including one that he made using his own hair. As an
Wow,
adult
he
male
made a My
fanatic
Little
of My
Pony
Little
figure with
Pony,
his own
he proceeded to
hair.
the so-called brony culture, which
her.
would only
That's
begin
love.
to blossom around 5 years later. Through their emails, it was learned that Megan would request him to bid on or buy certain items for sale on the online auction
I don't remember
marketplace
at what
eBay,
point he
presumably
becomes
because she did not
really
have her own
viral on the
account.
internet.
She would typically reimburse him with gifts, such as DVDs and figurines. On one occasion,
Farms.
she asked him to bid on a collection of World War II photos, of which Chris was the winning bidder. In 2006, Christian's own personal
War
online
II
spending habits
photos?
intensified, with Chris purchasing My Little Pony and Sailor Moon figures, pornography,
I think I
and
did
sex
this
toys,
incorrectly.
among other things.
Ew.
In February of 2006, Christian finished drawing Sonichu Issue 3, which took 7 months to complete. The comic begins with the origin stories of each member of the Chaotic Combo, a group of heroic Sonichus and Rosechus, whose eggs were created in and ejected from the rainbow as seen in Episode 1. The green egg lands in the jungle, and the electric hedgehog Pokemon that comes out of it grows up to become Wild Sonichu. The blue egg lands in the ocean and is rescued by the Pokemon Swampert, which takes it to the beach just in time for it to hatch and become Bubbles Rosechew. The white egg lands in front of her church, and out of it hatches Angelica Rosechew, who is raised by nuns. After she evolves into her final form overnight, Christian is outside her window, bringing her a scrunchie and a pair of shoes as a gift. The red egg crashes into Nabe's Dojoshin, a place of learning martial arts taught by a character named after the director of the anime Excel Saga, Shinichi Watanabe, and
I've never
hatches.
heard of Excel
For
Saga.
some reason, Nabe is compelled to rip off the Sonny's tail, causing him to instantly
Sony!
evolve into Punchy Sonichu. The purple egg hatches in a cave, and the purple Sonny starts to telepathically communicate
Sonny.
with the Pokemon Mewtwo, who decides to mentor
Okay.
it. Chris recounts. For months, this
I
mysterious
have to do
mentor
some more
taught the
shapes over
Sonny
here,
how
and
to
then I'm
hone
gonna
his
start doing
pores,
smaller
lift
shapes
objects, mentally
here
and
and there.
physically, and the
These
outside
ones,
world
like
was
the
like. Until one day, during meditation,
the background area, these are very complex. And I already got some of like medium to small to medium shapes in here. This, for example, is like a large shape where I just have like the main object without getting like the lines of the sweater, the things that would be a little more tedious to get. So I blocked out the large shapes, and then in these areas, I just got like the medium shapes, like the second level of shapes that I would block out. You know what I'm saying? But there's such weird, like complex little textures and designs within each shape. I think I'm good on these areas for now. And like this area here, I'll just do it when I get to it. As well as this area. But like here, I'll do like some medium shapes and then get more complex as we go. And then I'll go here, and then I'll start doing like all the lines of the curtains. This is a very detailed image. And it's gonna take me long as fuck to finish it. All these little lines. I'm just a very slow artist, but it's also so detailed. That is the perfect storm. It's the perfect storm, pretty much, for it to take forever. So, as I was saying, so awesome. So, order of functions here. Do the medium shapes. Okay, do shapes in here, get some lines in here, and then just get smaller and smaller as we go. But I'm not going to block out the shapes so intensely detailed, I don't think. But we'll see. I kind of decide as I go. And I haven't done a drawing this detailed in a long time. This is absolutely going to take me like 4 sessions to finish. I've definitely not been focusing on the drawing the whole time we've been streaming. Let me lock the fuck back in so we can get this shit done and over with.
The Sunny suddenly evolves into Magi-chan Sonichu.
Tell me what I gotta know.
The episode ends with a final bulletin, which would have been more suitable for a televisual feast rather than a comic book. Stay tuned for when these hedgehogs meet. In the next episode, Blotchu steals a large gemstone called the Master Sunstone, and through a comedy of errors, is met with 4 of the chaotic combo. Eventually, the 5-member troupe teams up with Sonichu, and they take down Blotchu, leaving him in a bloody mess, accompanied by a tweet-tweet sound effect commonplace in cartoons. The comic closes with a fake advertisement for a call service that would send one of the 2 single men in the world a beautiful girlfriend, or a monkey. In May 2006, Christian attained a CAD degree after 5 years of intermittent study, even though it should have taken only 2. On May 12th, he attended his graduation ceremony, for which he decided to wear the robe from his high school graduation instead. Now that Christian received his qualification, this made him more likely to get a job, and advance his life towards building up a career doing what he loved, and possibly even realizing his wish for the Sonichu franchise to become a dignified reality, making his dream come true.
I mean, his dream did kind of come true. You know, it wasn't in the way that he imagined, I'm sure, but the franchise is now world famous.
The workday ends here. Head to Lucky Strike for the ultimate mental reset. Bowling, arcade, cocktails, and eats. With 20 premium locations in the LA area, we're always right around the corner. Tap your screen right now to click the banner and book your lane.
Bowling kind of fucks.
With the career you hadn't imagined was the one that powers your biggest dreams. Accounting isn't just about numbers, it's about creating your path. Imagine using accounting to call the shots off the field for the next big game.
But I don't know.
Support your favorite
stars world tour. I might not even do anything. I might just make dinner and
empower your community, or spark your own business idea. Accounting is the switch that lights up endless possibilities. Your dreams, your future. Visit joinaccountingplus.com
I just can't believe that Spotify has ads
turns on the possibilities.
That's shocking to me.
What made him this way? What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris-chan.
Okay, I'm doing a little bit too detailed shapes over here, getting a little too spurred in here. It's gotta be like 3 years? Like 3 years ago you went bowling? Sorry, I just barely saw your comment.
With the completion of Sonichu issue 5 on June 20th, 2006, the story strays further and further away from Sonichu and makes Christian the main character, with the plot of the comic closely mirroring his own life. The comic begins with his friend Sarah Hammer's wedding, with Chris attending in spirit, possibly alluding that he didn't attend her actual wedding. The episode also introduces 2 new characters, Megajula Skunk, based on a character created by his friend Megan Schroeder, and Sailor Megtoon, indubitably symbolizing Megan herself. He briefly fights off Wes Isley, and at the end of the episode, Sarah thanks him for all the childhood years they spent together and wishes him good luck on his advances towards Megan. Sarah throws her bouquet at him, and he catches it, believing that this meant his own wedding would come shortly. Christian uses his comic to depict his inner monologue and fantasies to the world.
You should have the easy one, just bet on Mexico winning the game.
Or seek it. I'd feel better if I could chat with her on the phone, although she's uncomfortable doing that. Our email communications are okay, but speech speaks louder than typed
bet
words.
on them winning?
The artwork also changed to an unmistakably anime and manga style, perhaps in an effort to
so
appeal
they
to
did
Megan
win,
even
but
more.
not by the.
In the following episode, Christian has a
specific
lengthy
way that
discussion
you
with
thought they
Sonichu
would.
about his optimistic hope that he
Got
and Megan
greedy.
would get together, despite him admitting a few pages ago that she was not responsive to his advances. He acknowledges that he is so optimistic that he even stopped using his attraction sign. They're interrupted by the announcement that Mary Lee Walsh and the Jerkops are invading
I love
Quickville,
his
so
idea of
Chris
using
teams
the
up with
attraction
Megan,
sign, it's so
Crystal,
funny.
and the chaotic combo. During the climax, Crystal gets trapped in the dark mirror contraption, and Christian comforts a tearful Megan, who thought that she had lost Chris for good. His obsession with Megan is made crystal clear, and is further confirmed by the emails she sent to him. I know I hate guys and I hate love, 'cause I told you a million times. Carrot, semicolon. So why do you keep getting too close and touching me? I really don't like it at all. I know you said 'cause you have feelings for me and it's hard for you, but I'm sorry, this sounds mean. You really need to try and get over it. If you keep hanging on like that to someone who doesn't love you back, well, it'll only make you more miserable. You need to just accept the fact that I don't and will probably never love you, so you should just take a rejuvenating breath and move on.
Take a
Advice
rejuvenating
to which
breath.
Chris refused to listen, as is
That's so
evident
funny.
in an email written just a month later. I'm just a little mad that I have to keep telling you to please stop touching me. It's like you're not wanting to listen to me. I tell you, then you say okay, but eventually you're back to the same tricks. And this time I really mean it! Even my other friends don't like it and think it's weird. So once and for all, could you please stop? You know I don't like it, so why do you keep doing it? It's not like you're gonna try and soften me or something. So, I don't want to have to tell you again, or I might get really angry. 'Cause you know, unwanted remarks or advances to a girl is sexual
I'm doing this
harassment,
wrong.
and I don't take that lightly. Chris's not so subtle attempts at getting her attention did not go unnoticed. Sometimes I get the feeling that you copy me to get me to like you. Like Sailor Moon, for example. The only Sailor Moon thing you had was that adult video, and since I told you how much I love it, then you start getting into it. Kinda like My Little Pony. That kind of thing really annoys me. I don't like it much when people get into something right after they find out I liked it first. When you said we had a lot in common, like Sailor
like
Moon
that Gina
and My Little
Samuel
Pony,
raises his
well,
voice
who loved
when they
Sailor Moon first?
type in all
Who collected
caps.
My Little Pony first? Okay, I know I sound like a spoiled brat, but can you see what I'm trying to say? I don't like being too in common with others. I try to be different from others as possible. On June 27th, 2006, the Chandler's dog Patty was put to sleep.
No!
A day later, at a special service, Christian read the eulogy, which he wrote himself. My family, furry
That's
friends,
so
anyone else
sad.
present,
Patty.
we are gathered here today to pay our last
Poor
respects
such a
and wishes
cute
to our
doggy.
dearly beloved Beagle Spitz,
Poor
Patty,
thing.
who has departed from our world here on Earth to a doggy heaven, where she will be happier because she will run free and play with all the other dogs who are
If I
already
posted
having
on-
fun up there.
sorry.
I will always
I've talked
remember
too fast
Patty for
sometimes.
all the lovely
If I post
memories
this on my
she had
story,
shared with me
I bet
from
people are gonna
when
know
I
who it
picked
is
her out
right
of the
away.
litter at my Aunt Karina's house in Red Oak, Virginia.
Look at
The
him.
time I watched my old best friend, Sarah Hammer, take Patty by her front paws and danced a bit. The times I've watched her stand
I gotta
on her
figure out a
hind
better
legs and then
camera
rewarded her with
situation
a
if I'm
biscuit
gonna do
bone.
this.
The times I've just sat with her
But
in the
I
yard
might
and
just
petted
put
her head.
art
I've always given her a
streams on
bally
hold
scratch
for a while
where I
until I
stroke
can
her
figure out
head
a
with
better,
all
more
5
professional
fingers, like
setup
as if
for
I
it.
was gently squeezing a
He's
rubber
coming
ball.
to life,
The many times I
yes.
fed her a
He's
can of
coming
food
out
and
of
a
the
cup
paper,
full of
bro.
dry food, and refilled her bucket with fresh water so she can drink it and wash her face. When Patty was brought to the vet on that fateful day, I was distraught with fright and concern for her health. I stayed with her during her final moments with a hand on her head and a tear in my eye. When my mother was brought the paper that gave the doctor permission to send her on her way, I didn't want her to be the one to sign it. I raised Patty since she was a 6-week-old pup, and I wanted to take the strain for signing the one-way ticket. It was hard for
The
me, but it
one-way
was for the best.
ticket.
So I signed that paper with a crying Sonichu face saying, "We love you, Patty."
He put a
After
crying
that, I gave her my
Sonichu
final
face on
pets.
it.
Hug,
Oh my
hand to
gosh.
paw hold, eye
This is
contact,
sad, though.
ear rub, cheek to fur rub,
Oh,
and I sadly waved her
man.
for the final time.
It is
and
such
I
a
said,
bummer when you have to put
"Goodbye,
a pet
Patty.
down.
I love you." As I stood outside, I heard Patty's last
Hey, that's
barks
life.
saying, "I will always love
Truly
you, Chris.
tragic.
Thank you." But we all must move on with our lives with our
Poor
beloved
doggy.
Lucky Mutt in our hearts and in our memories. So, Patty, may your old doghouse and surrounding flowers forever memorialize your beloved heart. Your barks at the stars and strangers, and your loyal love that you have blessed upon me
barks.
and my family and friends. Bark on, and rest in peace, our beloved Lucky Patty.
Aw. All jokes aside.
What would you do for a PS3 and a chance to be on Robot Chicken?
In November, programming block Adult Swim held another contest, this time encouraging viewers to
Robot
submit
Chicken,
a video
oh my
where they would
goodness
say what they would do
gracious.
for a PlayStation 3 gaming console for the chance to win a PS3 and a guest appearance on the Adult Swim series Robot Chicken. Christian's video featured his own makeshift
There was a lot of
PS3, which was
contests
in
they
fact
were
a
doing in the
PlayStation 2
early
encased in a
2000s.
mix of Lego and pixel block pieces.
Hello, my name is Christian Weston Chandler of Ruckersville, Virginia. What would you do for a PS3? I tell you what I do.
He's so funny.
Well, if I had the money, I'd wait in line, like all the other people did with their tents and all that good stuff. I'd throw away the cure for autism if I had it, because I want to get rid of that doggone lifelong curse that I've had. And, oh yeah, I would trade in my PS2 for another thing. Or,
Dude, this strong movie
otherwise,
is so good.
I'd make one from wood if it was hard enough. But you know what I did? I did it. I made one from Legos and pixel blocks. And believe it or not, I actually play Guitar Hero on this thing.
Bro,
Don't
Roblox stream is coming up. Roblox stream. I gotta
In the
do
beginning
Roblox.
of 2007, Christian
Roblox
started
can be
working
so
on a
fun,
DVD called
unironically.
Yep, I'm on TV,
Oops.
which would become a
Yep,
collection of
I'm
all his
on
TV
TV.
appearances and his homemade videos,
remember that,
in
that's so
addition to a slideshow of his pictures up to 2007. He planned to make and send it to only a small selection of people, including Mrs. Sanford, with whom he got in touch via email. You may be able to help me in a portion of it now. There will be a slideshow projected from my PlayStation
maybe
Portable,
I'll
featuring
answer
not only pics
burrito.
of me growing up, but the friends, teachers, and relatives I've known and remembered, either from heart, like herself, as well as yearbook signatures. As for what had happened during PVCC, in a nutshell, about midsummer 2003, I realized upon revelation that I needed a girlfriend to make into a sweetheart from the ground up. So with a sign, which I've later realized that it made me look slow-minded, the R word,
Slow-minded.
I've started my enduring love quest. The Dean of Student Services, Mary Lee Walsh, came out and tore my sign up right in front of me and said, "You're not gonna get a
Mary Lee
girlfriend this
Walsh
way or
saga.
anyway." That shattered my
That-
heart and murdered my soul. And it wasn't just her. The policemen
good.
imposters in brown, white, and red, aka the jerkops, blue and black, are the true police soldiers. Also seriously indented the impression that Virginia is for virgins, not lovers.
Virginia?
He talked about his high hopes
Bro.
of a future with Megan and ensured his former teacher that she would receive a copy of his DVD. 3 days before his birthday, he completed Sonichu Issue 6. The first story, entitled Episode 12.5, is strikingly distinct from all the episodes thus far, which stars his recently deceased dog, Patty. The story opens with a creative blend of photographic backgrounds and a hand-drawn Patty, who wishes she could speak so she could thank Christian for all he has done for her. The next morning, Christian walks outside to feed her, only to discover that his dog had transformed into an anthropomorphic dog-like creature who can talk. They spend some leisurely time together, and she tells Chris that she wishes to roam free outside her pen. Chris leads her indoors
What
and
am I
shows her his
listening
room.
to? Piplup fan 99, please tell me you've heard of the Chris Chan lore. Come on now. This is a wonderful series. Gino Samuel has put together this great documentary. Listening to it on Spotify, but it's on YouTube. Bro. So good. The Chris Chan lore. There's so much of it. There's like 100 episodes. I think probably like around 90 actually. They're like 45 minutes each. Oh, it's so good. They're so ridiculous. Just such a fascinating character, you know. I assume if you clicked on this video, you probably have an inkling of who Chris Chan is. I'm a fan. Thanks for joining us today. It is some ancient lore. We are in the early 2000s saga right now, which is my favorite era. Cheers. I was just given this Coors Light. Cheers. Hope you're having a wonderful Thursday evening. Wherever you are. Where are you, Piplup fan 99? Are you in the United States? Alright, I'm gonna press play on this.
Patty calls crowded and
How many
suggests
cores am I
that if he
down?
got a
I'm down
girlfriend,
2.
she would help
I'm
him
down
tidy
2
up.
now.
Using a Nintendo DS, Chris reveals a portal which opens up to Quickville and declares the town Patty's new roaming grounds, where she can finally explore with freedom. The final page of the story is a full-page tribute to Patty Chandler. The next episode resumes where the last comic left off. As Chris and the gang debate the best way to rescue Crystal, they come to the conclusion that they need to acquire the 7 Sonichu balls to save her. They discover an evil green Sonichu, who then envelops Chris in a dark dimension, in which he announces himself as the Sonichu form of Natsirk, who then reveals his true form, and declares that he is
so
in
ghetto
fact
in here. I'm sorry.
Natsu
Sorry for the
Natsirk.
ghetto stream, guys.
As the name implies, he is completely the opposite of Christian, with his semi-bare chest symbolizing his raging homosexuality, which horrifies and defends Chris. Meanwhile, Black Sonichu announces he has turned his back on Natsirk, and now he is on friendly terms with Chris's friends, and has also developed a romantic interest in Bubbles. Chris and Natsirk transform into their Sonichu forms and battle until Christian somehow ends up back in Manchester.
Wait, let me stop this for a sec. Let me go to the stream manager. Hold on. I just gotta take a moment to go to Twitch. I gotta go to my stream manager real fast here. Oop, hopefully this doesn't duplicate everything. Come on, stop! Okay. Damn, I was looking at my stream manager and I had so many people under the VIP role. I don't even know who these people are. Tokyo Night Train? Dang. Squid Jenkins? Wow. People from the past. Truly. Followers of the Apocalypse, and that was a real ass Fallen to Vegas fan. Okay. Manuel, I think you have the VIP role now. Which I don't think it actually does anything except give you a little diamond next to your username.
High School. Just as Natsirk is about to deal the final blow, a phantom basketball knocks him unconscious. Chris is woken up by Megan, who tells him that Natsirk fell into a coma after hitting his head on the bleachers and is currently in the hospital. Bionic the Hedgehog reveals himself as the one who wielded the basketball at Natsirk's head. They reminisce about old times and how Chris hasn't drawn Bionic since 2004. Chris laments that he is 25 years old, having never even had a date. But it shouldn't matter.
Yes!
The dialogue suddenly becomes a promo for his up-and-coming "Yep, I'm on TV" DVD, which would not be available for purchase. The scene cuts to 10 weeks later, when Natsirk awakens from his coma with a fiery urge to murder Bionic the Hedgehog. On February 24th, 2007, Christian celebrated his very special 25th birthday. He held the joint birthday and DVD launch party at what appeared to be the game place. To mark the special occasion and to instill his wisdom onto others, he recorded his important message video, in which he reflects on all he has learned over the course of his life. He wished for it to become an educational video shown in schools, but this goal has yet to be accomplished.
Oh, it will
Hello,
be an
ladies and
educational
gentlemen,
video shown
girls
in
and
schools.
boys, and dudes of all teenagers. as well as the gals. My name is Christian Chandler. I am here, and y'all are there.
I'm here and y'all are there.
This message is for everyone of the present and the future beyond this date, February 24th, 2007.
If I was a teacher, I would definitely show this shit to my students.
I am high-functioning autistic, and in my 25 years, I have seen and learned so much. And today, I intended to share some wise words that I hope each and every one of you will take to heart and allow for yourself and everyone else a better prayer
Okay, I fucked it up again.
He encourages his audience not to take up dirty habits like drinking or smoking.
You should avoid at all costs smoking, drinking alcohol, and intaking similar icky, dangerous stuff. And smoking will eventually cause cancer, and you'll be more likely to get heart attack, viruses, and your life will be cut drastically short. They don't call cigarettes and cigars death sticks for nothing other than killing you slowly. If I could, I would take every last ounce of tobacco, put them on a rocket, and shoot up to the moon.
Oh, I like that.
And I haven't done either one, and look at me now, I'm fit as a fiddle, and I'm living 25, hoping to live on to be about 80 to 100.
He then encourages boys to buy a My Little Pony figure to get accustomed to the female form and pretend to treat it like the girl they like.
Among the better things you should definitely try before despising is some of the hobbies of those of your own opposite gender. Like, for example, if you're a young gentleman, I recommend buying yourself a My Little Pony figure of your favorite color or whatever. Now, stroking the hair of said pony is very relaxing and therapeutic, and also rubbing it against your cheek. That's nice. And also, you can pretend that the pony is that girl you want to take out too. You want to take out sometime, and talk to the pony like you would talk to the girl.
And he recommends that girls get Transformers toys.
Now, for the ladies, I would recommend a good old Autobot from Transformers, because you can get to learn how to examine the mechanics and variations of each and every of the Autobot you have. Like you would learn how a man works, and it'll allow you to be more comfortable in approaching and talking to that boy you've been flirting from a distance, or just been flirting with from a distance. And hopefully, all you have to do is just end up and say hello. I mean, it's not so hard. All you have to do is say hello to the man, ladies. That's all. And everything will just keep rolling from there. And also with the Autobots, well, it's a vehicle where you can drive down that imaginary fast lane.
He encourages girls to be more open to having a relationship with less attractive males, and states the importance of staying with your first mate, neglecting that both of his parents were married before. He finally stresses that it is crucial that boys and girls stay straight.
Also keep in mind that while you're playing with these things, you should keep in mind of what your true original gender is. Because it's like you're learning about that girl you want to take on a date, young man. Or likewise, you feel more comfortable to approach that boy just saying hello that you've been checking out from a distance, young lady. And hopefully in due time or now, each and every one of you will stay straight. You know, girl for boy, boy for girl. Everything else is vice, as said by Dr. Kinsey. Not just for me, not for the big man upstairs, not for your family, but do it for yourself and for the benefit of everyone in the future. Your children, your children's children. And besides, if you stray away from the straight path, it can really jeopardize the entire future of the world and the human race. Most importantly, please stay straight. I'll leave you with those words, as I have shared with you on this, my 25th birthday,
so funny for that.
February 24th, 2007. I am Christopher Christian Weston Chandler. Live long and shine on in your very own unique way. War is never the answer. Peace is. Never fight.
Wise words from Christian.
Compliments will get you fuzzy wuzzy.
You're making friends in
War
Marvel
gets you
Rivals?
Wicklies.
That's very
as well as
wholesome.
punches, they get you those too.
That's very sweet. I love
Thank
that.
you very much.
I'm
and have
happy
a
to hear
wonderful
that.
day.
This
That puts a
video
smile
would
on
become
my
the final
face.
addition to his DVD.
That's beautiful, bro. I always
In
wish
March,
I could make freaking
Chris
online
reignited
friends
communications via
in
email
games.
with his half-brother Cole Smithy,
I
who
was
had made a
too
career for
awkward
himself
to
as a
ever do
film
that.
critic and lived in New York City. This renewed interest was apparently in order to acquire his address so he could
That's so
send his
cool. I'm
DVD
glad
to
that
his
the
brother.
community is
He
not,
wrote,
like, super
I have
stupid in
talked
that
to
game.
Mom, and I quote her when she said, I do not regret giving life to Cole. We've had a bunch of good years up till the madness, and all things considered, I still love Cole very much like any mother would for her son. She really does. Close parentheses. Cole's response was brutally cold and honest. I grew up in an abusive household with Barbara and my former stepfather Jerry, where physical and mental punishments ran the gambit from bare-assed beatings to cold showers to bizarre scenarios acted out with glee by two deeply neurotic adults. The treatment I received in Richmond, Virginia was another matter altogether. To raise a child in such conditions is inexcusable. Even at a
That's
very young
Christian's
age, I knew that they
half-brother
would
talking
abandon
on
me.
what
They were both irresponsible
was
and
like.
incompetent parents who exposed me to traumas that I would rather
Mommy
not remember.
Latina?
He continued to elaborate on his
Fire.
feelings towards Bob. The crux of my problem with
sick,
Barbara
bro.
comes from two sources. The first is Bob's bitter influence on her, which worked to separate our
Marvel
relationship
Rivals.
just as Bob did with his own
I don't know
children,
if I'm
with
gonna
whom
play
he
that
has
game,
no
bro.
association.
Everybody keeps
In
telling
nearly
me to.
44 years of life, I have never
I don't
met
think
a
I can do
meaner
it.
or more reprehensible Republican cur than Bob Chandler.
There's
I
too
hope
many
that you
other
will
games
email
I
me
have
when
to
he dies
prioritize
so that I can
beforehand.
celebrate. Our mutual hatred has never been a secret, and it points out Barbara's proclivity to isolate herself via scurrilous mates. The second and more compelling issue that permanently
It's
ruined
not
my
easy?
relationship
Alright.
with Barbara is the litany of
That
lies she
settles it
tells
then.
anyone who'll listen about the identity
I don't
of
think I
my
can ever pick it
biological
up.
father and about her marriage history.
I think I'm more likely to
He
probably
revealed
get back
that
into
he had employed
Overwatch.
a private investigator
But
to
even
track
then, I
down his
think we're just gonna
biological
freaking get on
father,
Fortnite
who
if
was
I wanna
most
play
likely
any kind of,
Barbara's
like,
ex-husband,
shooter
Rand Coleman
adjacent
Yates.
type of game.
Go ahead
Really?
and send your DVD to
Recently
my
got
address
it
listed
back into
below.
it. Yeah, people keep
You and
saying
I
it's
may
so
be
cool.
related, but our mother only
Maybe if
loves
like my
you.
brothers or
As the months progressed, Chris and Megan's strained
my
relationship
friends start
carried
playing
on.
it, that's the only way I
Chris
think it
emailed
would
her
start.
about story ideas,
But
revealing that their opinions on the
personally,
Sonic
I'm like,
storyline
there's
were
other
split.
games I feel like I
She
wanna
told him
play
that she did not
first
appreciate him
before
depicting
getting
her
into it, you know?
original female characters with breasts, and once more ordered Christian to stop touching her. On March 10th, he purchased an inflatable sex doll.
You need a squad to play with?
On March
Copy that.
17th,
That's
Christian
not gonna be
purchased
worth
the
me
new
trying
gaming
to freaking
system,
get into it,
PlayStation
you know?
3. 12
At
days
this
later,
point.
he wrote a post on the PlayStation Network website listing his grievances with the PS3, such as the incompatibility with his custom-painted Guitar Hero guitar controller and the low text limit for writing emails. At around this time, Christian began participating in the My Coke Rewards program, where
My
drinkers
Coke
of
Rewards
Coca-Cola brand
program.
drinks could find codes on the bottom of bottle caps or on cans
I
that
kinda
could be
forgot that was a
redeemed
thing.
online in exchange for rewards. Over the documented course of 2.5 years, Chris seemingly consumed 905 bottles and 3,624 cans,
Damn.
and exchanged his points on items like store gift
That's a
cards,
lot.
video game
Over
rentals,
2 years?
and music
Goddamn.
downloads, among other things. On May 8th, Christian created a YouTube account called Sonichu
Solo
and
Cop
uploaded his
is
first
hell.
video, a fight on the game
Fuck
Soul
that, bro.
Calibur 3 of Chris versus
I'm trying
Mary
to
Lee
chill
Walsh.
when I'm playing the game, you feel me? I'm not trying to struggle. Lord forgive me.
In June,
That's
Megan
why I'm
left
having
for
such a
Kentucky,
hard time
with
with
Chris emailing her frequently,
hardcore
updating her with
New
his
Vegas.
activities at the game place, and saying how much he missed her. He also mentioned attending an upcoming rummage sale in town, which ended up being reported on in the Daily Progress
excuse me.
newspaper, with Barbara and Christian receiving an honorary mention. Right behind Ross, Christian and Barbara Chandler were waiting to shop. Christian wanted toys and video games, while his mother wanted to look for fabric. On June 28th, Chris informed Megan that the day before, he and his mother cried together, remembering Patty on the 1-year anniversary of her
Aww.
passing. On July 6th,
Sad.
Chris expressed his slight dissatisfaction with her not replying to his emails, and listed
His
all the new
slight
Soul Calibur
dissatisfaction.
cards he got from the deck he purchased in the game place. He regaled her with recent developments at the place, and told her that he missed
Yeah,
her,
that shit really
giving her the
takes it
pet
out of
name
me.
Sweetie. The following day, he purchased a Velvet Touch masturbator and a pornographic
No,
DVD titled
what?
Titanium 5-Star Video Collection.
What is
On July
happening right
15th,
now?
he briefly wrote about his first impressions of the Mexican soap opera Ruby, the DVD box set of which he purchased using his My Coke Rewards points,
My
and told her
Coke
that his left ear
Rewards.
had become gunky, apparently a recurring condition.
Ew.
The following day, he bought another inflatable
dumbass
sex doll,
documentary
this time
goes-
fashioned like a female police officer called Officer Nasty. In the meantime, Sony
What is
held the
this
Chop
shit,
Chop
bro?
Master Onion's Rap Showdown contest to promote the Parabra the Rapper video game, which required
Oh, I think-
contestants to
didn't
submit
he,
a
like,
video
do
of
well in
themselves
this shit or
performing a song
something?
from the game. However, they were limited to only using their own voices, with the use of backing tracks resulting in an immediate disqualification.
Oh no, I think he was
The winner would
disqualified.
get 2
if I
PlayStation
remember
portable
correctly.
gaming devices and an all-expense trip to Seattle's Penny Arcade Expo, a gaming
Oh,
culture
but this was a
festival.
big thing for
Chris
him.
convinced
Okay, I
himself
kinda
that
remember.
if he were to win the competition, he could give one of the PSPs to Megan and then invite her along to Seattle so she could fall in love with him and finally take his virginity. Chris uploaded his video entry on his YouTube channel for
Good ass
consideration.
arc.
AP Station. My name is Christian Chandler. I live in Bucksville, Virginia. I have a PSP. I like to rap. I play with the rapper. I go with you now. The only song I know
His
is Master
rap,
Onion,
dude.
which I got from a demo I borrowed from my friend Megan.
In the introduction of the video, he inserted a photo of himself and Megan together, accompanying the image with love hearts, implying the two were romantically entangled. He seemingly did not rehearse his attempt much, as he can be seen reading the lyrics in front of him during his performance.
Kick, punch, it's all in the mind. If you want to like that country, you'll find that you all things that I teach you sure to beat ya.
Alone in
He inserts
Dystopia.
various seemingly random
What's
video
poppin'?
effects, which were at his disposal
How you
via the
doing?
camera he used to film the video, the PlayStation
Thanks for
Eye.
dropping in and saying hi. I'm kind of just wrapping up the first session of this drawing here. God, I forget the drawing is so freaking
Come on now,
exhausting
watch it
to
on
me.
my word, because it's almost done. They'll make things worse. Do rock on, yo.
I have like zero stamina.
Rap. That's a rap.
On July 18th, Christian found out that his
It's just
entry
got
made
such
it
a
into the top
detailed
10
drawing,
and was
you know?
now eligible to the public vote, ultimately due to the low number of total entries.
What's poppin',
He announced
bruh?
his elation online and
Is this
urged
your next
everyone to vote for
tattoo?
him on all his websites and social
No,
media.
bro.
He also emailed several people
No.
asking for their
I
vote.
wish.
This included some
think I
unlikely
posted some
candidates,
Christian
such as his
shit in the
former
next
guidance counselor
after I
from
wanna do, but let me show you real
PVCC,
fast.
Susan Hannafin, and his brother.
Do you see this?
After some deliberation, Cole agreed to vote for Chris
It's
only
a
after Chris
Sonic
asked
and
their
Rose
mother
shoe.
about who Cole's real father was.
I do have a Sonic
Chris
tattoo.
promptly replied that he asked her and claimed that his father
I
was
like
Jack Dale
Chris
Smithy,
Chandler, it's
which
so
Cole knew
funny.
to be untrue. Understandably unsatisfied and upset, he continued to email Chris about how Barbara enveloped his life in lies, closing with an earnest wish to be informed of Bob's
Sonic shoe
eventual
and Rose
passing.
shoe.
Chris further intensified his campaign by handing out flyers at the game place, urging fellow visitors to vote. He even resorted to voting for his own video by making fake accounts.
Get it
and
right on
at
my
least
back?
one occasion
Aw.
gave himself a glowing review
Christian
from
back
such an
piece,
account.
bro.
From
If I
Click
knew I
Sonichu,
only had a year
Video
left to
Lucky
live,
7.
I would get some shit
Such
like that for
honesty
sure.
of his situation and devotion for
With no
his lucky
hesitation.
girlfriend adds great emotions to his performance. The visually appealing effects added the best humor and biggest laugh I had among the bunch. I enjoyed the
I
fun
gotta find
background
somebody
of his
who's
assumed
willing
to, be
to get
bedroom,
it from me.
and his informative feedback on playing Guitar Hero on PlayStation 3 was truly a wise and
The
great
most
addition.
fucked up,
Also, he has nailed
like,
the
mentally
lyrics a
gone
cappella,
person who's a
colon,
fan
close
of
parentheses,
Christian.
as this brave, autistic warrior so creatively put it at the end. Rap, 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 that's a rap. Truly the cherry on the top of the sundae. A perfect score of 5 out of 5 stars for his marvelous effort, and smiling at knowing he looked a bit stupid. Colon, close parentheses. He also complained that some of the contenders had used backing tracks,
Who is this?
but Sony
Bro, you
considered
don't know
them
who this
acceptable
is?
entries. Voting was
Come on
closed at
now.
the end of July. Christian reflected.
You gotta know who this is,
The
bro.
polls are closed,
This is
and I'm anxious
fundamental.
to find out if I am
This is
number one
Internet
of the
Culture
rappers or
101.
not. I really want that trip to Seattle, so I can be with my sweetest Megan longer than usual and have fun together. I
It's
love her so
Chris
much.
Chan.
On August 3rd, it
The
was
original
announced that the
lol
winner
cow.
of the Chop Chop Master Onion's Rap Showdown was fellow contestant Adam Stackhouse.
Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl.
You gotta be pulling my leg
crack
right
the
now,
egg
bro.
into the bowl. M-I-X the flour into the bowl.
Chris immediately wrote a strongly capitalized email to Sony, demanding they reconsider. I really wanted that trip so I could have a chance to impress my sweetest
I love when he
Megan
gets
and possibly
pissed, so
fulfill
funny.
my dream of getting married and soon have a daughter named Crystal. Yet now I, a frustrated, high-functionally autistic 25-year-old virgin, have been balls broken like I have through a big chunk of my life in America's favorite game. Kick the autistic. Sigh.
Oh, you
I
really
had my
don't
fantasies
know?
of having fun with Megan, taking her to a really
It's just like some
extravagant
internet lore,
destination.
like,
I am
bullshit,
not rich.
you know?
Taking a long-wanted tour of the Nintendo of
Stupid
America company
shit,
tour with
just
her,
this dude
playing
who's
Guitar
been-
Hero against the guy in the Parappa costume.
Posting videos of himself, like this super autistic guy who's been posting videos of himself since he was like, I don't know, maybe it's like 18 is when it started, or younger maybe. But he's had an internet presence for so long, and he's become popular on the internet because he's gotten like worse and worse over the years, and he partook in such what's the word I'm looking for? His behavior was very I can't think of the word. Holy crap, I'm totally spacing the word right now. It was just like shitty, gross, like gooning, weird, and like unhinged behavior. Unhinged is one of the words. There's a word that starts with the letter D that I'm trying to think of. Damn, why can't I remember it? That's crazy. It's not deranged, it's like holy crap. Diabolical! That's a funny adjective, but it's not the one I'm looking for. I feel like it's on the tip of my tongue. I can't continue until I think of this word. Whoa, this is so weird. I might be depraved. Depraved! That is one of the words, but I think there's like another one. I think it's gonna leave me. But depraved, I think that's either the word or the closest to the word I was thinking of. It is very depraved, yes. Degenerate! That's the word! Degenerate. Yes, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Is degenerate behavior. Yes. That is what he's known for. That's why he became popular and people started, like, stalking him and researching him on the internet. So much so that it became, like, this crazy phenomenon. People started studying him. He was documented. He's been documented for, like, close to 30 years now. Which is crazy. I don't know if it's true, but they say he is the most documented person on the internet currently. There's just so much information on him, like to the smallest detail on the internet. So I'm just working on the details of his shirt now. And I don't remember how I started learning about him, but I listened to this whole freaking podcast and I was just so hypnotized by this story. Oh, you got highlights? Sweet. Not right now. In a sec. Thank you, though.
You want your food or your...
Not right now. I'll take it in a sec. Thank you. Crazy to have that much of your life documented? Yeah. It is crazy, like, how it all came to be with this dude. He always wanted to be taken seriously for the shit that he made, for his little videos, for his comic book series that he made. He wanted Nintendo to, like, recognize him and to make a game out of the characters he created. But no one took him seriously. But in the end, he did get what he wanted. He got recognition and fame. Just not in the way that he expected. So interesting. In almost like a negative way. Like, people liked him because he was so fucked up, but it still led to people being such huge, dedicated fans of him. You know? So interesting. It's like a marker of the times that we live in now. Such fascinating things taking place on the realm of the internet. I think I'm gonna have to find a good stopping point for this drawing and call it a day with this session. So I can go eat my dinner. I'll finish the lines next time and we'll do all. He got what he wanted, but at what cost? Yes, he did go absolutely insane. And if you know recent years of what has happened in the Chris Chan lore, it is very dark and is very sad. He went to jail for a little bit because he took advantage of his mom. If you know what I'm saying. Yes, Dr. Crapula. That's a wonderful username. Yeah, that's what happened. And that was really, really sad and unfortunate. And it really left a mark on the Chris Chan history. It was really fucked up. But what I mostly enjoy is like early Chris Chan, like what we've been listening to during this whole stream around the 2005 era when he was young, like before he, I think it was like around the time he finished community college or around that time, yeah. He was still like not like super terrible. He's still kind of fucked up and weird and degenerate, but not just completely lost. I think it's when people hadn't started trolling him yet, he didn't start falling, I don't know, didn't start all the more fucked up things. I don't know. But I'm excited to kind of recount all the information I forgot from this series. It's a long-ass documentary series. Moral of the story, do not use the internet. You will become Chris Chan. You will become a version of this. Chris Chan is awesome though. Look at this picture. He's so awesome. He's a mama's boy. He sure is. I feel so bad for him. Can you imagine? He would have just been a normal ass guy. You know, if I was put in his situation, if I lived in that kind of environment and grew up in that kind of environment with his parents so fucked up and weird and old as shit, I probably would have ended up just like he did. But luckily my upbringing was not that cursed. Only a little bit. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for joining me today. Let me see if I can, no, I don't think I can change this scene. It's kind of messed up. Sorry for the ghetto lighting. This was my first time doing a drawing stream. I had fun. I appreciate you guys coming and supporting. Thanks for saying hi. I hope you're all having an awesome Thursday. Guys, it's Thirsty Thursday. Are we gonna slam some pickle beers or what? Yes or no? The lighting is great and you're doing incredible, champ. Thank you, I appreciate that. I just bring that up because I had like a nice stream light over here. Like, let me show you. I can probably turn it on at this point. This is how the lighting was, but this light died like 30 minutes ago. Like, this looks a little more professional, you know? But it died like 30... You're thirsty at heart, bro? Boo! Boo! But, since I have this light at 100%, it just died super fast. But if I ever do a drawing stream again, I'm gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure out how to make this look better. I'm gonna get it top down because this actually is like... I don't think I can... It doesn't look right because it's at an angle, so you can't really see how it looks from my perspective, but this camera gets shockingly, like, very hot for some reason. Hey. Whoa. This is crazy. I don't know how to fix this now. I kind of fucked it up irreparably. But, oh, thanks everybody for tagging along for the stream. I had a great time. Appreciate your guys' company. Thank you, Medwell. Thank you for dropping in Alone in Dystopia. Dr. Crapula, it's nice to meet you. I think I did not put the stream elements alerts on, but I think that means that you just followed me. I kind of fucked up and forgot to put on the stream alerts thing. But thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Hey, Dr. Crapula, I know who you are. Wait, no, is this who I think it is? I don't know. But anyways, guys, I'm gonna go eat the burrito. I'm gonna be back on Saturday. Hopefully we can do a little... You're outside, so you know the Chris Chan lore, that's right. What was I gonna say? Dude, I just totally spaced what I was gonna say. Phasmophobia, Saturday evening. Be there. Be square. Thank you so much, Manuel. I'm sorry you lost the money. I'll buy a scratch-off ticket and scratch it off when you get there on Saturday. I'll wait for you to get there and then we'll scratch it off live. It's gonna be fun. Anyways, thank you guys so much. Appreciate you. Had fun. I will play The Sims. I actually am gonna play The Sims like next week. And it's gonna be awesome. It will be unforgettable. Let's just say that. Okay.